All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The volume of my voice might be a little bit louder than what you're used to. I am experimenting a bit with my audio levels. I've been doing a little project which has involved me doing some recording, and I think this is a bit closer to what a game's expectation in terms of my audio would be, but that also means that the audio for the game might be a little bit off. So, I did make sure that I wasn't peeking out, but if the game is a bit too quiet, feel free to let me know, and I will try to adjust accordingly. So we are on the last day of the current patch, which seems to be 2018-12B1. This is a complete game, but also a living game. Follow us at www.weatherfactory.biz and at FactoryWeather on Twitter to learn more about upcoming updates. If you find a bug or the game is crashing on you, do let us know at support@weatherfactory.biz. Thank you, Lottie and Alexis. Now, I have long since stopped reading these patch notes, especially on cast, because it is much more fun to play this game. But as is tradition, let's give credit where credit is due. Design, writing, and coding by Alexis Kennedy himself. I think it's Hermit Sage of Greenwich is the title that he has. Announcer of Dragon Age 4. Writer of the Horizon Signal. Production, marketing, biz, and a whole bunch of other credits that you'll see later. Lottie Bevan. And for those of you who are streamers, this is the lovely person who has been contacting you about making a joyful noise about this lovely game and all the updates that are coming through. So we've got UI design and coding by Martin Nerukar. He is currently making the game Nowhere Profit, which recently got a big update with some new art and such. I have been thinking a bit about how I'm going to reorganize some of my streaming schedule so that I can have some opportunities to play games like Nowhere Profit again. But I do encourage you to check it out, especially if you do happen to like card games. I would probably, for me, the big selling point on it was that it was it's got a combination of a card game, a roguelike like FTL, and a little bit of a strategy layer to it. So even though I'm not particularly good at card games, and I think one of the reasons why I've not been able to... So you always sort of have this question is, why am I streaming the games that I do? So why did I really jump in with both feet on Cultist Simulator and not Nowhere Profit? It's actually not for any dislike of Nowhere Profit, but I sort of know my limitations in terms of card games, and where I'm able to give voice to sort of the ideas behind Cultist Simulator and some of the strategy that I have in mind. I know Nowhere Profit relies a little bit more on familiarity with the conventions of these kinds of card games, and it does a good job of onboarding you. But I also sort of know that that particular kind of culture really is about discussing sort of optimal strategies and how to do things right. And I'm really not good for that sort of thing. I really like figuring things out on my own, and it sometimes can create a little bit of friction between myself and what the audience is expecting. So I definitely plan on doing Nowhere Profit again, and I have played it on my own a little bit. I always try to give a bug report or some feedback whenever I do. But please do check it out, especially if you got into Cultist Simulator because you're a fan of card games. We've got art from Catherine Unger, Clockwork Cuckoo, Lottie Bevan, and Sarah Gordon. Now, Lottie Bevan has been doing more and more artwork, but I believe there were some new pieces commissioned by was it Sarah Gordon? I need to double check who did the recent material. Here's a big one for those of you who are fond of the music that you're listening to. Mary Beth Solomon, Brent Barkman, Mickey Erb from Mickey Mar Productions Limited. The soundtrack will be available as DLC as of tomorrow, I believe. Now, to my understanding, this is not something that is included inside the Perpetual Edition. I believe it is something that you will need to purchase separately, but I know a lot of you have commented on how nice this game sounds, and it really does. So this is something that if you ever wanted to have some spooky music while you are working at your equivalent of Glover and Glover, that will be available to you tomorrow. Audio by Soundcuts. We've got additional writing by Lottie Bevan. We have got Hello, Dr. Frankenvinder for Mariner. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I know there's the new update coming out, but I'm not familiar with what the Mariner refers to for the new update. Additional coding: Fraser McCormick, Chris Payne, and Mark Gagne. We've got so I do want to again point out Lyro Saitor. I believe maintains sort of a database of all the scraped sort of JSON values for the cards and such. So if you really like digging into the guts of the game and you don't want to spend the time parsing it yourself, there's a wonderful little website that does all of that for you. And we've got additional design by Callum Porter, with special thanks to Sonia NPK, Matt Hosty, Haley Urias, and literally everyone who has ever sent feedback or a bug report. Thank you. So, let us move along. We are on our way to hopefully an Ascension victory tonight, given the title. And I was actually, I know I've sort of worn out my welcome a little bit. We had a big spike in terms of people watching, and then a sudden regression. But yeah, that one, apparently there's going to be a new start down the path. By the name of the news, you're assuming that it's Mariner Seaman. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I wasn't. So actually, this is a great way. Just before I go too far into the playthrough right now, so I sort of achieved what I wanted with the Dancer, and then it turned out that it was quite different from what I had wanted, which was I went into the Dancer blind, and I had this entire first impressions of this DLC recorded. It's all a matter. You can see it on YouTube. You can watch it live on Twitch and such. And this is part of the problem, because with my current schedule, if I do Dirty Rectangles on the 3rd of the month, the 3rd Wednesday of the month, and I stream Cultist Simulator on a dedicated day every Wednesday, then that means I basically get 3 Cultist Simulator streams a month, and that gives me, given the average playtime, I mean, obviously depending on how you play yourself, you might get a little bit more or less mileage. But that's about enough time for a standard run of Cultist Simulator. And obviously I have these moments where I take a bit of a break and I just talk about things. So that can be a little bit of a problem if I want to make progress. So it's worth mentioning that one thing that was really enjoyable for me, particularly in the early stages of the game, was being able to interact with Weather Factory and sending in bug reports and support and saying, hey, you know, I was thinking a little bit about this thing that happened, and what if X happened instead? And I've had fewer opportunities for that because, of course, I don't want to overwrite my existing save. Now, of course, I can copy the save and all of that, but then I always ask myself the question, why not, just go live with Cultist Simulator? So it's been fun to play the game on its own. It's been fun to go through this experience. But in another sense, I've sort of played less Cultist Simulator this patch than any other one, and I've really enjoyed the Dancer Legacy, and I've really enjoyed some of the things. You'll notice I've not done practically none of the romance options, other than the 2 here. So I'm definitely considering doing some more vodcasts like that, and I got some feedback that would be something that the audience is okay with. But yeah, I was reflecting on this a little bit, that I'm hoping that we get the Ascension victory, because that'll put a nice little pin in the DLC, and of course we can look at all the other things that came out as time goes by. But I've also been a little conscious of the fact that in some ways I've had fewer opportunities to really dig into this DLC as I have on other ones. So, and that's just a lesson learned. So without further ado, let's think a little bit about where we're at. I've got a Fading Precussigant and a Raw Prophet, which I summoned somewhat recently, mostly just to get rid of some other troubles. I believe I'm recovering. Nope, we're going through the White Door. So one of the things that I do want to do is try and get some better Forge, Knock, and Edge. Now, obviously, I can sort of devolve some of these, but it's not really the thing that I want to do. I'm also trying to remember whether or not I've explored all the locations in the land beyond the forest. I'm actually, just before I go too far, I'm actually going to take a minute to look at the old video. I want to see if I can find the last place that I went to. I think I'm on to the next level above. If memory serves, we got to Foxlily Meadows, which I'm pretty sure is from in the land beyond the forest, so I should be upgrading the Forbidden Epic if I want to go any further. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start doing something a little counterintuitive. Obviously, I always have the options of doubling up some of my existing lore and subverting and whatnot. I might do this for Edge, but I think what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to take advantage of the fact that there are more. So basically, you just recently got your first Ascension victory yourself, and man, was that a fun run. What Ascension did you get, out of curiosity, Dr. Frankenvinder? So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend the next couple of rounds going back through the Way of Wood, just so that I can get a few more occult scraps, and I want to try and clear out some of the older expeditions that I missed out, because they changed the way that expeditions work while I was on this run. So I think that'll give us a few opportunities to get some of the lore that we're missing. And in the meantime, that's also going to give me the ability to go through a few of these, that's going to give me the opportunity to go through a few of these, some of these books that I need to read. And I think that will sort of help me move along. Now, it'd be neat if I can actually get an Ascension without going too far into the Mansis, so I'm gonna see how far I can go with that. I have a couple of ideas about how I might accomplish it, but as a backup plan, I think I'm gonna fill up on a few of my expeditions as I continue to study books and try to improve my lore and such. This looks like a periodic table, and you are terrible at chemistry. Oh, but you'll be wonderful at Cultist Simulator. Hail Jesus, and welcome, Ego Karen. Thank you, by the way. I know you probably did what you did. I don't know. If you want anonymity, let me know, but I saw what you did and I'm very grateful for it, and if you give me a chance to properly thank you for it, that'll give me a chance to advertise the thing as well. Also, before I unpause, just a quick reminder, folks, I am going to be on the Steam page for this game, and hopefully on the front page, but it depends on how many people are watching. But we are going to be on the Cultist Simulator page playing the brand new update. So if you guys want to see me just absolutely get crushed by the Apostle Legacy, I am personally really looking forward to that, and I love sharing this game with new people. There'll be a lot of people who've not seen the game before, checking out the game, trying to decide. It's fascinating to watch people make a buying decision in chat, and if you guys have not seen one of them, I have a lot of fun with it. I am much more comfortable talking to a very large audience. So if you want to see that sort of thing, please do come and show some support. If not for me, then definitely for Weather Factory, because they're the ones who are going to be getting the money for the extra copies that are sold. All right. And we've got, before I hit on pause, I went for a change via Not the Dancer. You haven't been able to do any summons yet, but that just means you have more content to explore. Absolutely. And of course, the brand new not DLC, the brand new update tomorrow. And you can't wait. You want to watch how difficult they're going to be. Oh yeah, it's going to, I have a feeling that this thing is just going to splatter me across. Okay, and Ego Karen has given me permission. So Ego Karen renewed his subscription off cast. 7 months. Thank you very much. And he's got this lovely emote from the Eyes of Sin to use. So I really do appreciate you've now crossed over that half-year mark. I never want to take that for granted, and I do thank you very much for that, and also giving me a chance to show off the fine products you get when you subscribe to the System Chalk channel here on twitch.tv. All right, let's jump into the game. So I've got a few things to do with exploration. The question is, what is the best way for me to explore? I can, of course, send some souls off to do things. Is that what I want to do, though? You know what? Before I go too nuts, let's get some worldly resources at Oriflamme's auction house. So we can start by selling our jumbles. And I'm going to be trying to move up my Forbidden Epics. But of course, to go on an expedition with the Forbidden Epics means I have to... let's go back to the Orchard of Lights. Ooh, pulsing airs. That means we get another percussive. A rising power, a reassuring energy, a 6th-order influence, significant resonances or correspondences that can be used in some rates to summon minions. The hours have been called unmerciful, but they permit sleepers sometimes to walk in the Orchard of Lights, where each fruit glows like a sunset, where the roots of the trees are shaped for peaceful rest, where the mist soothes the heart. I was there last night, and the taste of the fruit lingers, sharp and sweet as the passage of spring to summer. So, yeah, I figured this is probably not a bad little opportunity for me to go back to Oriflamme's and sell off a few of the things that I don't really need. And now we're going to be going back through the wood, and in this case we'll be using our passion. Now I pass between the scar-barked trees, the moon passes behind branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I am stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. So it looks like I'm actually trying to move up. Oh, I'm probably subverting it into Nock. Oh, Ego. Well, I can't say the pleasure is all mine because you've just said as much, but it is always lovely. I mean, the thing that I think is so interesting here is that... Huh... So I'm not quite sure what that was done. So I drank pale wine with a priest. I watched a dog fight by the wharves. I was sketched in silhouette in a room of mannequins. None of it was what I wanted. So now I've gained restlessness for my trouble. Let's go to the Gaiety and just keep ourselves employed. I might be able to use the restlessness to gain a little bit more. But yeah, Ego Card, it's one of these things. Obviously, there's change in terms of the number of people who hang out. Obviously, some of the old guard changes over time, but it really is quite rewarding to have somebody like yourself. I was meaning to use the pulsing airs to see what I could summon, but never mind. We'll just let that decay into vitality then. It's not the worst thing that could happen to me. Preparing a cracked Walksman's glass. My follower needs a silver Spintrea, or better to complete the task. They shall have it. The auctioneer's gavel bangs, my item has sold. So 2 funds for my trouble. Let's go back to Oriflamme's. Now it'd be nice to use the raw profit to get rid of the evidence that will be coming after me, but I'll eat it. Okay, it's been a while since we've been back here, so let's go to the Temple of the Wheel for our first journey. Oh, and it's a peculiar rumor that won't be too helpful for us, so I came to the Temple of the Wheel, that high and jagged rock, that memorial to the dead gods. Those who take their own lives sometimes first cast themselves from its peak and dream. I found another sleeping soul, scratching the sign of the eye into the lichen at its peak. I do not recall what passed between us, but I will recognize their face in the waking world. So, a little unlucky for me there, but we do what we can. And I think, again, I'll just keep going with the wood. No, I mean, there's one thing that I could potentially do, which is to subvert some of my existing lore down. But again, that winds up costing me other actions. So if I can, it'd be nice to build up a library of occult scraps. And part of the reason for this is because I'd like to have one of each type of lore. That's one of the reasons why I've been a little selfish of some of these here. Why have you kept the gaiety, if you don't mind me asking? Mostly because I am a very conservative player and I dislike loss. So it's not too costly for me to maintain the gaiety, and it gives me sort of this constant stream of money despite the fact that I'm sitting on more wealth than I will probably ever need. Alright, we can throw our restlessness. I am a lissome package of flesh and blood. The mirror is repaired. It shines again as it did once before. So now we've got a 12 instrument, or tool. Crack light skin and light will bleed. We've actually got multiple mirrors. Yep, I know I'm completely a hoarder in this game. Alright, so let's see if there's anything else that I can do with talking. I mean, I might be able to try and talk with my raw prophet, but other than that, I think everyone's roughly where I would want them to be. We've got our Tarantellists, everybody's a disciple. Yeah. Let's just have a conversation with the raw prophet. Alright, so whenever the principle of heart is implicated, I may gain vitality. So we'll be sitting on a few bits of vitality for the next little while, but I've got what I needed. I felt all their eyes upon me. Afterwards I received a gift from an admirer. Too gaudy for my tastes, but I can sell it on the second-hand market. Okay, so I want to see if I can get away with a couple of things. Let's start by saying... So this one needs influence. So let's say I were to use that mirror. And we'll put Neville on... Oh, we can't put Neville on. That would have to be the Sunset Rite. Although I think the Sunset Rite doesn't let me... Yeah, that one. I need an invocation, so it would have to be the item. Okay. So with that in mind, let's say... we put a ridiculous amount of lantern and say a forbidden epic. Okay, so the forbidden epic doesn't work. So I need to find some kind of lantern influence. This definitely won't be enough. Let's think a little bit more about how we might do this. So we'll say forbidden epic here. Okay, we can bring the knock in and... Aha! So let's see if I can use the Byzantine Tinct instead. And all right, not quite enough. So I need to throw myself into the knock. But in this case, I think this is a great use for the Ichor Vitreous. So a mighty force of lantern to draw the Baldemarian's attention, and a teasing taste of secrets to bring her closer. Indeed they are, Lumpy Space. And there's actually there's a little more to it than you might imagine, but I'm going to let you figure that one out on your own. So needless to say, there's some fun behind this. And how you doing, Lumpy Space? Great to see you. Thank you for stopping by. This is going to be a lot less exciting than Johnny's cast, but you know that already. For whatever unlikely reason, my item has caught the fancy of bidders. Alright, so I'm going to have the vitality to deal with this. This won't be a problem. So yeah, one thing that I sort of neglected for a while was the cloud's part. The wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. Okay, let's go back to the well here. And we've got an awareness of appetite. Every sense is heightened, every sensation deepened. A second-order influence apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to the adept. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. So, the well in the wood is never dry, but it is never clear. One night it might heave with crawling roots. On another it will pulse with bright moss. On nights of the full moon, its waters are choked with the fat dappled bodies of moths. Last night I saw it brimming with dark and viscous blood. Gelatinous shreds drifted in its surface. On its surface, clots of grail matter. So I'm not quite sure I can do anything about the awareness of appetite, but we'll see. And I think we're going to go back. I don't have a lot of you... Or no, actually, because I'm getting sick, in 36 seconds, I think I'm going to use that... I'm just going to cure myself of the illness right away. Now, in the meantime, all shall be opened. When we open a thing, then we learn its nature. I've deepened my understanding of the lore that opens, which we call by its aspect, knock. So in this case, I've got the consent of wounds. To open certain ways, one must first open oneself. This practice outlines that opening in the name of the Mother of Ants. So let's bring that up. I'll just do collect all on this. And the stag door's riddle was, what must open before this way opens? Answer this riddle to pass the stag door and be accounted a no. To open certain ways, one must first open oneself. This practice outlines that opening in the name of the Mother of Ants. What must open before the way opens? Answer this riddle to pass the stag door to be accounted a no. To open certain ways, one must first open oneself. This practice outlines that opening in the name of the Mother of Ants. So clearly we just put all of our health into the stag door's riddle. No, that's not what we do. But if you've not solved the riddle for yourself, now might be a great time to turn away. This is not the only... Actually, probably you should have muted the stream before I did that. But this is, of course, the thing that we have been trying to get for so long. And I suppose it sort of renders my whole effort to try and get these lower secret histories moot. But in my dream I will stand again before the stag door, a ridged barrier of blood-streaked horn, broken long ago, not yet quite healed. That vast and golden head, Gerbi, will await the answer to my riddle. The serpent's answer, I myself must be open, behold my blood which is shed. The auctioneer's gavel bangs, my item is sold. So everything's turning up Roland. Let's sell our spare copies of the language books. And how far are we? We've got 20 seconds away from our new friend showing up. So in this particular case, I think what I'm going to do is we'll do some translation. We are shy on... We'll still technically knock Edge and Moth. Most likely, I think in our case, will be... let's go for the Fire Circle Tantra. So, the one known extant copy of this in Western Europe was stolen from the British Library in 1892. One Harvey Hattington confessed to the crime and claimed to have eaten it, with butter and garlic in a moment of ungovernable whimsy. So, we'll take our Sanskrit. Oop! I've already translated it. Herein, the great hooded princes are shown beseeching the wood to rise and devour an invading Timrid army. The Dapple King and the Honey Tree and the Sea Twins all deny their request until they enlist the help of a burrowing secret keeper. See, now I kind of wish that we could get the victory without the new level, but I'm still going to talk with the summoning. Here we go. Summon the mysterious name known as the Baldomerian. The Baldomerian has the hunched shoulders of a scholar, the clear voice of a schoolteacher, and the freckles of a traveler on the continent. She lacks a shadow. Now, we have talked to this person before. Does anybody remember where we talked to this person? Incidentally, the rite, which I don't usually use, this rite calls on the witch and sister to close the gap between what is and what might be. The adept pours or hurls an offering into water, preferably, but not essentially, the sea. Which, incidentally, this is different from the sister and witch. She's been a pair of funeral birds, but here she is as she would wish to drown. All right, Teresa. Oh, the world is flat. Oh, but it's flat. I won't stay long. I shan't stay long. Tell me a secret. So, aspect tutor, aspect summoned, aspect follower, student, helpmeet, defender, champion, dupe, sacrifice, companion. Aspect secret history is 12. Aspect Fusine speaker, or is it Fusine? Fusine? I don't know. The spirit may be able to teach you Fusine if you know a related tongue. Now that's the question. I don't know if I know a related tongue. And aspect lantern 12. So, I don't think I can work Teresa. I think I can only talk to Teresa. Well, no, there's one other thing that I can do. For the time being, I will set her aside, and hopefully the evidence will be collected against us in time for the Raw Prophet to do its thing. And while we're waiting, let's just take a quick run at the gaiety so we can keep ourselves in the necessities and conveniences of life. If you remember correctly, ho means to die in Sanskrit. Now that you think of I did not know. I just learned something new. There you go, Karen. That's a lovely little bit of trivia, especially in light of Christmas. All right, let's sell our Aramaic textbook. By the way, I never sold my textbooks from school. Well, actually, that's not true. There's a critical thinking textbook that I sold because I didn't feel that it really, like, it had some decent enough examples, but I didn't really feel it was enough to, the sickness has ravaged my body. I didn't really feel that it was enough for me to sort of justify the price that I spent on it. I have a lot of math and a lot of econ textbooks that I kept. So, I am a hoarder in life as I am in game. I am certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. So we will send a devious minion to destroy the evidence. My scheme will most likely succeed. There is always a chance that something will go awry. Thank you, Dr. Frankenvinder. I should actually mention that we change the organization each time. I don't have a really great place to put Teresa right now, and every once in a while a random item causes me a little bit of dilemma, but... Alright. The door grinds apart. The watchman's light floods from the corridor within. There is a grinding moan from the head Girby. Tears of molten brass bulge from its eyes and roll down its cheeks, scorching the ground beneath. I may enter. The stag door is the Adept's Gate. To pass through it is to be initiated into the first true mystery of the House of the Sun. The head Girby weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. Alright. More money for books. I think we'll just continue. I don't have anything else to do with my exploration right now, so I might as well just keep plowing away with selling my books. The Fire Circle Tantra. Armed with blackmail material from the burrowing secret keeper, the great hooded princes petition the powers of the wood for a second time and are successful. 1/4 of the Timurid army is devoured by bees, 1/4 drowns themselves, and 1/4 disrobe themselves until nothing remains. And we have got the Moldy Warp admonitions. Moldy Warp keeps her crowns in the moss and her feet in the dirt and the trees locked jaw tight. Moldy Warp has these warnings for you. That is a level 8. Oops, that's what I was dreading. Level 8 moth. So let's study with Teresa. Fusine? Yes, I do get by with Fusine. I can teach you if you have Latin as a grounding. But if I hear one crack about the tongue of witches, it's off. You know, Hail Jesus, one of the things that really worked for me was I wasn't too good at chemistry. I didn't do a lot of it, mind you. But once I got into photography and I started developing my own film, I suddenly had sort of this thing to grasp. This is one thing that I noticed. Is actually one thing that I like a lot about Discovery in Cultist Simulator, is the fact that when you have that one thing to grasp onto, and it suddenly blows everything open. And I think this is one of the things that kept me coming back to Cultist Simulator once the game had a little bit more content in it, is that this game really does a great job of sort of capturing what it's like to discover something. So whether you're writing a book or you're working on a hard problem, especially a math problem or something like that, and when you have that moment where you've been banging your head on it and all of a sudden it's like, oh, hang on. And it's kind of neat the way that the game does this, because sometimes it's mechanically. So we've seen that inside of chat right here with Dr. Frankenvinder, when he's like, oh, I didn't even know you could upgrade pawns. And yes, indeed, you can upgrade pawns. And then you're like, okay, so here's an example. I don't like losing things a lot. So you'll notice that I'm sitting on a bunch of these resources here, but I'm like, well, I'm limited in terms of my lore. I don't know that much about Nock, and clearly I didn't have enough to go with the Byzantine Tinct. But as it turns out, I'm like, well, this is just sitting here. It's not like I'm going to be painting this thing away. So yeah, let's use the Rite of the Seas fasting, that thing that I never do, because it makes me lose things. And I think one of the things that's nice about the expeditions is that I think because I kind of know these are a little more straightforward to get than I maybe originally thought that they were. I sometimes feel like, what's the best way for me to put it? Like, I feel a little more secure throwing them away. I'm still a little wary about losing followers, although I know I can always summon new ones. But of course, I think one of the big lessons that I've been getting here is because I've been failing to progress in the Manses so much, this has sort of forced me to use a few other tools at my disposal than I normally would. Now, of course, I'm also doing a playthrough where I'm not killing anybody so far, so that's another constraint that I have. So obviously I'm not going to do a rite where I wind up sacrificing somebody, but it's a little fun to put these restrictions in front of myself. And of course, the nice thing about the next patch is going to be that I'm probably not going to have to self-impose restrictions. I suspect I'm probably going to find the game very challenging. So, I'm not quite sure how to make this resemble chemistry less, Hail Jesus, but you can always cover the monitor and you can just listen to me talk. A stage awaits hot and clean and bare and bright. If I move the moves and step the steps and do what is required, they'll pay me. Alright, so I can paint. What do I want to paint, though? And is there something else I can do with work? There's not really a lot for me to summon. Well, okay, let me just think about that a little bit. Yeah, we could probably get a Zeem with this. Possibilities here: if you add Moth, I might contact something shapeless. If I add Forge, I might contact a seductive savage power. Summon one of the name emanations of the Red Grail. A Zeem may enter only where the Grail's power is strong, and it will choose to enter only when invoked with Forge, with which it has flirted so often. So the real drawback here is I'm bringing in some pretty high-powered individuals, and I'm really just doing it for language training. But it's like listening to Barry White. You are way too kind, Hail Jesus. I will actually briefly mention, so it's probably not a secret among a lot of people that a lot of broadcasters sort of want to do voice acting if they can. And it's hard. I actually did a formal application to a place that does radio or not radio, phone recorded messages. And I would actually like to do that. And for a sufficiently interesting project, I think in order to be able to learn the ropes, I wouldn't mind sort of donating my voice in order to be able to get a little bit of the experience. And I don't like doing this because I sort of understand that there are people who work very hard for voice acting who don't necessarily want to be undercut on price. But on the other hand, I also think that I would be comfortable doing that for a game which is trying to decide, well, we can have recorded voice or no recorded voice. I think I would feel okay doing that rather than, oh, here's a place that was going to pay for some actors, but, because I came along, they got me for free or something like that. But the one trick is that I'm not entirely sure my best role is acting. It could actually be that narration is the better role. But one of the things I've been trying to do is record my voice and listen to my recorded voice and trying to figure out like where my niche is, because I'm not entirely sure I know who would want me. It's a really tricky one, especially for myself, because I'm kind of critical of that. Obviously, when I'm talking live, I tend to maybe not stutter, but I definitely fall over my words, and I get a little ahead of myself in terms of the discussion. Lots of uhs and ums and such. That I don't want to do in a recorded environment. But yeah, I don't know. It would be neat. The drawback is I don't know a lot of people who are looking, so we'll see. Book on tape? Yep, I'd be willing to do that. Alright, let's go to the Ascent of Knives. Oh, well, I could have got the Forbidden Epic, but instead we get an Urgency of Appetite, a level 6 Grail influence. It is difficult to control oneself. A 6-order influence, significant resonances and correspondences. This can be used in some rites to summon demons. The Ascent of Knives is called... Yeah. The Ascent of Knives is called the Sharp Stare and the Mother of Mirrors, and the Feast of the Grail. If one is to look beneath the stare, as I did last night in my dream, one understands that last name. It draws a tithe of blood from the feet of those who ascend. And Pausai, some shaped like men, many shaped like women, wait beneath the glass of the stairs to satisfy their hunger. I did not approach. I made no sound. I only observed. 50 Shades of Grey. I mean, so that's the tricky one. I actually would not mind narrating a book that I personally wouldn't read, but that would be the sort of thing that I feel like I would ask money for. Another good example actually would be some of the data stuff that I do. So if somebody were to come to me with a game project and it was not related to the work that I do, because obviously I need to make sure that there aren't things like conflict of interest, but I would feel quite comfortable taking a game project. It's like, hey, we've got like a CCG and we're trying to figure out balance. And I hear you know a thing or two about, estimating utility functions or whatever. And I'm like, as a matter of fact, I do. So from there, I would actually quite enjoy being able to support a game in that sense. And in this case, being able to work on an interesting project. Like, I'm always looking for data. Like, I'm lost without it. So in that case, just the opportunity to work on something interesting and to build up my capacity in that particular role, I think would be really interesting. But this is the drawback, is a lot of people, so either you're a big company like, DICE, and you're looking for a data science team, and that's fine, but it's obviously I'm not quite willing to change jobs to do something like that yet, or at the very least they haven't offered me. And then on the flip side, you've got the small independent studios, and they quite rightly are spending their resources on making the game, and even just spending the time to have a coffee with me and talking about some ways that maybe some balance could be achieved, or how you could get some insights by putting certain listeners in, depending on the development environment that they're working on. any minute that they spend on that is a minute that they might be spending on something that would really directly benefit the game, like another feature, or just doing some gameplay testing or something like that. So it's tricky. Like, a lot of the things that I want to do sometimes have a mismatch in terms of what people are trying to achieve relative to what they to what I can offer. But these things will balance themselves out. I try to make myself available where I can, and eventually somebody will figure it out. So anyways, you'll say Change is a very unorthodox ascension as well, and we know the Darkest Dungeon narrator Wayne June is the absolute master to strive towards. He's done an interview about getting into that industry if you're interested. Yeah, I'm actually very interested in that. Obviously, I don't have Wayne June's vocal talents, but that doesn't mean, like, the world probably doesn't need another Wayne June. He's already there. What I suspect the world could use is a match between me and somebody who has a particular vision for the type of voice that I can supply. So I'd love to see, if you happen to have that interview available, feel free to drop that in chat, and I'll be sure to check it out. You'd say News honestly, it's a very calm voice. Thanks. You'll figure it out. Yeah. It also depends on circumstances, right? Like, I am going to present myself in a certain way when I play a game. Some of you have seen me play RPGs where I get much more emotive. And Eyes of Sin has actually given that feedback, which is, she says she much prefers it when I throw my emotion into the voice, but sometimes that's a little hard to do, sort of sight unseen. So anyways, some things to think about. Obviously, we want to try and go as far as we can with the Ascension, so I'll try and make some more progress. All right, let's talk and get some commissions while we're waiting. So she's seeking pieces for the Notorious Karashim Review. Sports? I'm not entirely sure I'd be able to be the color commentator. I know I wasn't able to do that in Dota very well. I was a better analytical caster, but the thing is that really what Dota is looking for in terms of the analyst desk are people who've played the game at a professional level, and I've certainly never done that. I could never be, an LD type, just balls to the wall kind of oh my god, I can't believe they did that. The world is over. Like, that's not my thing. Oh, I should read that. The Good Count's fraternity in Europe is seeking particular research. So in 10 seconds we'll get a zine. Alright, one cannot speak Fusine for long without sipping water. It parches the lips, it dries the throat. It could have only been spoken by people who lived close to a lakeshore. Alright, so we've just opened up some research possibilities here. So I'll try and keep my study open for the future chats. Let's get Teresa to search the city so I can keep her around. Crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. I'll set my minions to searching for opportunities. Thank you very much, Frankenvinder. If you can just give me a second here, I'm going to set that aside.
With Wix, you can create a professional website.
Oh my god, stop! I don't think I need Wix. There's lots of things that I can use, but I think I'm gonna be able to get through life without using Wix. Where is that heart commission? There we go. Still say news, but was my hot body do whatever you want? Hello, Ragnastomi. I am excited for tomorrow too. A little nervous. I will mention, guys, so it is maybe worth mentioning as far as these things go. Steam is definitely a lot more competitive than it used to be as far as getting an audience is concerned. And Weather Factory has been truly lovely in giving me so many opportunities to introduce the game to new people, to be able to have these, kind of share these experiences. I think I'll just hire the Hulking Fellow as a precautionary. No, you know what? I don't need the Hulking Fellow. Summoning a rebellious spirit. The summoning is struggling against my control. I could use reason to dismiss it safely, which is always reliable, or I could try to reassert control with passion, which is not reliable, or I could let what will happen, happen. We will contend for mastery with Azim. The things from outside the world may have weapons, knives and riddles, fire and despair. I have weapons of my own. But yeah, it's definitely becoming a lot more... it's becoming a lot more competitive for people's attention on Steam, and so, you know, again, the fact that I'm on that front page potentially means that on the store page, not the front page, potentially means that somebody else isn't. I don't know if they had somebody else lined up, and clearly if I'm not able to bring enough attention to get it onto the front page, then I am a little bit worried as to whether or not I'm actually providing value equal to sort of the opportunity cost of having me on there. So I hope that we're able to, you know, to make the front page again. It won't be the end of the world if we don't. Oh, I need to be taking the opportunity. I've got 30 seconds. You know what? Let's study the Tantra. The Tantra describes elliptically the great hooded princes and the multitudinous ways in which they influenced wars against foreign invaders of the land of the Great River, although in a sense they were also invaders. But yeah, so you know, I can't control whether or not people stay around. It would be nice if they do. It would be nice if we can make the front page. If we don't, we'll carry on. We'll have a good time. And hopefully you guys get a little bit of a, especially if you haven't seen it, hopefully you guys get a new perspective on Cultist Simulator from that. Anyways, somebody said, does it drop tomorrow already? Yes, it does. You found me through Weather Factory. That's really cool, Dr. Frankenvinder. I've had a couple of people who, actually, the best thing from Weather Factory is they wound up getting me a subscriber for a couple of months, which I thought was very cool. But yeah, they've been definitely very generous in their attention. And yeah, it'll be dropping tomorrow. I believe it's 1 o'clock my time. So I think that's 9 o'clock Pacific. So in 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, in about 18 hours, I'll try to be starting as soon as the new patch comes out. And I will try to stream for as long as I can. So what time will it be and where exactly will I be able to watch it? So I'll try and put it out on Twitter. But the best that I can say is if you go to the Weather Factory, like the Cultist Simulator page, the place where they sell the game on Steam, I should appear on that page. I believe if you try and go to the Dancer DLC page, it won't show me. But if you actually go to the page where you would normally buy Cultist Simulator, I should be appearing like right on the top there if I'm streaming. And if it comes down to it, I'll put out a tweet sort of announcing, you know, the alternative ways of reaching me. Now, in this case, I'm going to start going through the Stag Door again, because obviously you've got unfinished business. In my dreams, I know the path to the Stag Door through the maze of the bounds. Gerby will let me pass, but the path is always a puzzle. I will need reason. So I can't remember if winter will get me any further along this way. No. Knock. Silken Sands, not enough. In the dreams, the Silken Sands are the place that whispers. Grey grains sift, grey weeds quiver. I know the words that open the wind. So I don't have enough knock for that. I'm slightly curious if any of the other aspects will go. I think it's one aspect. Oh! I did not know you could use more than one. So approaching the spider's door. In dreams, the Silken Sands are the place that whispers. Grey grains sift, grey weeds quiver. Thirst is the only guide through the sands. My thirst, or the thirst of the spider's door. Or maybe the planet Earth did David. From what I understand, Alexis's daughter quite likes David Attenborough. Uh-oh, summoning a breach. My summoning has escaped my control, where it will wreak havoc, no doubt. All right. So bad luck for me, because I don't believe I will be able to get Azim back. I don't believe I have enough... Well, you know what? I might have enough Grail lore, but I'm gonna need to find a way to get the influence, so... Let's see what he gobbles. Your escaped summoning haunts the district, seeking mortals to devour. Looks like my silent disciple is being consumed. All right, let's go to the Gaiety real quick. And in terms of talking, I don't think there's anybody else to talk with right now. If anyone is interested, Weather Factory does have an Etsy for Cultist Simulator merch. Personally wish it had more. Might design a couple of shirts or something in the future. Yes, actually, so I'll add to that. There is a really great blog. It's apparently the first of several parts that Lottie's written about setting up the Church of Merch. And I found it a really interesting take, especially as somebody who thinks about things like opportunity cost a lot. I think I'm just gonna keep chatting with Teresa. I'm slightly curious, so what are the things that we can talk? Apparently I can talk about everything. Normally it changes, but let's see what happens if we chat with her about secret histories. And while we're at it, let's just sell that last Sanskrit reader. But yeah, so she's got a great account of putting that shop together. I found it a fascinating read, and I quite enjoyed it. And it seems like it's a trial run for some other things that Weather Factory wants to do game-wise. So I have my eye on a couple of things to pick up. I want to see what my budget looks like this month, but I think I might. I'd kind of like to order a poster. So. Cool Eagle, long time no see. How are you doing, my friend? Thank you very much for liking all the Weather Factory posts that are busy like putting my name out there. It's the one time that I get to see strangers like my tweets. How are you doing? Lions. By the way, guys, if you don't know Cool Eagle, he is a streamer as well. He actually does 2 games that I am fond of. He does Stellaris, but he also does Cultist Simulator. I'm sure he does other things as well, but frankly, I want to shout him out for those because those are all the hotness right now on Monday. So if you've not seen his stream, very friendly gentleman, and you can check him out because he definitely has a taste in games which is quite similar to mine, which immediately makes him a good fellow in my books. Lions can be created, not as children are created, nor as words are created, but as weapons are created. The great hooded princes learnt to create lions from their spyings on the affairs of the hours, and not all lions serve the golden general. I mean, I stream Stellaris too, but but yes, that is supposed to be about Cool Eagle. I'd normally be streaming Stellaris tonight, but obviously I wanted to try and do what I can. All right, the thing you conjured is returned to its own place. It will do you no more harm for now. So it took my silent disciple, and it took my call. All right, well, I mean, that could have been worse, I suppose. So as far as studying is concerned, we no longer have an Azim to chat with. So let's read the Ceaseless Tantra. The Ceaseless Tantra is devoted mostly to warnings about the lively creatures called Percussagants, but concludes with a chant which can be used to summon them. It observes that Percussagants can be taught any dance, but they prefer only one. Doesn't use as many words. I think there are some people who would say that it would be much better if I could do more gameplay and less talking the Cool Eagle, so that might actually work in your favor. Dr. Frankenvinder. It looks like I owe Weather Factory 2 Outsider subs. Well, potentially more, but 2 Outsider subs. Thank you very much for that. Obviously, I do this for pleasure, but I do try to keep this. I do try to take this as seriously as I can. So having people do those subs, do those donations, do those bits really does help me out with that. Thank you very much. You put a big smile on my face. It's actually, we've not been at this number of subscribers for a while, and I know that normally January is a very difficult time for content creators. So you guys have been just making me feel great. Thank you for that. No more talking. And you'll get 1 too, Cool Eagle. Just gotta find a job for Well, Dr. Frankenvinder, I know Twitch subs especially, you have a lot of flexibilities inside of them. So, but I really appreciate that. Especially, I always like saying this with people. So, I definitely feel that more streamers should be clear on what they're worth and, be upfront about whether or not they think people should be paying for or otherwise giving support to their broadcasts. I don't like this idea that apparently you have this dichotomy between you do it for love or you do it for money. You can do it for both, and the fact of the matter is there are other things that people can do with their time. But I also don't think that people should ever be putting money that would be spent towards anything else. Like if you couldn't go and get a cup of coffee right now and you're subbed to me, you don't need to be buying me my coffee. I think you should probably be at this point where you sort of feel like the money that you put towards the Twitch subscription should basically be something that you find negligible. And I will not be offended if you go away from that. But with that in mind, I really do appreciate it, and especially if for those people whose circumstances are such that they can do that, and even more so with the people who, it really is a sacrifice. I appreciate that, but again, I definitely want to be clear. I assign a positive value to the well-being of others. I would not feel good about getting a contribution from somebody who was not in a position to be taking care of themselves first. So, but yeah, you absolutely did make my night. Thank you very much, Dr. Frankenvinder. Jock is very precious, and I'm really happy that he's feeling happy too. Well, work is a little muddled. I've been having difficulty getting in on time, and I'm not 100% sure why. I've been trying to set alarms and such, and I know the stress really has been getting to me, but I did have a very frank discussion with my manager, but they seemed more receptive than what I had been feeling before, and it actually made me feel a little bit better. Some of you may remember back in Stellaris I was talking about how I tried to give this sensitive view, which is you get this chance to do some management and things aren't working the way that they are, and that can potentially be very sad, and that's not a reason to sort of like constantly dump on this person. And oddly enough, that was something, they didn't exactly describe it in those terms, but it was not a surprise to me to find out that, yeah, there are lots of stresses, and they are not necessarily spending, their proper time, that they are spending more time than they wanted to. And so I'm obviously not going to point to that video where I said, oh, you know what, they're probably having a really hard time of this too, so everybody's miserable and this is awful. That probably would not be a good one, but it definitely is one of these things where I think it pays off. It's easy to really get in this tunnel vision of this thing from the outside is frustrating. But this is a huge theme in Cultist Simulator, right? Like, oh god, I've got dread, I just need one more of these things in a season of despair and I'm dead. This is going to ruin my playthrough. But of course, edge can be helpful, influence can be helpful, and it's a big thing inside of Cultist Simulator, is that things that can seem to be opposing forces or things that are out to get you can sometimes be subverted or sometimes be turned into good things, or sometimes are just misunderstood. So that was that was not a bad little moment. All right, let me take a quick second. Definitely you're on a 4-stream sub limit, otherwise you'd be in the poorhouse. Yeah, Cool Eagle. This is one problem, is that because Twitch has implemented this rolling number, and they're really trying to incentivize people to keep this string going, people wind up subbed to so many channels that really they probably shouldn't be. So I'll be honest with you, ever since Twitch put in affiliates and bits and all of that, I used to make a little money doing Twitch. Now I am in a negative monthly amount, and that's fine because, model trains would cost me so much more. But Twitch is definitely using a lot of tricks to try and keep people subbed in cases where they maybe necessarily shouldn't be. So it's why I try and say, it's hard to feel good when the sub number goes down, but I also think it's very important to say to people, if you can't stay subbed, that's okay. Like, I will still be happy to see you in the channel. So your concern is appreciated, but as Prime service gives you one free. It's a way for you to help content producers for free and get your packages a little faster. Well, that is excellent to hear, Dr. Frankenbender. So I'm great to hear that. I don't know, I'm feeling fine, Domi, so. Alright, the sands drain away like water, and beneath is the stone from which the god arose so long ago. Ahead is the door, glistening like rain, its black surface beaded with blood, each drop heavy curved like a swollen tick. Now, I've not found a way of getting past the spider's door without killing someone, so unfortunately, I've closed that one off. And I have a feeling, you know what, before I do that, I should get rid of the dread. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take the longer dread, because if this one has to decay, better that I get the one with the shorter timer. I don't think I have enough to be able to get to that final door, but we'll see. We'll take that, and let's just work on commissions at this point. How's my cult doing? Maka the Baka, it's great to see you. My cult is doing quite well. We're still in our temporary headquarters. I am a little bit further on my journey to transform. My darkness has paled and my colors are bleach. New lobes bud about my most receptive elements. I am dued with secrets. I carry a skull-like prism tucked beneath my pale tongue. This card will allow you to win a change victory if you upgrade it far enough, devote enough effort to your dances, and you'll find the next step. So at the moment, I'm looking for a place to get my eagle guys to do the dance. I'm not 100% sure on that, Domi, just because I haven't read any of the patch notes. All right, Teresa, nothing. My words cease like sand in a glass. Is there anything that I can chat about? I mean, I can chat with Sulochana about secret histories, but I know the Forbidden Epic won't really give me that much. I think I'm just going to keep talking with Teresa. But at least keep her in the world. And then we'll send my pawn out to just do the whole walk the city thing. Hey, Fragist! Well, I'm very happy that you're happy to see this. I quite like... Damn it, Cool Eagle! You handsome devil, you. I know we don't get a chance to talk a whole lot, so I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Cool Eagle has brought me. I'm now 1/4 of Cool Eagle's sub quota, so thank you very much for that. I'm sorry, Fragist, but money talks. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? Thank you very much, Cool Eagle. I appreciate that immensely, and obviously I already gave you your shout out and such, but hopefully that was worth it. I hope you enjoy the use. For those of you who are not familiar with the perks, you get this very handsome little emote, which the Eyes of Sin did. And for those of you who read the blog entry on Arthur Lipset, if you saw the short film Hors d'oeuvre, I didn't specifically ask that. I didn't specifically ask Eyes of Sin to do this emote, but she, what would it be? when she showed me that, there is a little clip inside that Lipsit short that looks very similar, and so I was delighted that she sort of came on that idea independently, and I knew immediately that I had to make that my $5 sub. So I am extremely happy with that emote. I can take no credit whatsoever for it. And Sin put a lot of effort into making these. If you're interested in what the other two look like, I'll put these in chat as well. But I figured, so if you want the smart one, that's the tier 2, and I figured you can use the one that makes me look like a bit of a moron, but I want you to pay up for that. So that's the tier 3 sub, and it's the one actually, that was the one I had the most control over. It's the one I like the least. So next time I'm just gonna give the Eyes of Sin the full reign over my emotes. But anyways, thank you again, the Cool Eagle. I hope you guys, and yes, I do remember that you gave me this wonderful shout out in terms of saying that I got you into Cultist Simulator. It has been the most rewarding thing about covering this game, that people who would not have otherwise discovered it have been finding it through these streams, and it is the reason that I keep doing it. Anyways, let me just catch up and chat a little bit. Frankavinder said something about the spider door, and I'm definitely inclined to agree with that statement. Fragus, thank you for being understanding and welcome. I should let you know that traditionally we do this every Wednesday here, so if you're not too off-put by the fact that I do a lot of monologuing and sometimes a little less gameplay than people want, we're happy to have you here for as long as you can bear it. And I've got a big archive of YouTube videos with all of these. If you are interested in watching Cultist Simulator, by the way, we will be streaming this game on the... Thank you very much for the follow as well. We'll be streaming this game on the Steam page starting at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. So that is, it's what, 9 o'clock now? So 3 hours, 4 hours, 16 hours from now. Has it really? No, I must have gotten that number wrong. But... if you want to watch me stumble through the Apostle Legacy, we're going to be doing that on the Steam page itself. And obviously, it's not just for me that it's good to support that sort of thing, but being able to support Weather Factory, getting a few more bodies inside that will make us a bit more noticeable on the Steam page, which means more people get to see this wonderful game. But that is my sales pitch for the afternoon, the evening, the whatever. All right, so I've got some translation to do. Unfortunately, Azim got away from me, so let's just start translating. What else were we saying? Hey, Galva850, Cultisim, this is what you were streaming on Steam. This is how I found you. Indeed it is, and guess what? Tomorrow we're back on Steam, so I'm glad that you got to see at least one live broadcast that wasn't Steam. I think you've been here before. But I'm getting a really active chat here, guys. Sorry, I should probably unpause the game a little bit more, but let me just take a quick second. And I also really love the idea of doing multiplayer with Cool Eagle. If we can, my people will talk with his people, but we'll definitely get that arranged if you want. What was it? How do you deal with ejected verbs? Moritzav. The real drawback is at the bottom ends here. So far they've been dodging this. I will say I actually changed the arrangement every stream. So see, normally I take the professional muscle, but I haven't killed anyone and we're keeping with that for now. So what else do we have? So every once in a while something's gonna cause me a little bit of grief, but I will admit more it's probably been a little more forgiving than I deserve. All right, I completely forgot to do the dream. Now again, I think we don't have enough to go through the spider door, but I kind of want to test. Ooh, we got it. Okay, glass garden, approaching the peacock's door. In the light of the divided sun penetrates my dream, but not long enough to thaw the long dead frost blossoms of the glass garden. Each step I take crushes another plant to powder. This is as it must be. I will choose my steps carefully as the lore prescribes. What else do we have? May finally have a featured stream again. You've never watched one for the time that you've been following me. Yeah, so the last one that we did was the release of The Dancer, Ragnus Domi. So I haven't really been doing any more I haven't been doing any Steam streams, at least. Let's go back to the Gaiety Club again. We don't really need it, but I hate losing things, so I'm gonna love the Apostle Legacy before too long. What else do we have here? Switch has been kind of lacking on that front. It'll be nice to see. Oh yeah, and of course, I will, for those of you who are not familiar with those longer streams, I do try to go as late as I can with them because I realize that I have a fairly geographically diverse audience. So it is nice to be able to, you know, it's nice to be able to have people from all around to be able to watch the stream and benefit from it. And I will admit, I do notice the longer that I stream, the more people hang out and watch, which makes me feel pretty good. So, the high mysteries of the innermost chamber of our church solar, the high mysteries of the innermost chamber of our church solar, secret rites of the Church of the Unconquered Sun, which held power in at least 2 histories. And I think for now, I'm going to take advantage of my new language and we will study. We've got the Geminiad, the fragile manuscript illuminated with twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language, if you've seen, is much older. Coral decorates its cover, and its page edges are sharp enough to slash a throat. Oh, okay. Nothing to do with the pawn. Let's get Teresa to go and explore. That'll keep her in the realm. You know, that book, I remember, I think I burned down Strathcoins. I think that was one of the first books that I got, and I seem to recall that I burned down Strathcoins when I first did. Well, no, that always happens, though. But I think the Gemini might have been the very first book that I got in the alpha. All right, let's get our lantern. I don't really have anything too exciting for summoning until I start going through the doors again. And then as far as conversations go, I think we'll just leave it be. I probably could have dealt with that despair by going to the Ecdysis Club, but all right. Strange Streets by Moonlight. That'll give me a little something to think about. Alright, the Peacock Door, the proud and shining amethyst, its glow tinting the snow-pale shapes of the glass garden. Now is the highest point where mortals may penetrate the mansus. No crack mars its surface. This is not a door that opens, although it is said that it may bleed light. And I believe there's a little bit of a hint in that saying. In my dreams, I found my way to the Peacock Door, sometimes called the Gate of Eyes or Pride's Dismay. So if we try to dream about the Peacock Door, you'll notice that, or actually I think I have to use the start here. So in my dreams, I know the path through the glass garden to the Peacock's Door, the most admirable of doors, the doors which shines like a mirror. Perhaps with the right resources, I can pass it. So we've got the Wildering Mirror, the multiplicity of vistas, the bewilderment of views, gaze upon me and rejoice in the dissolution of your senses. And the Watchman's Glass. It is this is a mirror into which one does not look twice. Oh, okay, I was wrong. There was a particular phrase that caught my attention, but it wasn't one of those. So I have nothing to fear from the police at the moment because I'm not doing any expeditions. Although I do need to worry about the despair. So we will deal with that presently. First of all, we'll spend a little money and go to the Ecdysis Club, and let's go to the Peacock Door. So, for the Ascent, you'll notice that here it no longer lists lore, it has an instrument. The Peacock Door does not open, sadly. Passing the Peacock Door. The Peacock's Door reflects the mirror that I hold in my sleep, and the mirror reflects the Peacock's Door. Already a sensuous shiver ripples its surface. It aches for fracture, and when it finds that satisfaction, I will enter. Thank you very much, Magikarp Salesman. Peacock Door too lewd for stream? I don't know. I think depending on who's in the channel, lewdness may vary. By the way, guys, thank you very much. It's a very healthy audience that we have here tonight, so I appreciate that. I know some of you are here for Cultist Simulator only. Some of you might be seeing this game for the first time, but I have not yet gotten an Ascension through the Dancer because I've only been playing this game once a week. I haven't been playing it privately. But this'll definitely be this is definitely, I'm on my way. I'm determined to get my ascension this time around. So this must be a trick. One cannot remove garments so softly that the bones beneath the skin are visible. Bone pink as peach flesh, organs nestled like grapes. The lights dim, gutter, go out, and the stage is red star with them. All of our lips are dry. All right, let's think about where my next expedition is going. So again, I can try and get some of these intermediate, I can try and get some of this intermediate lore by doing some of these expeditions, but the whole reason for doing the intermediate lore was so that I could get the peacock, or not the peacock door, so I could get the stag door's riddle, which I've now accomplished. So I have actually less to do with my exploration. Although I did have the strange streets by moonlight. Yeah, let's risk my sanity. What else was I gonna say? Hell Jesus wants to play Bioshock now. It's occurred to me I've still not done a full Bioshock playthrough on the channel. I've done hints of it, but I know that's one that people have wanted to see. Alright, I prepared the text for study. Same dialogue here, so I'll leave it be for now. I like reading the writing, but I don't want to get too repetitive. And did we translate the Ivory Book? I don't think we did. So the Manual of the Order Lemea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia in the Roman province of Hispania. Is it? I think, can't remember if it's Galatia or Gallicia. Anyways, some Roman place. Streets are strange in the hour called the Menace Gate. And we've got a subtle fracture, so conveniently my work slot becomes available. Let's see if we can turn this into an opportunity. So finish the manuscript, I'll be able to have a chat with Dr. Redeem about my hard work. And I lost my manuscript. There it is right there. Alright, so I don't have a lot of optimism about what I'll be able to accomplish here, but let's say we've got the subtle fracture, and you know what? Okay, so if I wanted to summon anything, it would be Azim. Pretty sure I can't do that with 6. So, great power of Grail, significant power of Nock, and some Forge. Out of curiosity. Yeah, so this is the dilemma. I don't think I have any other way of making these. I don't think I have any other ways of making these work. Because if I throw my instrument in here, I'm definitely... Okay, well... I have the Grail, but then my Forge offering leaves something to be desired. In fact, I don't think I have any Forge influence right now. Alright. Well, I do like the idea of having a little menagerie, though. So let's walk the streets again. And in this case, let's just see if we can summon something cute. I can bring in... I don't really need to worry about the detective. By the way, guys, I'm really bad at catching up. I'm really bad at catching up with chat, so that's very kind about the voice thing, Gallivan. This is the thing that's nice about... I mean, so obviously I monologue a bit, but I also kind of get that it's... you know what? Let's just... let's get Saliba in on this. Oh, wait a minute. A little moth. Okay, so I need to flip this around. Oh, now I've really messed it up. Oh, wait a minute. I'm getting this wrong. So I only have Grail. Was it really winter? Fair enough. Forge for the Smoky Spirit summoning, winter for the binding. It must know who will rule it. My bad. Why did I give up on Azim? Because I don't actually have the ability to summon him. I've got a couple of gaps in my understanding that don't allow me to do that summoning unless I have a very particular set of items. It might be, Domi. I'm not 100% sure either way. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to be able to summon the Forge of Days with a Splendor. There is a sense where I'd really love to paint the hell out of this and see what happens. But I've already got a really big lantern item. So with that in mind, let's go to the Red Church. Oof! That would have been nice to have the Vagabonds map, but it was not to be. So, favor from authority through the Peacock Door. Each of the stained glass windows of the Red Church is devoted to a distinct appetite, and the scenes they show are from life. Last night, in one of the uglier windows, I saw the appetites of a certain public figure satisfied in private. I know he won't want this information made public. Perhaps he will show me some consideration. Alright, so we've cracked our mirror for our efforts. But Teresa's become available, so in this particular case we will have a chat with our faithful disciple Laidlaw. Please repair the mirror, and in the meantime let's go through the Stag Door, and in this particular case I will throw reason at it. The Stag Door is the Adept's Gate. To pass through it is to be initiated into the first true mystery of the House of the Sun. The head Giraby weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. It's like his voice is so innocent sounding, but I would gladly follow his instructions to hide some inspector's body for him. Well, you'll be very pleased to know that I'm not actually doing any murdering this time around. So, and we got contentment. So visions pass me with a paving grace of window over wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home reluctantly. All right. So the real question now is there anything else I want to do with my exploration? I don't really think so, actually. So let's go back through. Obviously, there's always the risk that I'll get something unpleasant, but until I do... Oh, you know what? I probably should have got Teresa to go through that. And we will get some restlessness that I need to deal with, so... I'm also going to lose my my job at the Gaiety in a minute, so... Yeah, I definitely did not know that word until I started playing Cultist Simulators, so... That's actually the biggest, the thing that I dread every time I do this game on, especially on the Steam page, because, like, let's face it, on Twitch it's going to be a fairly friendly audience. It's going to be somebody who, you know, they're there for one reason, that is to see me. For better or worse, that's kind of why people are here, and they can opt out very easily. There's usually somebody else streaming the game. When it is Steam, obviously people are there to buy the game, and they're gonna want information about how that game works. And so because, you know, I mean, I believe Lottie read English at Oxford, and I know Alexis taught English before he worked. I think he did software for the financial industry, although it kind of feels like everybody does something in finance in London. I mean, they're both really well read, and it comes through in the type of writing that they do. So, inevitably there's going to be some word that I just absolutely butcher, but apparently my Canadian accent sort of sells it, so that'll be our big secret. But anyways, I missed out. Cool Eagle says, gotta take off. Have a good night, System Chalk. I hope your day night turns around, Dr. Frankenvinder. I agree completely, and thank you very much, Cool Eagle, both for the sub and for hanging out. I hope you have a good time. I do see that there's a few more people in the channel right now, so if you do want to watch somebody who does play Cultist Simulator every once in a while, please do check out the Cool Eagle. He is a very friendly guy, very supportive, and obviously when I am jammed with other games, he will probably be covering the game when I'm not, so I figure that's a great opportunity for you guys to get your fix. What is Pivane? I believe it's... Actually, you know what? Let's, rather than guess, let us go to the Oxford English Dictionary. Noun, a stately dance in slow duple time, popular in the 16th and 17th centuries, and performed in elaborate clothing. It's not my accent, it's my green eyes and sexual charisma, no doubt. Alright, let's get some books read. I think the Gymnaiad is probably my best bet here. These pages outline the nature and doctrines of an hour that demands the union of what is at rest, an hour that is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon. The witch and sister, the language is naughty, poetic, willful. It will take some untangling. Alright, not all of the Forge's children are bright. Its offcuts and its bastards gather in bounds like a hammer scale in the cracks of the smithy floor. Here comes one now. Violet is always very careful, but apparently I decided to put her in my Grail slot. At some point I'm going to... I didn't realize I had such a high degree of Forge. I also think I messed up my system at some point. Oh no, that's right. That's the proper distance. I know there's a trick where you can sort of use Teresa to summon herself again. Question is whether or not I want to do that. Can probably get away without begging for my job again, so let's get some painting out of the way. And I have absolutely no mystery, so... do a passion painting. Alright. There's some glimmering, and I will not tempt fate anymore. Let's just send Teresa out to explore. Alright, so we've got a subtle rupture. Now I think... could I just need to sit down and think for a minute whether or not I can summon Azim with that. Let's risk it. So it's possible that there's a secret histories behind this, but let's go for the subtle rupture. In sleep, I ran my fingers across the ridged edges of the stag door scars. Our company, it was that shattered it, Garaby says suddenly. Before the gods who were flesh, the Mansis was forbidden to mortals. We were the first. No. He begins again to weep his molten tears. I wish that we had not. I wish that I had died in the world. I've forgotten what else he said, but I remember the shape of the fissures in the stag door, and for all of today, doors will fear my touch. I've just been the fortunate receiver of random gift subs. Those are really neat. I've actually, and so one thing that I've noticed about that too is it's not just the fact that people are more likely to follow through with renewing that sub, but I actually find that it makes people show up to the channel a little bit more when they get that donated gift sub. So I think that's a really cool thing that people do. And guys, I do still know, like, I would kind of like to be able to make my own mistakes in this. Obviously, I know of Azim, and I have roughly an idea of what I need for it. But I would sort of like the opportunity to be able to make my own mistakes in this game. And so if we could maybe avoid giving the formulas for summonings out there, that's always kind of been a rule of Cultist Simulator, and I prefer not to change it. Even though it's probably going to be the last one, I would rather fail to get the Ascension on my own for my ignorance, rather than just sort of cheat at the last couple of lines. Should make a YouTube guide, but warn for sort. I mean, I did do a quick. I did do a YouTube guide, which went through the things that the game tells you how to play. So, I personally don't think the game needs a guide. But I figured the middle ground that I got was I would take people up to the point where they could basically, what's the best way to say it? Like, I'd take people to the point where Weather Factory holds their hand. And that's actually been probably the most popular thing I've done on YouTube. I do still have an interview with Alexis and Lottie, which I need to. My follower needs a bronze Sprintrea or better to complete their task. We'll add that there. But yeah, I definitely know that there's an appetite for learning resources, but I have done a mini guide, one that I hope teaches some good habits, but that's right. Azim is definitely a Grail creature, and I know his aspects can be very misleading in terms of what you need. So if you see someone summon Azim, you don't actually get the formula by looking at him, which I rather like about him personally. He's not my favorite summon, but he's definitely, I kind of like him because he's tricky that way. I don't think I need the extra. I mean, until I have more places to explore, I don't really need more bodies. So, hey Brodsy, how you doing? Okay, that's going to be more restlessness for me to contend with. I think I'm just going to let that turn into dread. I think I have enough to handle things. All that I am is here. Mirror is repaired. It shines again as it did once before. So Laidlaw is going to be working overtime, I think. Let's talk to Adim and get that commission in. Alright, I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So, Madame Bichet is up next. We'll get another commission from her. Still don't want the minion. With luck, something will sell. Apparently, just got a little bit of everything, so let's put that Mystique aside. We've got a ton of glimmering, of course. We've got no further work, and apparently I got fascination for my effort. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. So I do have a fleeting remembrance to deal with this, but unfortunately I'm not going to get that within the next 4 seconds. So that's unlucky, but that's life. So let's get our summoning down. Let's see whether or not I can actually pull this off with Azim. So I think I'm going to start with the sun. No, I think I need the right of the... No, sunset right, because I think my lore will be sufficient. And let's bring Laidlaw in. Oh, damn it! Yeah, it was definitely the... It was definitely the Grail that was going to sink me on this one if I couldn't. Oh, crap. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else sneaky that I can do. So I definitely need to get rid of the rupture. And I sort of... yeah, I see what you're saying. I do kind of like being able to turn the restlessness into something else, but... I don't think I really have anything too big that I want to summon. But... for the effort... and it's gonna be the super Made in the Mirror. Wait a minute, no, Made in the Mirror is winter. What am I doing? It's gotta be Edge and winter. Curses. Bone Flute's not enough. Oh, you know what? This probably won't be... Wow, I don't have nearly as many things as I thought I did. Now that I'm actually trying to summon things, alright. I don't really need a super hint. Okay, well, you know what? No point in beating around the bush. We are all here for one reason. And that is to hear what happens when we summon a creature of the Thunderskin. And for those of you who are new here, by the way, this will probably be cringe-inducing for at least half of you, and at least some of you will enjoy this. So I think we'll just let this deal with itself. We've got a forge commission. I'm still gonna let that go by. As far as talking is concerned, I don't really have anybody to talk with, so at least let's extend the life of my summon. What you will be hearing in a few minutes, by the way, is canon. Okay, so the Trembling Heat is only 6, so in this case let's go for the Painted River. And we've got Erudition: A Lesson Learned, but I think we've already maxed out our... Yep, so it doesn't really matter that I got that. So the Painted River runs from the Great Chamber near the White Door, far through the Mantis, to its far edge where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind. And all the while the captain and I discoursed of the secrets of the House of the Sun. Can you summon the succubus and spin? No. Let us not utter heresies in this chat, damn you. Alright, I've got my mirror back, so let's see if we can find something cool behind the door. Just keep exploring with Teresa at this point. Alright, so now we're starting to do some real reading. The Geminiad reminds us that the Witchen Sister has been known to manifest as the Sister and Witch, and that this face may heal while the other face is always hungry. It implies connections between the Witch and Sister and the Hours of the Wood, especially the Secret Keeper called the Velvet, but it is ambiguous on whether the Witch and Sister is the Wood Hour proper, and it speaks at length about the sadness, the two who are one, the sadness that remains from their time as flesh. Okay, so we've got another moth. Captain Shield, thank you very much for that host. We've got another rite. So this rite calls on the beach crow at sunrise and moonrise. The crow accepts the sacrifice and returns the gifts of the earth. We have read the Geminiad, so this just becomes an artifact for us. I've never really had that much use for it. Thakic Invocation, which we already have, and the Geminite Invocation. So the drawback here, of course, is because I want one of every bit of lore that I have, I'm not actually going to use these to upgrade anything. Of course, I might be able to study something later on. I don't recall what the Rite of the Crow's Quenching requires as a as a formula, and it occurred to me that, of course, my work tile is still open, or still occupied, so I will not find out for a while. But let's do the ivory book, seeing as that did keep me from being able to handle the, or from being able to summon the Maid in the Mirror. Alright, members of the Ordo took an oath to the Ivory Chain not to have commerce with the Hours. Followed literally, this would be almost impossible for an adept, so the manual contains numerous clarifications, exceptions, and processes of indulgence. And here we've got a fortune teller. Of course, Teresa's already pretty bright on her own, I seem to recall, so no point in hiring her. All right, some extra vitality, not that I really need it. First the thump, the rattle and cry, and the ceremonies it attends in the wood. Now here it is, shouldering its way through the world's skin like a clawed and ruthless uncle or a headless flapping bear. So, we just need to set these things aside. And as is tradition, whenever we summon a Pregusigant, there is the Pregusigant sound. Sorry, I spent a little bit too much air on that lead up. Pregusigant Cannon, that is what it sounds like when they're summoned. Oh yeah, I should probably try and get my job back. Maybe we can talk about Pregusigants. And absolutely correct, Captain Shield. So, I'm tempted to see what's behind the doors, but unresolved ambiguity is too good. So, in the Mansis, the Hours strive against one another. As the struggles are resolved, they iron out the impossible, exalt the possible, tie the fraying braids of what has been into one golden ribbon of future. Everything is resolved. History becomes the past. There are, however, exceptions. Exploring with the scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the Rending Mountains, 3,000 miles away from the wreck of the oldest empires. So, we have been looking for some more secret histories. This is particularly one that we've been looking to do an expedition with. So, last night I opened the Peacock Door, and beyond it, in the bright spaces of the house, I met a pilgrim adept. I'm almost ready, they said, to pass the summit of the house and to prepare for the final ascent. Perhaps you'll join me. I will need allies to fight for my place. Here's a story to help you rise. So, we're going to need to repair that mirror again. Pregusigants look really cuddly. You'd cuddle him, but probably push you away and go back to dancing. I will say that was a somewhat muted response to the Pregusigant from what I'm used to, but I also think I ran out of steam a little bit. Okay, where are we? Let's throw some reason to go behind the stag door. Eventually I'll get my talk to be able to get this repaired, and in 15 seconds I will explore with this, and we'll see if we can get my eagle guys. Or my eagle dance down, so... Kuranai describes the Order's burial rites, which include spells to ensure, in theory, that the souls of the dead long are not given to the Hours. The Hour called the Ivory Dove, who memorializes and commemorates, is to be invoked in secret in these rites. For with that hour we have made an understanding. The invocation of the ivory dove. There is a power that commemorates and grieves, from whom nothing is taken, but who cannot be deceived. You might expect to be able to crush him in your hand into bird bone fragments. Use this in a rite with martensite paste, and an assistant dedicated to knock or other resources of equal power to summon a maid in the mirror. Well, there's a new sunset rite, but we, of course, already had that. So, while we're at it, no point in standing on ceremony, the High Mysteries of the Innermost Chamber of our Church Solar. The High Mysteries of the Innermost Chamber of our Church Solar, secret rites of the Church of the Unconquered Sun, which held power in at least 2 histories. The Church chiefly worshipped the sun in splendor, the original undivided sun, but this text also includes the devotions of its aspects as the chilly winter dawn and the departing sunset, as well as the Menascate, the sun's night self. Priests of the Church were all male, but rites are also included, which allowed women to cross ceremonially to manhood. Alright, I didn't beg, not quite, so we've got my job back. I want to see what this takes, so we offer up some instrument, or some ingredient, and it's influence invocation. So it's a way to not use a cultist, basically. Okay, so what we're going to do here... Oh, actually, I was going to explore with the unresolved ambiguity, but that's dumb. What I should do instead is I should talk with Sulochana to get the location. That way I know I'm going to be able to use my eagle there. So we'll throw Teresa into the Explorer just to preserve her. As far as work is concerned, I also forgot that the dread didn't automatically get picked up there, so I do technically still need to deal with that. So as far as work, it's a tough call in terms of what I want to do with it, really. What's coming up next? Season of Despair. Well, that's going to hurt me as far as the dread goes, so there's a good argument to use my painting. Do I have anything interesting to paint with? Well, I can always do a nice portrait. But seeing as I've got 100... basically, I've got 2 minutes before I need to do something with... Nobody ever turned down a portrait of Neville, so... The only Seattle coffee I've had is Seattle's best coffee. Alright, so day for cartographers, all well and good, but not quite my tempo, so we'll just search the city again. We'll just spend money on a painting. And this is mostly just preserving Teresa at this point, so... So this will be more despair before too long if I let it become that. Okay, so I've got a Forgotten Chronicle, which I normally would not be too happy with. You know what? I don't have a good argument for going for it, so let's just go to the Painted River. And we got a Forbidden Epic. Again, not great. It's better than what we had before, though, so... There's a great chamber in the Mansis through which the Painted River flows. The vagabond, it is claimed, painted it from memory in the years before she left the house. Certainly there are histories concealed in its design. I traced them with my hand last night. There were fragments of aquamarine paint beneath my nails, flecks of gold leaf when I was done. So, there's another Forbidden Epic. The nice thing is that in a pinch I'm going to be able to upgrade these into something a little bit more useful to me. So, at least until I find a non-violent way of getting through the spider door, which I don't know if I can. There's a fleeting remembrance. Our conversation is done, so I need to find a way of preserving people if I can. But in the meantime, Sulochana, let's talk about an unresolved ambiguity. As to that, Enid's so much cuter than Neville, though. Look at her tiny lips. But it's Neville. like the grave dirt sitting right below the corpse, making it absorb all that rotten goodness. Dr. Frankenweiter definitely knows how to sell his coffee. I believe that may be made available in the Weather Factory store, but don't quote me. All right, I think we're out of luck as far as these books are concerned. We don't know Frisian or Vac yet. So, is there anything I can do with Dream that's interesting? Survey says no, so let's just expend some reason to go through the stag door again. I haven't heard many good things about American coffee in general, so you won't doubt. I mean, I kind of like the fact that they're called Americanos, because you can just imagine somebody turning around. It's like, oh yeah, we'll get the espresso and then we'll water it all down because that's how the Americans want it. But I don't really have a lot of opinions about coffee. I just really like drinking it. The church's highest rites were performed in the concursum, the chamber of the mansus heart where the hours were known to pass. These rites include salutations to non-solar hours, the grail, the ring-yew, the horned axe, and the thunderskin. So we'll have to deal with the fascination, obviously, but we've got the formulae concursit. The concursum waits at the lantern of the mansus. It has been called the chamber of ways and also the chamber of endings. Its intricacies are probably beyond human comprehension, but these formulae are a first approximation. Use this in a rite with a knock tool and a thrilling air or other resources of equal power to summon a hint from behind mirrors. I did not know that you lived in Washington. That must be very unusual to be, obviously with the shutdown. That must be. Do you work in the government at all, or is it just you live there? Oh, hang on. No, Washington State, not Washington itself. Because I keep hearing these stories of what it's like to operate during the shutdown, but Washington State is not Washington, D.C. My apologies. You mentioned Seattle, for God's sake. I am just not paying attention. By the way, one thing I will say for my coffee snobbery, I know Stanley Kubrick's favorite coffee was African, and while I have a great respect for the African bean, I am very fond of Asia, sort of the Asia Pacific. I really like, that coffee. What shutdown? The U.S. government is currently experiencing its largest, or is it the longest shutdown in history. So, Canadian social studies. Well, I used to go to Spokane a whole lot. But I mean, now that I live in Ottawa, I'm obviously much more aware of political events going on in other people's countries. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So I'll just collect all and we'll clean up the mess as it goes by. So there's some contentment to help me with my dread. And what other horrible business is going on here? Oh, there's another Mystique. And life is good. So let's go to the Gaiety so I don't have to beg for my job again. Nobody mentioned Brazilian coffee? Do you like have a rivalry with other countries? Like, do you with Antigua or Colombia? Like, you're just do you like? Is it like sports teams? Do you have these deep-seated rivalries where people are just going to be like really hammering at each other over which one is the best one? Longest in history, currently employees are furloughed while also having to continue to work for no pay. Correct. It's actually one of these really interesting cases. I think some of the most sensible commentary that I've heard on this, which is that because the previous shutdowns have been resolved soon enough that kind of people have not necessarily felt the effects too heavily, So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to wait for the 15 seconds, and then I'll just put the Callaghan and Teresa in right away, and then we'll fill in the blanks. I think I should be able to keep everybody that way. But basically, because people have sort of gotten used to a shutdown being something that happens on paper, the real effect, you'll start seeing the real effects once you start seeing sort of these breaking points and like airports stop processing passengers and things like that. And that sucks because it probably means that somebody's going to wind up hurt. But I actually think that's a reasonably sharp-eyed idea because normally, because there's been a whole lot of press around the times that these things have happened and it hasn't necessarily directly affected someone, I have a feeling that the way things are going to be right now, they're actually going to have to wait until people are genuinely affected by it in the sense of I have been inconvenienced and now I'm going to, yell at my congressman or something like that. And then at some point, somebody gives. And I have my opinions on who's going to give. I also think it's fairly obvious, but no point in dragging the dialogue down to that. But. Why am I working at the Gaiety instead of Glover and Glover? Well, largely just because it's the Dancer DLC. One thing that was nice about it was it did generate some vitality, or I had a nice little way of getting rid of restlessness, whereas G&G doesn't. The other thing about G&G is that I've so far done a non-violent playthrough, and I tend to find Alden is very frustrating to deal with, and if I'm not able to get rid of him through more conventional means, let's say, I would, I'd probably be stuck a little bit further. So, but it's mostly just kind of story-ish reasons. I'm playing a dancer, so I figure I might as well act like a dancer. Okay, this time let's do the Ascent of Knives. Oh, that's going to be a problem to deal with. Winter passes through the clothes, passes the skin, nestles in the veins. A 10th order influence, a gathering knot of power and peril. This can be used in some rites to summon minions, and if unused, it will become dread. So this is going to be good news in terms of what I can summon with it, but I have to dance around a little bit in terms of making sure that this doesn't backfire on me, so... I visited the Ascent of Knives last night, that harshest of roads through the house. It has been sacred to the Meniscate and the sun and rag since the intercalate, when the true sun was divided. When I awoke, my room was freezing. The chill of it had cracked the window glass. Alright. There's nothing there for my kind or yours. No dance is worth dancing in that place. You'll need to go further south. Interesting. Well, that really blew my travel plans. So I still want to get some expeditions going, but now I'm going to need to find some ways to preserve all these things. So, it's very likely I'm going to get... Oh, nope, this will be done in time. So we'll have a chat about our smoky friend. And I do have another mirror that I can use, but in this case we'll go through the stag door again. My research needs erudition. Of course it's gonna start failing now. Lessons of experience. This time the research has failed, but I've learned the lessons of experience. So I think at this point we're just going to keep plowing away at this study. Well, that'll be inconvenient. I gotta be pretty sharp on the spacebar here, because the bitter atmosphere is not going to be here for very long. Finish the manuscript. And okay. Let's try the right of the map's edge. I can't remember exactly how I'm gonna break this down, so... Wait, Edge Heart or Forge? Neat. I forgot that you can get the voiceless dead. Anyways, a deep winter's cold to name and draw the maid in the mirror, edge to match her keen cruelty. And fortunately, our percussagant will not expire. Well, he might expire. I need to figure that out. Okay, so we've got another subtle rupture, but I don't really think I have anything I want to summon with it, although potentially another percussagant. Let's do the Ascent of Knives again. Alright, well, better than the Fascination, but the Furious Air is going to be a little tricky. Anger is implicit in every shape, a 10th order influence, a gathering knot of power and peril. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. Of the place my dreams took me last night, this has been written. The ascent is glass, the walls are knives, each step is blood. I did not climb far, the pain was far too great. When I woke, that pain remained, with me, a pain that I could employ to occult purposes, if I hurry. Alright. Oh, if you guys like puns, so for those of you who follow the Weather Factory Twitter, actually specifically Alexis Kennedy and Lottie Bevan's Twitter accounts, I didn't mention those earlier, by the way, so that is at Tron Bevan and at Alexis Kennedy. But for those of you who do follow them, there was a fun little line specifically dealing with percussagants, and that is going to be what decides the name of the character that I will play on the Steam stream tomorrow. So okay, so I'm gonna take the high value ones first. The real dilemma here is going to be trying to, well, for 30 seconds, okay, I'm obviously only going to be able to use the percussagant once, but so be it. Also, I should probably read what this is. So, Snowskeeper, a mountain peak temple of ill-omened aspect. Jewel-bright fungus sticks glow in the snow. None have come here in a generation, but still something moves within. We'll brave the mountain snows to reach the temple. If the dead rise against us, we'll suppress them. But there is a malignity here that we must suppress, or it will return home with us. So I'm pretty sure that's saying that we're going to have a curse. Percussagant will be helpful in terms of its edge, but I'm probably going to need to bring some other people along. Now, as far as conversations go, nothing to talk to Sulochana about until I have better lore. Let's just go through the stag door again, because it's just the thing I'm going to do. I could, of course, get rid of the fascination, but we'll get some contentment. Well, contentment's not going to help me, but I'm just going to take my life in my own hands in that one. That's my only justification for it. And as far as talking, oh yeah, Laidlaw, you're my go-to repairman. By the way, I apologize, guys, for not being a little bit more direct in terms of things in chat. If you had something specifically you wanted to mention inside of chat, or you wanted me to respond to, definitely feel free to tag me. But I'm trying to do my best to try and plow ahead. Obviously, I'm still taking my time, but I'm also trying to be a little bit better at making sure I get a little gameplay in if I can. So our expedition plans for the next challenge, it'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So it looks like we are up against the Fretful Dead. These ones just like our intrusion. We can prevail against them with edge, or they may obey one who comes in the name of Winter. So obviously adding the Maid in the Mirror will help out either way. The worms in the world, we need Lantern or Moth to suppress this curse. Otherwise, it will not keep us from our goal, but it may trouble us later. Teresa will help me out with that, and the high passes, bleak and gray-green slopes lift the eye to distant snow-edged, sky-straining peaks. It will be a devil of a job to find anything there. Forge will sustain us, Winter will shield us, which, of course, the Maid in the Mirror will help us with again. Plow harder. How am I system talk? I am I am alright. I will admit I'm a little more nervous about doing tomorrow than I normally am for these kinds of things. And I just think it's because I know about the competition on Steam right now. The thing that was a woman has no expression of her own. The movements of her eyes and mouth always match mine, as if I were looking in a mirror. Her fingernails are as sharp as glass. The ascent is glass, the walls are knives, each step is blood. The dead who rest before the new cracked mirror, who pass through the peacock gate, and who master the sharp stair, those dead enter in the service of the sun in rags. So 10 Edge, 10 Winter will definitely help us out on the expedition we're currently on. I'm eventually going to have to move my followers to the right, but I'm going to keep the faith for as long as I can with its current positioning. And I have something to do with work, of course. I blew it with the Gaiety again, so. And at some point I'll have to deal with my affliction, but let's do Painted River this time. Okay, Forbidden Epic, not terrible, but the attention of the hours is drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards, the histories are braided like hair. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the land beyond the forest, across the continent. Yes, I've read that before, so we'll leave that here. That, of course, gives me, because I have 3 Forbidden Epics, that means I will upgrade this again in order to be able to move it up, but still keep one of each lore that I've obtained. The hour called the Madrigard is at home with the cold. She will almost certainly keep us from falling. So, this is one of the few times that I have not had vitality to work with. And I've got 160 seconds. At this point, I think I'm just going to spend the money on the medicine. And then he's going to want a bronze Spintrea to fix the mirror. Oh, out of curiosity, did you want to end up watching that video? No. What happened was my... so I usually keep a browser window open for the things that people mention. So, for instance, that Wayne June video. Obviously, I don't like watching other people. So the exception that I'll make is when I'm like shouting out Johnny Big Time or something like that. Clearly, he benefits from having more people watch his channel, so he's generally okay with me showing his stuff. But because I don't want to watch things on Twitch without people's permission, so obviously it's somebody else's Instagram account, and if you want to watch that sort of thing, you should be supporting that content creator for the content that they make. I set it aside, and then I basically... This is really stupid of me, but basically I turned around to get up to finish the stream, and I quite literally just stepped on my power bar, so everything shut off. And in this particular case, I had my browser set to private. So in that case, the link that I put in the window was lost because I, like an idiot, did. And you know what? I don't even have a good reason for it being on private, save for the fact that I wanted the dark theme, because generally it's nice not to have like white windows popping up in the background. I play Cultist Simulator windowed when I'm playing it because I have a 16:10 monitor. So it's the way that I can preserve the aspect ratio that works for video. So by virtue of the fact that I just have not put some mod on Chrome to get that dark incognito look, because I just rely on doing an incognito window, I completely blew it on watching your thing. So I think if you have another copy of it, but I think you said that was only up for 24 hours. So unfortunately, I don't know what you look like. But that's not terrible, because most people don't know what I look like. There is an image of me online, just most people haven't found it. So anyways, that was a really long story, and it's a really stupid one, but I'm sorry, Domi, I did not actually see that video, and I felt really bad about it. You actually ended up with 500,000. Yeah, the YouTuber. She thought somebody lost a pair of glasses and it was yours. So you could have gone back through stream chat. No, because if my computer resets, then I see an empty chat. So like if I were to close this window right now, I would just see the welcome to the chat room. So. It's not efficient. In fact, to give you an idea, like my laziness has wound up costing me in terms of some of the recorded material. I've lost entire playthroughs of Surviving Mars because I record at MP4, and because I wound up recording one which was so long I ran out of hard drive space. On MP4, if you have any interruption in the encoding, it corrupts the entire file. So it's something that's, multiple gigabytes sitting on my hard drive but cannot be decoded because for a brief period of time there was no hard drive space to write to. And again, like I'm one power outage away from any recorded video just being lost forever, but I'm set in my ways, so I just constantly live in at the risk of losing something cool, and I am only ever going to have myself to blame if I do. All right, well, I mean, it is a level 6 edge, so no point in wasting it. Let's see what we can do with this. So, I guess we can add. I've already got a percussivant, so we might as well add lantern in this case. Oops. Oh, Noonstone's not enough. Well, I kind of want to keep that mirror. We'll put it here. A hint was once a living mortal, and then a dead one, and now it's something else. The summoning requires lantern for the light, which drew them to the Mansus, and edge for the striving that they've endured in mirrors. What about getting one of those backup battery switchers? That's a great idea, and frankly, it's just because it's just one of these ones where, like, I'm like, okay, so am I really spending money on myself because I occasionally smack my my power button or something like that. But you're right, like that would be a much better. So like number one, either I need to record, like I need to come up with a more robust recording system, or two, I just need to get a little capital and that goes towards preserving me from that sort of stuff. So it's purely a matter of laziness behind that. More time. There's no good reason why I miss out on stuff like that. It just happens to be, I haven't bought one because there's, I'd love to get a new monitor too, but haven't done it because I'm paying down debts. That is me on my Twitter pic, yes. Although some would argue that that doesn't really count because it's not a full picture of me. Eyes of Sin knows what I look like. What am I doing? Yes. And Dream. I want to go back through the Peacock door. Again, I'm mostly just trying to get the locations at this point. Shh, Captain Shield. Not everybody knows about that one. Doesn't the VOD have a full chat? Oh, actually, that's a really good point. So if I go and watch, okay, so but then I don't have the. I guess the link is already dead. You're absolutely right. If I checked the VOD, then it would have had a chat log. Okay, so I'm gonna need to hire one of you to be my. I'm gonna need to hire one of you to be my personal assistant. So I need to remember to do things like eat, and oh hey, you know that thing that you're missing. You know that you can go and this is where you can go and recover that. Yeah, I didn't even think, but if I went and looked at my Twitch VOD, I absolutely would be able to see chat. The dead circle the edge of our vision like frayed dreams. The very air around us is chill with winter's shadow. They must recognize that. I'm a little curious if I can bring Alcair in to tip the balance. Nope. Definitely if I add more edge, that's not going to fix it, so... I really don't feel like 10 winter is enough to don't feel like 10 winter is enough to do the trick, but the text isn't changing when I add another 5, so we'll see how it goes. I believe I still need additional funding, so... I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I can talk to people about. I mean, there's like little odd jobs I can get people to do. Oh, do I really want to risk the hint getting loose? What's the worst that could happen? How did I know that was going to happen? All right, so I definitely don't want the fascination. We can go to the Worm Museum or the Red Church. Let's see what's in the Worm Museum. That would have got me my Azim, but... I dreamt last night of the Worm Museum. The hours have set wards about it and warnings before it, but they have left it open to mortal adepts who can prove themselves by reaching it. Perhaps they hope to inspire revulsion against the things that bred in the corpse of the sun. Those things that are still always dying, never dead. They came from nowhere, the warnings say, and if they complete their work, the Mantis will be nowhere one day. Alright, well, at least I got something for Laidlaw to do. Well, at least I didn't get fascination, right? Oh, and it's eating my health. Cool. And I've got Dread coming up. Okay, this is going to get super exciting in a little bit. No, wait, there. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. The thing you conjured has returned to its own place. It will do you no more harm for now. So I've never actually had anything perish to that. Not that I'm, like, looking to have that happen. I've increased my knowledge of the secret histories behind the one that we know. Great news. So we've got an unresolved ambiguity. Now, I'm really at odds as to whether or not I want to try and upgrade this into something else or not. In this case, though, I'm going to double up my Forbidden Epics again. I'm going to leave the expedition as is. We're going to have a Season of Suspicion coming up. That's not a problem. Season of Despair is upon us, and I've got an old unhappy far off thing, so I need to be very careful for the next little bit. I don't have the Ecdysis open to me for a trip. So the worst case scenario, I turn to drugs. But I think what I'm going to do, so possibly with Old and Happy for, nope, I can't, I'm not going to be able to do the dance. So I think my best precautionary measure right now is to get some painting done. And then, of course, in the worst case scenario, I just cheat. But actually, this is good news. So the dread will go away before this turns over. So Opportunity at the Gay Theater, I'm sure we'll throw passion at it. Sun and Rags will lend Lantern Light. This will almost certainly end the curse here. And I'm assuming 12 is enough. If we add my dear old friend Pope Clifton, it won't accomplish anything. Let's go back to the Ascent of Knives. Well, at least we dodged the assassination. So yeah, nothing to be gained. I probably need a bronze Spintrea in this case. I'm actually getting a little short on those, so... And of course this shows how conservative I am, that 7 apparently counts as getting a little short. So in this particular case here, now again I have less dread to worry about. Actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to wait the fraction of a second. In this case I don't need to turn to substances, so we'll go back through the stag door for our trouble. We'll wait the 0.4 seconds and we'll paint away the pain. There we go. Obviously this is just passion, there's not a lot for me to do otherwise. I mean, I guess I could have painted with the Furious Air. Oh, I do have the Martensite paste. That might have been interesting, but... Alright, mirrors back. We'll use that on our next ascension to the Peacock Door. I know you misused ascension, but no commissions to fulfill, but we can at least talk with Madame Bichet to get through it. And hopefully, because I'm doing a passion project, I will get some contentment, but clearly there's no promises. Not related, but you really think the game should give you an achievement for making the special paintings for all the lores. Yeah, this is actually the first time that I have... this is the first time that I've successfully gotten a painting, which I have misplaced, apparently. Alright, our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. I don't believe there's anything else for me to worry about, so we'll just get our loot. And, I mean, again, I could have possibly done something with the Furious Air, but... In fact, I still can do something with the Furious Air, but... Yay, fascination! At least this will give something for the detective to think about. No contentment, sadly. But... First things first, let's maintain the job. In terms of conversations, not much to do until I've got my work done, so... I like the risk. Bitter atmosphere. Well, I mean... It's not like I'm going to have any problems with dread coming up, right? So maybe I'll try using this with Grey Dawn oil. See if I can turn that into something exciting. Okay, so my fascination... I do have the Fleeting Remembrance, so in this case let's just try and put out some fires where I can. I'm currently level 5 in the Forms of Change, and I learned that I'm not allowed... Well, I mean, you were here to see that, but I learned that apparently I can't dance in the place I wanted to dance. And all my cool followers are not going to be available for the next expedition, unfortunately, so... The interior of... Oh, let's see if we can do that. Successful no more soon. Okay, the altar's garment. The interior of the temple throbs with luminescent fungi. We must peel them from the altar with our gloved hands before we can loot the place. It is as cold as rain-chilled flesh. Our gloves now are stained with light, and our breath mists the temple's cold. So I think what I'm going to do here, because I've been obtaining the unresolved ambiguities through upgrading anyway, I think I'm going, once I upgrade my secret history, I think I'm just going to straight up skip the unresolved ambiguity and try and learn the next level. So yeah, well, this is just it. Like, I was originally going to do a stream on Sunday in case I wasn't able to achieve what I wanted. Well, I might as well get the extra money. So yeah, I sort of prepped for the possibility that I would I would take a longer stream, but the big thing is because I'm not going to be at work tomorrow, I took the day off so I could do the Steam stream. I figured I could just go late to get my ascension. So, where has she gone? A discussion in VAC of the Vagabond's travels. A furious sliver. When Lionsmith turned against the Colonel, he crushed his own sword in his fist. Each tiniest fragment of that weapon still thrills with rage. Cool. Nope, that's for my, obviously if I was really locked into it, I would be properly sorting out my my items as well, but I'm not quite that neurotic. Hallowed polos, the ring crown of a savage mother stained with the essence woven with scraps of hair and blessed with flecks of skin. Now I'm just trying to think if there's a way. I don't think I've got a way that I can turn this into an Azim summoning, unfortunately. Alright, we've got an enigmatic sculpture, an elaborate ivory sculpture of impossible intricacy. Around and across its surfaces, Sanskrit inscriptions spiral against the matching lines of VAC. Oh, beautiful. If you speak Sanskrit, you can use this to learn VAC, the first language of the world. I always thought that you needed to go and learn that in the Mansis. That's how I've always learned it. But the dream of the conspiracy at the lower skies. All right. Conversations in smoky meeting rooms are still unavailable to. Well, they're available to me, but. I'd be able to get a Capricus again if I wanted. See, the real dilemma for me... Yeah, I think I'm going to try and push the higher secret histories at this point. So this is going to be dumb as hell, but I'm going to have a chat with Teresa about percussagants. I don't really think this is going to work, but I'm more than a listen package of Flesh and Blood. I've read that 100 million times, so what? What do I want to do next? I probably want to get rid of that bitter atmosphere. This can get me another Maid in the Mirror if I need, or what? I did say I was going to paint. Alright. I'm going to wait the 3 seconds. I am almost certainly going to regret doing this. The air is curdled now. I am home again in this lumping flesh. Better, perhaps. I could go to the Ecdysis Club for some contentment, or I can turn to substances. I will decline to do either for now. It looks like another restlessness is popping up, so I'm going to have 2 while I've got dread coming on, so... I mean, a precautionary opium isn't the worst thing I could be doing right now, but let's, The entrance is lost beneath soft drapes of crimson cinnabar in incardinate. Above the door is the club motto, Ingi rum imus noc te et consumi mur igni. It has been rendered, into the night circle we fly until the fire enjoys us. Great on oil is winter. Probably, I can't remember if this is going to be enough or not, but part of this is just about learning, so. Course of the heart, good. Alden happy, far off things, bad. Perils of renown, indifferent. I suppose what would have been smarter would be for me to take the yeah, I should have taken this and gotten rid of the evidence. And I'm gonna risk things and go to the peacock door again, despite the fact that I could very well get despair and lose from this. The performance ends immediately. The lights come up, we are ushered from our seats and urged into the street. It's never clear what has happened, but the club staff seem prepared, as if this has happened before. Lights bloom in nearby windows, and passers-by gawp at the crowd of guests dispersing into the night. And of course, I've locked myself into my dream action, which means that I can't recover. What are we going to do about exploration now? I mean, I can really make things exciting by doing exploring the streets at night. Okay, let's get you... I think I'm going to get him to explore, because we might still be able to exploit that. The peacock door is going to end me. First adultery, now substance abuse. My research needs erudition. Don't have that. I'm sure I'll be able to get through this on my own. So we deal with the restlessness here. Basically, so the immediate fires that I need to deal with. Restlessness here. I still don't need to deal with the Gaiety Club. Okay, so if I want to keep the percussagant... yeah, you know... Well, no, I want to talk with the... yeah, so I'll lose these things, but so be it, right? Vitality, which isn't the end of the world. Oh, come on! Something unique. I've made something unique and something extraordinary. Something I'll never dare to exhibit publicly. This cannot possibly ever see daylight. It will earn no funds. And of course, dread. But the dread was not a surprise, so... Okay. I did not realize that I keep the bitter atmosphere, though, so... There's my glimmering. At least I have contentment. An icy atmosphere, dread, notoriety, a boatload of passion. There's my skill, and the wolf divided. Caput Geralt Lupinium. The sun was divided, and this was its wound. Okay, so here is how I'm going to try and deal with these things. There's nothing that the Gaiety can give me right now, so what I will do is I'll immediately go back into painting. We will grab the notoriety here. I don't think I want to put the passion towards this. So we'll buy a little bit of time with this restlessness. Now, with luck, this contentment is going to be the one. So the other thing that I could have tried to do would be to paint with this dread. Actually, no, it's still gonna gobble it up. So let's see what... Okay, cool. So now I don't need to worry about the dread anymore because this will nullify the despair. I'll probably be able to paint away this restlessness anyway. What are the paintings for? I just use them as items, but as you can see, in terms of my winter, like, I've only got a 4 winter item at the moment, so this just gives me a few more options. Actually, okay. Let's impose some order. This is just an And we'll also do it in order of power. So there's my mad perps. This is Grail, so... Hello, pretty lady. We have got the Eyes of Sin coming out with 17 months of this nonsense, almost a year and a half. She is a starving but not struggling artist. She is the one responsible for the emotes. She pays to be able to use the emotes that she produced for me. She's probably the reason I have any subs at all. The Eyes of Sin is here. How are you doing? Welcome. Thank you very much for your continued support, especially as somebody who... I don't know. I have no idea how you're able to do what you do. Yeah, this is the one drawback, by the way, with my moth placements. And I know I'm really going to be fighting for space before too long, but in this case, I'm okay moving everything over by one for the next little while. It's still not going to solve all my equipment problems, but... And no problem, Eyes of Sin. We are making some interesting progress. We're not necessarily making lots of progress, but it's interesting progress. So I have a couple of ideas about how I'm gonna make this layout work. Oops, let's not go crazy. Okay, so this will be for Lantern. And now I've got my pairs. This is my VAT collection. Well, you know what? Grail doesn't have enough items to really merit its own column. I am okay with how this works for now. Okay, I'm not getting the hireling. I'm gonna let all this expire. We're painting our restlessness away. I don't need to worry as much about dread anymore, but I am going to get even more restlessness coming up, and I need to figure out something to do with this. It won't be a bitter atmosphere when I'm done. So I can either try to extend the bitter atmosphere, or I can just try and summon something lesser with it. Okay. Lessons of experience. This time the research has failed, but I've learned the lessons of experience. So the real dilemma I have right now is whether or not I want to try and take advantage. Yeah, I am going to do the Forbidden Epic, actually. So the reason I'm doing this is because I'm going to have a bunch of Glimmering and Erudition, which I'm not going to have access to later. So even though I'd really like to get the VAC manuscripts down, I think now would be a nice time for me to just sort of simmer down a little bit These are both going to turn into dread very quickly. The System Shock Triple X Snapchat. No such thing exists. But if you sub, you do get access to a very glorious emote. Besides, I have a feeling that the only Triple X Snapchat that I could get away with is more of like a pay me or I'll send you variety rather than, you know, pay and it's pay or I'll send, not pay and I'll send. Okay, so of course, around the time that I finally become a Scholar of Vac, I get access to it in the Peacock Door. So let's see what the Red Church has to offer. Sacre bleu! Fascination is like leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. Last night I visited the Red Church, where the Grail conducts its feasts. The light through the stained glass windows was all the spectra of red, and the names of the Grail labored to birth a new desire, which had until today no name at all. I am sticky with the memory of all of it, and this morning everything I see is tinted ruby. Okay, well, let us repair. So somebody was saying that Velsine was crying in the background, so this time we'll get this to work. Obviously, I'll need the Bronze Spintrea later. Let's deal with what we can. So, Fascination and Dread. Colors of the Night, let's just throw money at the problem. I'm going to accept that the Gaiety is going to go away for a little while. Dusty facts have become clear in my head for now, at least. Okay, what do I want with exploration? Nothing right now, unfortunately. Well, no, actually, contentment will help me. Again, the immediate threat has been dealt with, but that doesn't mean that I just want to have this all sitting around, especially because I'm only really going to be able to deal with one of these icy atmospheres. And of course, I'm still going to have more restlessness before too long. So in this case, let's go back to the Ecdysis Club. The worst that can happen is I get Pus Creep. Jesus! Okay. It's to be expected that we would eventually get hit with the Notoriety. Course of the Heart, we've got... Yeah. Got more vitality if I need it. And I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. So in 28 seconds, I should be able to nail a little bit more of this. A little bit more of this Dread. And again, we never really did it for the money, but there you have it. Man, it is really tempting to... It's really tempting to try and preserve this Gaiety contract, but there's no reason for me doing so. So in this particular case, let's do... Well, the Sunset Rite is sort of on theme, so... let's say... Do I have enough knock to just do this the standard way? Oh, well, you know what? I want to get rid of evidence, so why not get Tristan to help me? Oh! Significant Forge. Okay, well, that can probably be arranged to do.
Hello.
I do, but I like dancing and Gaiety. Again, this isn't necessarily a like do everything optimally playthrough, so the dancers pass beyond the backdrops, cross them, seem to move upon their staircases and drawbridges. Their bodies become smudged with backdrop paint. A growl arises from the audience. The walls of the house. Oh, do I think my city is a nice place to live? Yeah, it's very cold right now. But the thing that's really cool about Ottawa is that it has a lot of history to it. So I remember when I first came here, I would walk by the Parliament buildings quite literally every day because I just found it so interesting to see in person. I do miss Vancouver quite a bit. And that's, partly because of the people there, partly just because it's a very beautiful city. It's one where there's lots of things to do. Even though the rent is kind of expensive, I can sort of preserve the maid in the mirror, I guess. Keep going. But yeah, I like Ottawa quite a bit. The only thing I sort of regret is oh no, the chain reaction. That was bound to happen at some point. I feel like there are a bunch of moth cards that just do. I'm really blowing it now. Okay, I need to remember the order. The only thing I regret is I thought I might have been a little bit better at making the time for some of my side projects, and unfortunately work really is consuming a lot more of my my time than I thought it would. But I think that's true of every. I mean, that's the whole sort of theme behind this game, really. Well, not the whole thing, but like obviously a cultist simulator audience is going to be much more sympathetic to the idea of running out of time to follow up on passion projects. So, all right. And they really want to see me. It's because I don't have the achievement for losing to Dread. They want that to be my ending. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to talk my way out of issues for the next little while. Oof. So much restlessness. Well, the good news is that I'll be able to at least neutralize some of this by working at the Gaiety again, but... okay, we've got Neville back. Good work on summoning the smoky... creature of smoky deception. I'll use that to get rid of the evidence. Got my Sunset rep back. Alcines come back with the mirror. Again, we will impose order on my objects. Okay, so Callagine will deal with the evidence. Is it worth it to... Okay, Fascination's coming up next. I'm going to have a lot of restlessness to deal with, but in this case, I think I'm going to try and go back to the job. I'll work with the problems I'm running into. Forge... Oh, it's Bomb Maker, so... Do you use the nails of different people for my flower, or is one donor one flower? What? Huh? Oh, from Dr. Frankenbinder. Sorry. I'm a little more distracted than usual tonight. I apologize for that, but... Okay, so basically we have a I've just lost the game combo here, depending on what emerges, but We have a few ways around this. So I don't think I can get rid of the dread with anything but contentment. Yeah, so I need to... So I can visit the Ecdysis Club. I can buy opium. I can paint. Just do our precautionary opium. Purchase a tincture of opium in times of a special crisis. I might visit a discreet pharmacist to purchase a tincture of opium and make my dreams sweet, but only in times of a special crisis. This is an expensive and risky way to gain contentment. It might provoke a sickness or despair. Ah, yeah, actually this was the one drawback. If I generate a despair, then I'm actually bringing on the problem that I'm dreading. Oof! Oh, the light in the dark. The moth finds light in the dark, and so do I. I thought that was going to be another restlessness. So, okay, Gaiety Club's here. Let's... Restlessness flickers. Okay, so this is a new restlessness coming up. Let's paint out the 27. In this case, I'm just going to try and run ahead of the problems that I'm encountering. So throw the notoriety in where I can. I don't think I can do anything other than throw passion at it otherwise. So passion here. Earliest expiring restlessness goes out. Fascination, Season of Despair coming up, so that opium's gonna seem like a really bright idea in a little bit. Okay, Colors of the Night. If you guys want to know about long hair, oh, that deep piece, but I should not do this again. So what is the longest dread? If you guys want to know about impossibly long hair, you should definitely ask the Eyes of Sin, who says, whisking eggs, picking up chips and cheesy poofs without getting your hands met. Is there such a thing as... I always thought that was an invention of South Park. Is there actually a food called a cheesy poof in the States? Okay, Ecdysis Club in hopes of getting some of that sweet contentment. I think Gaiety's gonna want me working there before too long. Tampering with ethics. My minion is not returned. They have failed, and their blundering may have attracted attention. Bad luck. So, I don't think I have anybody else who's really good at stealth. Sylvia has 1 scar, Elizabeth has 2, and Porter has none. So let's send our man Porter to deal with the evidence. Soylent cheesy poofs are made of people. Generic cheese doodles here are called cheese poofs. Yeah, I've only ever known Cheetos, so... perfect. Okay, so we've got another contentment. We're getting slowly out of the woods. While moths eddy through the hall, they perch on the brims of wine glasses and sip. The audience applauds, and the woman on the stage moves as if she has too many limbs. Moths crowd my arms, nestle against my shoulder. In a little while, I'll step outside and look at the clear, cold stars. I assume I dreamt the whole thing. The smokes of the club are treacherous. Okay, so closed. Remember that I was different before. This will allow me to get rid of one of the dread, although in 16 seconds we're going to trigger the event itself, so... I think I'm going to do another painting session to annihilate the restlessness, so we'll just hit collect all. Ooh, that's a beautiful batch of contentment. I don't think that's going to get me out of the woods, but it's nice to know I have that. Okay, so I'll also be able to make the curtain in time. So what I'll do here, it doesn't matter which of these... Well, okay. In the interests of being completely neurotic about this... Oh wait, no, I'm not even going to have the chance of getting... It has to be this one anyway, so... I was just thinking it's like, I'll get the one that generates last so that I can minimize the amount of dread, but it doesn't... Oh, okay, I would. So here's my reasoning. This will tick down for a longer period of time on the odd chance that the event in 10 seconds picks up this dread. It will not make a difference at all in the grand scheme of things, but that's my reasoning and I'm sticking with it. There's the dread. Obviously, it'd be nice if I can combine this with all the contentment, but I only have one dream slot at a time, so this will... I gotta think about how this is gonna play out. So this will turn into despair. I'm gonna be able to get rid... So it'll eat one dread. I'll be able to get rid of another dread using the contentment, but I think this contentment will go away before... it will go away before it's able to annihilate the despair. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I can do with exploration right now, but not really unless I want to go back to the Ecdysis Club. Okay, so fleeting remembrances. It won't make a difference, but I'll use the earliest expiring contentment as just a good practice. I kind of feel bad that I'm wasting this exploration slot. I feel like I should be doing something else with it right now, but... increase my knowledge of the secret histories behind the one that we know. So, let's see where I stand. I've got 2 glimmering, no erudition. I am potentially going to get more glimmering after painting. I think I am going to double up the study the histories. I think I am going to prioritize getting information from Sulochana for the next location, so... Okay, ton of Mystique, but we already knew that. Another Glimmering. There's the notoriety we had before. And the money. Damn you. There we go. And I mean, we'll see if this turns into an opportunity to dance. If not, we can just go with a standard painting after this. So my minion is returned. The evidence has been destroyed, and I am a little safer. So we managed to get through that pretty well, in my opinion. Although we have the Season of Suspicion coming up, so we're going to need to annihilate the evidence again. But good evening, Melemony. How are you doing tonight? Right. Do I have anything to talk to people about? I mean, not until I start fulfilling commissions, but I'm not going to do commissions for a while. Excuse me. Yeah, unless I start summoning Azim. And how are you doing, Le Chauffeur? So I don't think the Mystique's going to be able to hold the detective for long enough. And on cue, restlessness. Oh, I need to use my dream though. Okay, no contentment. Obviously I can buy the opium, but that's much less of a priority right now. So in that spirit, let's try and buy contentment at the Ecdysis Club. Dream-wise, we should have our mirror back, so, and I screwed up my placement of the locations. So, one peacock door, one mirror, and conversations in smoky meeting rooms. I'm tempted to get Clovette on the "Hey, will you guys please like us" tour again, but it's much more like we're just going to pull up Mystique. Although, yeah, let's give it a try. Oh right, it's got to be cult business. Excited about Apostle tomorrow, though your Close to Ascension run almost ended because you got too cocky about your notoriety. Ah! You just missed our very quick brush with despair ending. Okay, so let's... I thought I had a restlessness that I... Oh, no, I used that through the... I feel like I should have one notoriety, like, hanging out there for Clovette to pick up. So here's what I'm going to do. I'll take the early one. Okay. If Clovette is going to get a notoriety, it will hopefully be the oldest. And I will try and... all this Mystique is the same length, so let's see if we can try and preserve it that way. And I suppose I should have picked a topic to paint about. I suppose I can do Fleeting Remembrance. I don't really want to get myself extra notoriety, so maybe I'll avoid, you know, painting something really appalling. So yeah, Fleeting Remembrance it is. All right, and no erudition, so that's go. I thought this was supposed to come tomorrow. We're all mad here, you go, Karen. I've purchased pleasure, I reel home in the ungodly hours and collapse into bed. Yeah, I'm just gonna carry on with the status quo. You thought nothing would beat the percussive. Today's a better day for me to fail than tomorrow. I mean, it's failure, but man, it's entertaining. Alright. Unresolved ambiguities are what I want. The Mansis, the hours strive one against each other. As the struggles are resolved, they iron out the impossible, exalt the possible, tie the fraying braids of what has been... what has been into one golden ribbon of the future. Everything is resolved, history becomes the past. There are, however, exceptions. Exploring with a scrap of knowledge may uncover a secret location in the Rending Mountains, 3,000 miles away from the wreck of the oldest empires. So, obviously we are still, like, it's not the first unresolved ambiguity we have, but it's always nice to have extra because we're going to be talking with Sulochana about that. Dream-wise, I think we can go back through the stag door. Eventually I'll be having a chat with Laidlaw about repairing the mirror. And probably before that we'll talk to one of my moth people about getting rid of the nuisance. I am number 5 in the change, Le Joffleur. Gotta balance this out better. So, I mean, at the very least, the notoriety will wear down in its own time. I'm not sure if there's anything I really want to do right now. I'm gonna have to deal with old and happy far off things, but let's just recharge the gaiety while I can. And as far as exploration is concerned, I mean, I can send somebody out, but I don't really think there's a lot for me to do. I have a feeling Oriflammes will still probably not produce anything, but I'm slightly curious to see if I wind up getting the blah 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 book. Very random question, but you wanted to ask for some time. Have I watched City of God? I have. I seem to remember really enjoying it when I first saw it, but I could not tell you a lot. I could not remember telling you a lot about it. I hate to say it because obviously the film is so much more than it, but I remember being really struck by its photographic style, and I really, everything that I remember about that movie was just about its visuals, and I know that movie is, like, I remember when I watched it, I was like, man, that was a really good story, but everything I remember now is just, like, specific shots, like particularly that ending one with, like, the kids running through the streets and stuff like that. But yeah, it's definitely a very good movie, and I should watch it again. All right, yeah. I should have read the dreadful souffle of nonsense, but anyways, erudition, good news. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not got enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. Suck it, wary detective! Contentment is on its way. Exploration... It's tempting to use the unresolved ambiguity, but I did say that I was going to keep one of each, and I've now discovered this as opposed to researched it, so I'm going to leave that there for now. So for exploration, let me think for a minute. I guess I can just keep throwing my pawn at things. And this is cracked, right? Yes. Laidlaw! Yeah, by the way, if you guys have not seen City of God, I think probably if you look at the trailer, you're going to have an idea about why. Like, again, that movie is more than its visual style, but boy, is it, like... That's definitely something that if you're interested in like working in film, like that is definitely a movie that you can sort of study to see, like it does a good job of telling its story visually and giving you some arresting images. An absolute masterclass, by the way, in terms of like what you can do if you like just really go to town on a film image is Mad Max Fury Road. Like that's one that basically just uses every trick available to do something to it. Feels like there's like some kind of a transformation on every single image, and I've not seen all of the black and chrome edition, but the black and white version that they do, like if you want to So like if you have a video camera or a still camera or something like that and you do grayscale, that's not the way to do black and white. What you want to do to black and white is do like the old-fashioned photographers did and put like certain filters in front of things. So if you put, it's like basically if it's, I think it goes, if it's the same color, it turns white, and if it's the opposite color, it turns dark. So for instance, if you put sort of a reddish filter over, the sky goes very dark, but skin tones tend to lighten up a little bit. And in the case of Fury Road, they treat the image and they make sure that it's not just grayscale, but they actually, like I've seen some side-to-side comparisons, and they really do a great job on like turning it into a proper black and white film. So I've not triggered Poppy LaSalle. Nobody has died in this playthrough. Painted River. Could have been worse. A lesson learned. I'm ready to improve. But I already know everything that I need to know, so it'll be good for erudition, but that's about all. I don't think we've got our repair yet, so back through the stag door, and we will give up our reason to achieve this. Is that like the American Night technique? I'm not sure what the American Night technique is. Oh yes, I should be working. Let me think a little bit about what I want to work on. So I've got 2 minutes for the Gaiety. I don't really have any reason to paint for the moment. So I think I'll get some commissions out of the way. Let's do a nice big fat lantern one. One thing, by the way, that I would love to do, so Johnny Big Time has had to sit through me. For those of you who've seen Whiplash, I took the scene that probably everybody with a YouTube account has seen, the Not My Tempo one. And I did basically a shot-by-shot analysis of that scene with Johnny, and like I basically talked to him about how it works. And it occurred to me that if you are unlucky enough to sort of have me in your social contacts, you get subjected to these things every once in a while. Okay, so I need to make sure that I keep some vitality aside. If you're unlucky enough to know me, you occasionally get sort of waylaid by these, these kinds of small, like, film school lessons almost. And in the case of, like, one thing I would love to do is to do, like, a little breakdown of some scenes. And I've done things from, like, the Odessa Steps and all the different ways that that's shown up in the movies. Like, it's stuff that, even people who just like movies probably know. God, it's so tempting to do the Subtle Rupture, but I still don't think I'm going to be able to summon Azim. But it's something I'd really love to do on Twitch, but I'm not perfect at the copyright thing. There are a few games which I don't have official endorsement from the publisher or from the developer to actually broadcast. And then, obviously I do Raiders of the Lost Ark and Clockwork Orange, and I don't have the rights for those for my alerts. But I really do try to take the copyright thing seriously, and I think sitting down and taking a bunch of shots from films, as interesting as it would be, I think is a bridge too far in terms of using things that I don't have the rights for to run a channel on. So, but Ego Karen says Mad Max Fury Road is just amazing. Some of the stories so simple, and all the interesting stuff is told through the image. Yeah, it is. I mean, I should probably watch it again. I really did find that the middle dragged a whole lot, and it might just be that I'm missing a bigger point, because I know a lot of people I know really loved that movie throughout. The only thing that I sort of thought, so this kind of, I wrote a blog on this, and I'm sure the blog probably was not that good. I'm dreading a little bit to read it again. The thing I thought was this, Furiosa and Max are really good at fighting already. And I think the thing that kind of didn't work for me about that movie is the big battle at the end is a fight. And obviously Immortan Joe has sort of built up this society around like the great man and all of that. And it... Kimbot, thank you very much for the follow. We'll be back to the gameplay in a second. I figured I might as well get the Fury Road thing out. I think the big thing for me is that that movie could be like, what happens if you were to suddenly liberate North Korea? You've got like this whole population that's built around this structure that he's created. And basically in the movie, it's like, okay, well, they beat that guy, and now the good guys are in charge, and, Max goes off, Furiosa starts running. And that's fine. Like, it's a satisfying enough ending and all of that, but it's like, I never really doubted that they were the best fighters on the whole lot. And it'd be really interesting to see something a little bit like the journey that Maximus goes through in terms of Gladiator, where he starts off, he's a warrior, he is very good at fighting, and he quickly learns in the arena that being good at fighting is not enough. That's what that whole "are you not entertained" scene is about. And even though he refuses Aurelius's call at the very beginning, through the showmanship of the arena, he actually learns the skills that would make him an effective statement. He learns to win the crowd, and ultimately his final test against Commodus is not so much the test of martial ability, it's his ability to bring the most powerful political figure in the empire and essentially to be able to win the crowd. And I would have loved to see a little bit less in the middle and a little bit more about, you finally topple the dictator, and now you have an entire society which has been built around deliberately keeping people malnourished. That is how you've been able to keep control. You don't want any part of that, but how do you actually transition from, North Korea to something that's not that? And I... that's the only thing that personally I would have thought, I would have liked to have seen more of in Mad Max, but that's like me doing Mad Max, and I know I would not have been able to do all the other stuff in Mad Max. So in terms of me, I was just thinking that's something very idiosyncratic to me, but that's something I really would have liked to see them explore in that movie. Anyways, I have no idea if that was edifying to anyone. And with sleep, I ran my fingers across the rigid edges of the stag door's scars. Our company it was that shattered it, Gearby says suddenly. Before the gods who were flesh, the Mansus was forbidden to mortals. We were the first to know. He begins again to weep his molten tears. I wish that we had not. I wish I had died in the world. I've forgotten what else he said, but I remember the shape of the fissures in the stag door, and for all of today, doors will fear my touch. So I'm not 100% sure what I can do with this. I'm not 100% sure what I can do with this restlessness, to be totally honest. Oh, damn it. I didn't plan this properly. But I can dream out the dread, so I'm good there. Yeah, it would have complicated the movie. So the big thing I have is that I sort of thought that the movie dragged a little bit in the middle. So I was thinking in terms of overall... I'm thinking in overall, like, how do you spend your screen time? But the one drawback here, of course, is that the movie is, like, great at being able to convey things non-visually. And how the hell you tell... some story of political economy while you're, in your high-octane action flick. Like, there's 100 reasons why that suggestion is not a great idea. But it is something I would have been really interested in seeing. So, I mean, I can try and paint a really cool Nock painting. Let's see if I can summon something really cool, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. Got the influence, the offering. Oh, right, yeah, that's totally a non-starter. Okay, let's see if the right of the map's passage is gonna get me what I need. No, my Grail's definitely not enough. Especially the level of Forge I have. If I were to do it, it would be with this but I don't. This is not enough Grail power, so, and I don't even know why I thought I could try. Yeah. One can dream. I'm kind of tempted to paint with this. What's the worst that could happen? And in dreaming, let's go back through the stag door. So I was a little premature on thinking I could get the contentment gone. Oh, what am I doing? The whole reason I was gonna get rid of the this dread with contentment, and then I just immediately jump back through the door. I'm a moron. Okay, well, I'll take my lumps. Conversations in smoky meeting rooms. What do I want from this? Probably nothing. Maybe I can... No, can't do anything. Just gonna explore. We'll see what happens after the 6-minute mark. Okay, so Byzantine Tinct for the trouble. So this is not a problem because I'll just mix it with the Vitality. We're okay for the season. We won't hire that guy, and apparently I have no idea how I ran out of Glimmering. Can we still make curtain? No, we can't. How you doing, Casual Nothing? I'm very happy that you're seeing more cultists. I'm definitely doing my best to ascend before the new patch. Painted River? Nice. Another Forbidden Epic. Flex and nails and all that. With all due respect to the lovely writing in this game. Okay, I don't have any contentment, and I probably won't get it from making this something unique. But I got my Glimmering, and I got my contentment. Awesome. So let's get rid of that pesky dread. Come on. There are absolutely no chalky lumps. There is actually, so I don't know, I'm not going to say that this is something that you can like, this is not a high recommendation, but there's a wonderful line from a character in this, so like, if you've watched the TV show, it's an HBO show called Silicon Valley, and there's a character called Jared who is played by a wonderful comedic actor. And I can't remember who says this, but he's got this line. It says, you know, he says, I look like somebody starved, or like, sorry, he said or was it resembled or look, anyways, like somebody starved a virgin. I was like, you know what? That's a pretty decent description of me. Oh, you know what? I really thought this was higher than 8, so I have no point at all in making this Mother of Ants other than the fact that it looks awesome. So I just took on a bunch of things, but yeah, I am very skinny and pale and whatnot. So you mean Donald? Somebody's seen this, but yeah, there are definitely no chalky lumps. There are definitely sharp, like chalky elbows. There are no shortage of No shortage of things to sort of catch and hurt yourself on. Beware. Okay, so let's see what cool things I can summon with 10 knock. Probably not much. Crap. I mean, I think the best I can hope for is a Maid in the Mirror at the moment. Because I don't have enough forge. I'm a little short on Bronze Spintrea, but it actually would make sense for me not to blow these commissions yet. Okay, well, this will be my third intuition, so I'm going to talk to Sulochana, which will give me something to explore. So... I may not have enough. Oh, yes I do. If you haven't already, you're going to be a great addition to this community. Oh, no, it's been a pleasure, Frankenvender. I'm sorry that I've not been more directly responding to the stuff that you've been saying, but I don't have as much to add, and obviously, as you can see, I'm very easily distracted. So I really love having an active chat, because it makes things more interesting for me, and more importantly, if I'm like struggling with something, like this is just it. I never expect or I never like demand that there be people here and interacting with things, but it helps immensely to have something like that, because it lets me focus a little bit more on the game. And that doesn't mean that I won't have like digressions on Mad Max or something like that, and probably have a pretty wretched opinion on the movie. But being able to have an active chat that, you know, does like kind of holds down the fort while I'm working through stuff, it does actually give me those nice little moments where I'm able to focus on something and not have to worry immediately about you know, some of the other potential problems coming up. Ottawa's new serial killer stabs people with his elbows and has 5 victims. One of my favorite little bit, it wasn't the Onion, it was like an Onion-like one, but it's like, Mattis goes for a walk to clear his head, 6 people dead or something like that. All right, let's have a chat with Sulochana and see if the Vagabond's map, which we have not read yet. The Vagabond is the 1 hour who can never enter the Mansis, but she goes everywhere else. And if you believe her boasts, she's the only one who knows all of the histories. Sometimes she lets someone record her travels. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the lone and level sands far from here. So, is this enough? Is my question for dear Sulochana. In the meantime, let's study... Oh! Oh, I bet I know what it is. Sanskrit to Vac. Yes, I'm very clever. No problem, Frankenvender. I figure if I'm able to get a little mercy for not directly responding to everything that you say, then I can probably salve my wounds for not being included in the original batch. Okay, do I have any dread that I need to worry about? No. Do I have anything that will turn into dread soon? Hopefully not. Maybe, fingers crossed. He says hopefully. I have a feeling that everything that becomes a restless spirit is just gonna get, like, loose. But I really want that Maid in the Mirror. So, believe 3 times in one stream. Somebody can check the tape, all 3 hours and 33 minutes of it. That or anybody with a memory that is longer than 15 seconds like I have. Mastery regained. I'm succeeding. I do need to keep an eye on the gaiety, by the way. Alright, I prepared the text for study. The Uri... Wait a minute. This is totally the marketing manager of Failback. It has to be. Well, I mean, if you really want to hear the ASMR style, or of course, as we're fond of calling it here, ASMR, you can always lean a little bit closer to the microphone and give the softer, dulcet tones. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Haley from Failbetter. An elaborate ivory sculpture of impossible intricacy. Around and across its surfaces, Sanskrit inscriptions spiral against matching lines of Vak. If you speak Sanskrit, you can use this to learn Vak, the first language of the world. Do the hours speak? If they do, this may be the language that they use. Here, this is the address of someone who will guide you. If the thief of sights asks after me, tell her to give my regards to Clydo. You know what? Don't say anything about me. Here's your address. Maya. There was a city here. We can pick over its remains like jackals over old bones, palace walls, buried roads, shattered fountains. Sometimes we may find the knowledge of the dead, and sometimes the dead may find us. You found all the expeditions in the sands, although you can visit and revisit Maya several times. Okay, so obviously here I need to make sure that I'm loaded for bear. The book did come for that, so I believe that book is a translation of the sculpture. If you do /me, Ego Akaran is now very happy. All right. So now I need to think a little bit about my... So one thing I am a little tempted to do is just start throwing some of these things into the ocean so that I can get some bodies for the adventures. Yeah, you know what? We'll hire some professional muscle as well. Just to fill up the expedition. The Eyes of Sin paints chat with vivid saffron. Alright, mastery regained. I got some passion for you. There's the Maid in the Mirror. The Furious Sliver has returned to its owner. Some fancy winter, and the right of the map's edge. So, how much time do I have before this really becomes a problem? 186 seconds works for me. Let's say... What? I wonder if I can get something with this subtle flaw. So... Sunset right. Flaw. I'm pretty sure I can't bring a percussicant in with this, but you never know. I can bring a percussicant with this. Oh, and in terms of conversations, I think it's going to be a little too late for this, but let's see if Clovette can pull me out of the fire for not paying attention to notoriety. She certainly cannot. I mean, I could chat with the wary detective, and I would have gained the notoriety for that, and I could... Yeah, so the smarter thing for me to do would have been to have a chat with the wary detective to distract him from the notoriety, but I wasn't thinking at the time. There was no possible way that that was going to work, but in the meantime, I am a lot safer across basically any measure, so let's go back through the peacock door. You know, I'm very lucky that apparently the Twitch default colors are reasonably pleasing to the eye, because there's definitely some ways that those colors could become very... By the way, I will caution you, I sometimes pay a bit less attention to the colored messages, but that would not be a change for today. Okay, so I need to worry about fascination, but that's life if it comes down to it. No. I bought their loyalty for now, so... One thing that I can do to preserve the Maid in the Mirror is just keep sending her on expeditions. I've got some knowledge of Vac. It has been said that one does not learn Vac so much as come to know her. Well, now she and I are a little better acquainted. So in theory, I could upgrade the Furtive Truth into a Forgotten Chronicle, into a Forbidden Epic, into an Unresolved Ambiguity, but that sounds like a lot of effort. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to take my newfound Vac knowledge and we will read In the Mountains as Upon the Plain, which might give me access to another secret history, which would be kind of cool, but not the end of the world if it doesn't. More Katy Perry, of course. You know what? I'd be happy to see a rebellious Precussagant running through my... If I have to have a creature from the Mansis running around my apartment, I think I could live with a Precussagant rampaging around my domicile. Especially if there was accompanying like salsa music in the background. Okay, a Splendor. Now, unfortunately, this would not be sufficient for King Crucible. I'm tempted to go to the Worm Museum on this. But the Red Church really seems like the kind of place where I would get enough for Azim, so... Ooh! An Incandescence. The very air is succulent with possibility. Pierce it, and it might bleed. A 15th order influence. This might be the personal attention of an hour. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. So, my employment at the Gaiety has become very precarious, because obviously I'm going to be ripping straight into a new ritual after this. Dreamwise, let's go back through the stag door. It's a lot of streets. That is one contained Precussagant. Neville, please give me an Azim. Azim may enter only where the Grail's power is strong, and it will choose to enter only when invoked with Forge, with which it has flirted so often. I mean, it's canon. I don't see why anybody would be bothered by the percussagant sound, because that is the official sound that a percussagant makes when it enters the world. Okay, let's get... You know, Tristan has not had a chance to exercise his abilities, so... I think I will pay a fortune teller. This is mostly just so I can have some bodies to throw into this expedition. Okay, let's be a little careful about the fascination, but I think we can make this happen. Are links allowed here of YouTube vid? Absolutely. Obviously, please exercise good judgment in terms of what's sort of the done thing in terms of videos. But yeah, I don't have any like. There won't be like a fist to come down and crush you for. Alright, in the mountains. In the mountains as upon the plain, there may not be a path where none has passed. Ningala of Lagash describes the secrets to be found in mountains. While I'm at it... So, where has she gone? This is a tricky one, because I'd like to study with Azim right away and still not lose these people for the expedition. But in the meantime, it's also possible that he'll resist my summoning, at which point this is wasted time. So I will begin the translation of a text and there'll be 15 seconds delay. But what I'll probably do is as soon as this is done, we'll throw the professional muscle, the percussagant, into the expedition. And then... yeah. I'll dance at the Gaiety and... question mark, question mark, question mark, profit. The real thing is I need to ascend while still employed at the Gaiety Theatre. My transformation has to happen on the stage. Scent of Knives. Ooh, oh what? An Urgency of Appetite, not enough to bring one Azim in, but we might be able to make something happen with this. So, the Ascent of Knives is called the Sharp Stare and the Mother of Mirrors, and the Feast of the Grail. If one is to look beneath the stare, as I did last night in my dreams, one understands that last name. It draws a tithe of blood from the feet of those who ascend. In Paozai, some shaped like men and many shaped like women wait beneath the glass of the stairs to satisfy their hunger. I did not approach, I made no sound, I only observed. Okay, so, what do I want to do with my dreams? Nothing. I think more stag doors, the done thing. 14 seconds for the hireling to finish, then we'll throw the professional muscle and maybe the percussagant. Now I feel like I should put the professional muscle and the maid in the mirror in, because those have the lowest roll down on the timer. Ooh, this is actually going to be a little tricky to get everybody to fit into the expedition. I might need to make some decisions based on what well, no. We'll do it live. So buy their loyalty for now. Okay. We're not that well prepared for this, but... The city Maya has long been sunk in the desert. Only ghosts walk its streets. Anything left here will be well hidden, and the vagabond's curse hangs over it all. Her revenge on the place that wronged her so. Okay. Health problems. We'll obviously go to work. We have got so many rich aromas, like a feast upon the air, but first, and mostly blood. Azim the second thirstly. Change me, change me, change me harder. Now, my turn. Repair the mirror. I really do need to start throwing some commissions back in. So obviously, if I can, I'll add Azim to the expedition. But until then, I want to learn some. I want to learn some lessons from him. Isaacson gives off heavy vampiric eyes, pale skin, red lips, large eye. Tell me more, Isaacson. Would you have a photo by any chance? The Spieth, perhaps a single adept, perhaps a council of scholars, hypothesizes secret events from illimited evidence with persuasive accuracy. Okay, let's have a chat with Azim. Frisian, the great mother's tongue, of course. If you have enough Greek, I guarantee that the experience of learning Frisian will be very pleasant. My Greek will serve as a foundation. I'll learn everything I can. No idea what you're talking about, son. Alright, our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I can send another followers. So, Hidden Doors, Lantern or Knock, Desolation, Forge or Grail. Okay, so Azim will be helpful for that. Heart or Grail. Edge, Winter. I mean, it really depends on what... really depends what we're up against next, but let's... You can never have too many Progusigans in these situations, so... Sin doesn't seem to be mysterious about her appearance, not as much as me. Maybe I just have a really bad memory. All this Grail talk, my. I mean... I'm assuming it's just... Eyes of Sin associates herself pretty heavily with the Grail, so at this point I'm just thinking that the game has Twitch integration. It sees who's inside. Obviously, when I come into people's channels, they just start getting Lantern all over the place. They get mad because they died of Fascination victories. Fascination endings. And everybody's upset, but you know, you can't help these things. So I didn't think I would have the urgency of appetite still, but I'm going to take advantage of it. Let's think a little bit about what we need next. So Azim will give me the Grail that I need. But I don't really think... Yeah, so the real catch here is there's no use for Moth at all. So... let's just see what the sunset rate gets me. Actually, I think the... Whoa. No. The map's edge might be a little more helpful in this case. Well, I mean, my only real option here would be Moth, because I'm definitely not going to be able to bring a second Azim into the mix. And, well, no, the mask should do the trick. Grail for the Rod Profit Source, and a little Moth for its Chaos Addiction. What does chat think? You know, I'm not too sure myself, Frankenvidger. I wanna see what. I mean, obviously, the food talk definitely lends itself towards Grail, but it's also very creative, which lends itself towards Moth. Also, I could probably stand to be paying a little more attention to what's going on, seeing as there is evidence sitting on the table. So one of my my good, you know, Porter, you did a good job last time. Let's get rid of that. Ooh, I mean, if I want more bodies to throw at the problems, this is it. I don't think this is going to survive. No, actually it will. So let's just say subtle rupture. I'm going to let this sort of die a bit. But I see some possibilities here. So I'm going to need to heal up. Once the summoning's done, I'm going to go to the Gaiety and probably get rid of the restlessness that way. I don't think that's going to work, actually. Okay, an immense tawny furnace, barely contained by its horizons. At night, a chilly wilderness of stars. We must go carefully, with forge to shape our way, or grail to secure us against thirst. Azim will be ready in 18 seconds to save us. Bingo! Herodotus tells a wild story of a pharaoh who discovered the Frisian language was the first spoken by humans. He was wrong, of course. It was Vac, but everyone enjoys the story. Alright. Azim, save us. Sister and Witch should see us safe through the dry places. I may not be able to save the fortune teller, though. Let's get that affliction taken care of. I'm pretty sure the restlessness, unless, well, no, with 4 seconds I'm going to lose the Gaiety contract again, so. It enters the world one limb at a time, questing like a serpent, cawing like a crow, throbbing like a vein. It will cuddle close to my leg if I let it, and afterwards I will have to dispose of my shoes. Okay. Unlikely I'm going to be able to keep the fortune teller, but keep hope alive. Let's go to the Gaiety really quick. Season of Despair coming up? Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? And with my newfound knowledge, let's just go on a big translation bid. There are things I can do with 6 knock. Tampering with records. My minion has returned stumbling, mumbly, clumsily bandaged. They were caught in the coils of their own plan. Heal a fallen follower with talk. That's possibly going to throw a wrench in the plan. So how long... I'm not sure how long I have to deal with the wound, but in this case, let's pay for the fortune teller again. The expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. We can add funds now, or you could send another follower. I rather wish I probably should have thrown the... an expedition member has fallen. Okay, so professional muscle, that's the best one because, of course, I've got... a bit of edge, but I do need to, I need to be a little more careful on this. Translation binge, no, that's some lantern talk, indeed. All right. Their wounds are grievous. Heal a fallen follow worth talk. That's very interesting. That this has got a timer, but not Porter. So clearly this guy's done for. Oh, is that how it works? Okay. Money in my pocket. Let's see if we can summon something else. So, in theory, we would want something with... Forge is ideal, but I probably won't be able to do much with it. Okay. So, Grail will take care of us for sure. Actually, honestly, at this point, so Lantern or Knock... I've got the Lantern with the Fortune Teller in theory, maybe, kind of. Yeah, I should be summoning a Lantern. So, clearly... I mean... I can always try. I guess it's Edge. Of course, at some point I'm also going to need to throw money at it, but... Cistern Witch should see us safe through the dry places. So let's get the money in now. I've healed up. The Vincent inscriptions. Everett Vincent translated these from a cliff in Anatolia, where he famously survived a lightning strike. He died 7 years later to the day. His bones, the legend has it, were hot to the touch. The Book of Masks. Okay, let's think a bit about dreaming. Probably a little premature to go for the tincture of opium. See, the one that's... I definitely sold myself with a particular type of lore, but what I should have done was I should have got people's opinions first and then said my own lore. Okay, so the real question is whether or not I want to... There's no point in me giving up the fortune teller at this point, actually, or giving up the funding at this point. Because I might have a hint that I want to put in the place of the fortune teller. Okay, so that one's fairly straightforward. I'll just turn that into... Nope, I can't turn that into... Well, no, I should be able to turn that into painting, because I think it will take less than 60 seconds. I hope it will. Okay. The hinter do not indulge themselves with showy entrances. The living gaze will shatter them. I know it's here, and that's enough for now. I don't even know why I'm trying to do anything but do the dance, because I'm not going to be able to use that restlessness for another 22 seconds. This is what I get for going overtime. All right. In this case, hint immediately just because there's the possibility that we need to do the door. Fortune teller, I mean, unfortunate if I'm not able to utilize it, but okay, so fascination. Obviously, my bigger worry is the dread that might be in the Worm Museum. I've actually never really seen anything good out of the Worm Museum, and I suppose that makes sense. There might be something deeper that I haven't quite figured out yet, but let's go back to the red shirt. Oh! Ah! All right. Amaranthine nectar, one of the flower maker's many gifts. In a brighter age, he might have bestowed immortality. In this blighted history, it is still an unparalleled sweetness. When I visited the Red Church last night, they told me, between their clawings and their caresses, that the flower maker had visited but lately with his nectar and his promise. I woke twinned in sodden sheets, with the amaranthine nectar brimming in my hand. I captured what I could of it, only a few drops, but it will be enough. I think at some point I abandoned distinguishing between the pigments and just the ingredients, but I think I'll be able to live without having that precision. Okay, anything I want from the Land of Dream. Ooh, this is gonna get spicy. So there is an argument for me to have a conversation with the weary detective. Even though it will give me more notoriety, it will avoid the evidence. But I'm going to risk it. I'm actually going to send my moth follower to get rid of it. The wound is healed as much as it'll ever be. A gate of pain and possibility remains. So he got himself some knock. As it is, though, I'm going to risk the possibility that he fails at getting rid of the evidence. The dead circle the edge of our vision like frayed dreams. The very air around us is chill with winter's shadow. They must recognize that, and I'm pretty sure if I try to add any more winter, it won't push it over the edge. So let's just throw the fortune teller in there, get the remaining timers on track. Okay. Gaiety's good, so now we will do some painting. And I'm pretty sure, actually I should have held off a little bit on that, because that's 6 seconds I'm wasting now, but... yeah, I'm going to avoid dreaming for the next little bit. The dead draw back, their almost faces flat and watchful. They will not trouble us. So I need to keep throwing money at the problem now. More text. I think that's our last text, actually. Nope, one more. The dream and conspiracy of the lower skies. I've also had to go to the bathroom for the past hour, but I want to see if I can... I really want to see if I can see it through to the end. Brutal. I did not know that they could rip away the evidence even though they haven't found anything. Oh well. Nothing then. Well, nothing will come of nothing. Logistical difficulties. Supplies are low. Unless I send more funds, we will have to abandon the expedition. And if we do that, I will cry. Okay, conversations in 11 seconds. I didn't think it would... Jesus, you guys really... You're like really adamant on the bathroom breaks. Okay, well, tell you what. I will be back soon, and I will hit mute so I don't subject you all. For those of you who find that this is a good breaking point, it is now midnight. I hope I get a chance to see you all in a little over 13 hours to be able to celebrate the release of the new DLC. This will be on the Steam page for Cultist Simulator. I am coming back. I will be back in a matter of seconds, but I am going to... No, I would never... I don't even have a Coke bottle. No, I will properly go to the bathroom. But yeah, I will be back in a few seconds. I just know every time that you go on a bathroom break, there's always like a precipitous fall in terms of viewers. So I hope I get a chance to see you all on the Steam page at some point tomorrow. But if you want to see the Ascension victory, we'll be doing that tonight, come hell or high water. Unless it takes me 13 hours to achieve. But yeah, I am now going to go and get my whole thing done. So see you guys in a bit. All right. Thank you, everybody, for waiting. For those of you curious, it streamed like the Fountain of Trevi and smelled like a Starbucks. And we should be able to continue uninterrupted for the remainder of the evening. Let's do... the expedite. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna wait to see. Well, no, hang on. I can bring Porter in, so I'll at least wind down his efforts to. Oh, Jesus! Another season of suspicion. Yeah, so we'll at least get 10 seconds of him winding that down. I'm gonna have to deal with notoriety again, but I have some ideas about that. Grave dirt in, grave dirt out. Oh, please. Your number... Oh, yes, I remember you, Galva850. All right. Yeah, so Dreaming is on hold for a little bit. Porter will get the evidence before too long, and I might as well go to the Gaiety just so I can give myself the options. You'll snap your chat to restore order doing Steam again. Awesome. Although I'm slightly concerned because I was definitely talking about fear of numbers, so I'm not entirely sure the snap will have quite the intended effect. Okay, so sending the minion to destroy evidence. Unfortunately, I think it's going to snap up... No, it's not going to snap up the evidence because it's going to get the notoriety first. So, it's possible we will get through... we should be able to get through this notoriety without a problem. Gotta go now. You're gonna try and come back. If you can't, have a good stream and day night, everyone. Good luck on the Ascension. Thank you very much, Captain Shield. Of course, this will all be documented on YouTube if it comes down to it, but I do appreciate you hanging out as always. I hope you have a wonderful day if you are not able to come back. It always bothered me a little bit that I was extending the languages by one. Okay, so there's really no reason for me to do anything but open these things up. So obviously, King Crucible is the big one that I've been missing out on. So the Vincent Inscriptions is probably the best call. Alternatively, these seem to be secret histories. But I don't know. Let's start with the Vincent Inscriptions. Everett Vincent transcribed these from a cliff in Anatolia where he famously survived a lightning strike. He died 7 years later to the day. His bones, legend has it, were hot to the touch. Long ago, the Sisterhood of the Knot recounted, the Forge loved the hour called the sun in splendor. The Red Grail long anticipated their union, and the Grail Priestess prophesied it. We'll almost certainly find this hidden door, and in order to prepare, we'll throw another funding at the problem. All right, have a good evening, Domi. Or I guess good morning at this point, but... And... Sorry, I know I always pause and think through the work bit, but I'm just trying to think if there's any sense to me doing anything really special at the moment. So long as it doesn't gobble up the notoriety, it actually makes sense to let that run down while it goes through all the mystique. So there's no sense in painting. Oh, yeah, the option then is commissions. That does not require a lot of thought. Alright, a way through the hidden door. Faint lines in stone, a surface that yields pressure. We found it! The hidden door moves with a grating shudder and a shower of dust. Okay, wrong kind of attention. The city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? 8 seconds to see what happened with the tampering. We'll get contentment off of that, so I don't need to worry too much about dread anymore. Thank you very much, Domi. I will absolutely... I mean, 4 hours is what I used to normally do on Twitch. I rolled back to 3 because I found it a little bit more manageable and people didn't actually mind it. But this would actually be an average Monday for me when I started casting. So at this point, I'm well and truly going late. But we're obviously so close to it. And I mean, for those of you who watch on YouTube, you know that I've done much longer Cultist Simulator streams. So I'm having a good time with this one, even if I'm a little locked into, even if I'm a little focused. And Keep It Culp. That is a lot of cards indeed. I am very excited for New Game Plus, and in fact, if you are going to be on the Steam page from 1 p.m. Eastern Time, basically when the new patch launches, we will actually be doing the Apostle Legacy on the Cultist Simulator page, and if you are a fan of Cultist Simulator, I'd encourage you to stop by, not just for my green eyes and my sexual charisma, but having more people in the chat watching the broadcast will let more people discover Cultist Simulator. It'll be the first time that I've experienced any of that content. I'm really looking forward to tangling with the Long. But more importantly, it's a wonderful chance. I love doing those streams because it's a chance to sort of introduce the game to a whole new group of people. And it's particularly exciting because I'm going to be able to show people what it's like to struggle with the game again. It's been a while since I've really been like, oh god, I don't know what's going on. And hey, thank you very much for that follow, Keep It Cult. But yeah, we're actually, this playthrough is the one I started after the last patch, the Dancer DLC, and it's taken me this long to get to the Ascension, so you're coming exclusively for the green eyes and the sexual charisma. Excellent. All right, let's think about what I want. I suppose at this point, because we destroyed the evidence, we want to get our best man on the repair job. So I'm hoping that the mystique holds up long enough to kill the notoriety, but in the worst case scenario, actually I might just miss it. We'll see. The expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep things. I'm gonna keep things as they are for now. The remainder of the text consists of the gloating remarks of the Grail priestesses of the shaping that will come, interpolated with warnings and laments of those of the Sisterhood who serve the Ringyu and especially the Horned Axe. Nevertheless, the invocation to the Forge is included as part of an attempt to urge it onwards. Okay, I was just gonna say, it's like, am I really missing that much Forge? But yeah, so the Frisian was keeping us from making real progress. Let's do... Where has she gone? The Spieth, perhaps. The Single Adept, perhaps a Council of Scholars. Hypothesizes secret events from limited evidence with persuasive accuracy. Again, we have no idea what'll be coming out on the other end of this thing, but at this point we've got a fortune teller, a hint, a raw prophet, a Zim, a percussagant, a maid in the mirror, and a dance to deal with the creeping breath curse. And we need heart or grail, so either 20 grail or... Oh, only 8 heart. Okay, well. Of course. Alright, well. That's life. We'll just send Porter to do his whole breaking and entering thing, I guess, I suppose. The Red Grail's vigor will almost certainly preserve us from the curse. So one of the reasons why I was saving these up was in case I needed to upgrade some of my lore. It's a little harder to make that argument right now, because if I want to do some upgrades, it's essentially going to be from Furtive Truth to Forgotten Chronicle to Forbidden Epic to an Unresolved Ambiguity, and in the end it's still going to get stuck with the Unresolved Ambiguity because I want to keep at least one of each of the lore. And again, that's not an optimal play thing, that's a me being me thing. Light in the Skull, so good for erudition and upgrading, but at this point I'm not really going to be taking advantage of it. So you're stuck at the Stag Door. How did you pass that? So the trick about... Okay, actually, I'll put it to you this way, Keep It Culp. Some of the fun of Cultist Simulator is to bang your head against a problem for a while and not to have people solve it for you. So with that caution in mind, I'm actually very happy to tell you specifically the stag door riddle that I got. There's a few layers I can do on this. I can tell you how I specifically solved the stag door riddle that I had, and that will potentially, as long as you don't have the same riddle that I did, you will, you'll still have a little bit to think about. And if you'd like a more general answer, that is, how do you solve the stag door riddle in general, I can give that for you as well. But I'm a little conscious of wanting to preserve that experience for for people in the game. So I'll leave it to your judgment. Do you want the whole deal, or do you just want a quick peek into what I individually did? And sorry, I know that's a really roundabout way of answering the question, but I always like to preface, I'm happy to tell people whatever they want to know about the game, but I always want to preface that to make sure that their enjoyment is preserved as much as possible. Sometimes it feels good to bang for longer and harder. I wouldn't know. Repairing the cracked, bewildering mirror. My follower needs a bronze Spintrea or better to complete their task. I know you've banged your head against the door per se, but no, I'll give you the general answer. Okay, so the specific riddle that I had was what must open before the way opens. So when you read the lore of A Consent of Wounds, and this is a good general rule, the text in Cultist Simulator is usually very short, and you do a lot of things in repetition, but there will usually be little secrets about how to solve things, and it's almost the ultimate roguelike in the sense that things you learn from this playthrough will be knowledge that you take with you into a future playthrough. So like when you read the text of some of these books, it'll actually tell you how to ascend all the way up to the Peacock Door. But in this case, the Consent of Wounds, to open certain ways, one must first open oneself. This practice outlines that opening in the name of the Mother of Ants. So what must open before the way opens? Well, knock. In addition to the fact that knock is just generally associated with the opening of things, the knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. This is a pretty obvious link to the riddle. Now, the Stag Doors riddle, I believe, is one of 4. So the general answer is that depending on the Stag Door riddle that you get, the level 6, so basically the third bit of lore that you get for some of these aspects, will be the answer to the riddle. So for instance, a story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war which was not fought. If you see a riddle about, let's say, the queen that was not born, that's the indication for the Forgotten Chronicle. An unmerciful mantra, mercy saith the watchman is found only in shadow. There's a riddle that's going to be about mercy. So if you have, the trick about the riddle is, if you have the lore for the riddle, it is plain as day as long as you read the text. The catch is that unless you know that it's the level 6 lore, there's a lot of stuff to read. So that's specifically how you go for it. If you don't have the third lore, i.e. the level 6 lore of some of these things here, then you likely don't have the solution to the Stag Doors riddle. But if you are stuck on that particular one, just take a quick look at the write-up on those ones, see what it tells you in terms of, like, is there a reasonable statement? Like, it is not a very deep riddle. Like in this one, what must open before the way opens? It says right here, to open certain ways. You just need to read the first 4 words of the level 6 lore, and you get the answer. So the thing that makes that riddle a hard one is that sometimes you, the character, do not have the answer to that, and you need to read a particular book to get it. But I'll be honest with you, like, we did not solve the Stag Doors riddle until this playthrough, so there's actually progress that you can make without it. So yeah, no, not a problem at all, Keep It Cult, but I will say 100%, the game is designed this way to be hard to get on the first glance. There are things that I'm still learning about the game by reading the little texts of things. Like, I have learned about certain lore to unlock further paths along this way Like, there's little things hidden either in the descriptions here or when you read the lore. And the really tricky part about this is that once you read a book once, you usually don't get to see the text again. So this is definitely a game where if you have a hunch about something, like, follow it, because it just has this little way of burrowing its way into your brain. And it's a really cool little effect, but it's definitely one that that can be kind of opaque at times. So I hope you have a good time with it. Obviously, if you have other questions, feel free to ask them, but I will probably give you the "Are you sure you want me to tell you the answer?" Messages, just because obviously I get so much enjoyment out of, as Galva puts it, banging long and hard. But yeah, obviously being able to struggle with something for a while is its own reward, in my opinion. So I always give people the... It's basically like when you delete a file on Windows. It's the, are you sure you want to do this button? Yes, it's annoying 9 times out of 10, but that one time, it saves you. All right, where has she gone? From our gossip and invisible lore, Spieth deduces that the vagabond has visited nowhere, but that she will not return. He also asserts that she has yet to visit the glory, but that inevitably this must be her goal. So we've got another vagabond's map. It's really tempting to try and turn this into an even higher level, but... Oh boy. I probably shouldn't have opened that door, but at least not without Sin in the area. Okay, studying. Let's read in the mountains. In the mountains, as upon the plain, there may not be a path where none has passed. Ningala of Lagash describes the secrets to be found in the mountains. Ningala tells a number of lively stories about riddling ogres and wars between mountain tribes, and turns somber in the tale of the empty-handed hunter, a lover of the Grail who sought to match her appetites and join her as an hour, but in the end rent and devoured himself, giving his name to the mountains that he once roamed. Since you haven't gotten this far, you're very curious. Is having a lover in game as bad as the patch notes say that they are? Well, this is the tricky part, Keep It Cult, because I have actually avoided romance for the better part. My first victory was actually marrying Nicole, the 4th Marchioness of Stanford. And I did that on the, I actually did that on the Dancer stream on the, it was our big finale for the first play of the Dancer DLC on the Steam page. So I've not actually tried a romance with another character that has lasted particularly long. I think I romanced Neville once, and I think that character died to fascination or something like that. I can't 100% remember what it was. So to be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure where romance will take you in this particular game. But I do know that the endings are written by the producer, Lottie Bevan, and the one I read, I thought was quite good. So, is it the thing you want to do on a first victory? I don't know. I will definitely say romance adds another degree of sort of complexity, but so long as you're okay navigating that complexity, why wouldn't you want to? Why wouldn't you want to end with a loved one? Okay, talking. I know eventually I'm going to have to deal with the angry detective, so let's get Porter on the case again. Stagdoor's good. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. All right, dancing time. And tonight I sense an opportunity, so we'll throw passion at the problem. Because you're booting up your computer to play it now. Here comes another all-nighter. Well, don't stay up late enough that you're not going to be able to catch the stream. Obviously, do what you want, but I'm glad. I mean, honestly, so there are definitely some things about the design of this game which make it quite addictive. But this game is always so rewarding. There's always something new. And I know I've talked about this a little bit. I don't want to like fully tip my hand in terms of how deep I'm going to go into it, but I've decided I really do want to do that text analysis. I'm going to go through the JSON files, and I've decided I am going to do my best to try and map out... Wait a minute. Oh, passion. I think I'm going to try and do a little bit of a deep dive in terms of the text. I'm going to see if I can kind of find out some connections in terms of words. So it's going to take me, that's probably going to take me a couple of months. It might actually be something that I unveil after sort of the last patch is done, just because I think that'll be something that's kind of fun to explore without having to update. But that is something I'm going to do my best to sort of lock in some quality time with. But yeah, even if I didn't like sit down and like really hammer out the, you know, all the lore and stuff like that with this game, I think just the fact that, so one, there really isn't a game like this, and I like the ideas behind it. Obviously, I haven't been talking quite as much about the performer and whatnot as I did at the beginning of the playthrough and that, but as I'm kind of fond of saying, like, the whole idea of a game about managing your time and being able to deal with the circumstances that you find yourself in, the connection with The Sims, I just find it a really enjoyable experience, and I really sort of like how far you can go down the rabbit hole on the game. But the other thing that I like is it doesn't force you to do that. Like, if you want to just enjoy it at the surface level, it is a perfectly enjoyable diversion about secret cults and mysteries. And if you want to get greater depth out of it, you absolutely can. It is there for the taking. But you don't have, you can enjoy it at the surface level and have a heck of a time with the game. And I really can't think of a lot of other games that achieve this so well. So it's good to hear that you'll be streaming on Steam again. You poked around in the JSON and found a few interesting bits. Very fun to follow. Yes, I will admit that the Enigma, I have not gone nearly as far as I would like in terms of the Enigmas, and it looks like there is some more stuff that was added in a recent patch, or it could be the existing patch that's coming out. You know, there's so much stuff I would like to do that I eventually just had to kind of like put a bit of a harder line on some of these things. But there's just so much this is a perfect game for, like, if you're the sort of person who wanted to get every last item in Dark Souls so you could figure out what was going on, like, this is a perfect game for you. The Wind of Maya is a pettish wind. It tugs at our garments like a needy child, and it tosses sand in our faces. It winds among the dust-choked stones. The desolation of the city is not quite absolute. There are pillars, arches, sand-blinded statues, and steps to nowhere. What will you do if you find mention of your own name in the JSON files? Well, so far that hasn't been the case, although I haven't gone looking for it. I know Weather Factory knows who I am. Like, they could, I believe they have enough information about me that they could actually like show up at my house and kidnap me to access the spider door. But I don't know, is this something I should be worried about, Galva? I think you have to, I believe if you wanted your name in the game, you had to pay a certain, you had to pay at a certain tier, which I'm actually, if they do another Kickstarter, it's, depending on the price, it's actually very tempting to go to that level. Okay, I don't have any dread to worry about. The fascination will wear itself out in 21 seconds. I think it's time that we grab our mirror and take a trip. Dingala claims that the Hours who sometimes manifest as birds, the laughing thrush and the ivory dove, the beach crow and the witch and sister meet at a secret location on the mountaintop to exchange gossip unheard by their peers. Now and then a mortal overhears them. The mortal is always obliterated, and the meeting place always changed. The Mance is a part of all of us now. It would be an honor to be a part of it. Yeah, it would be very cool to have something like that, but I don't like... I'm not entirely sure being some goofball who plays the game in front of people who like watching people on Twitch is enough to sort of justify the undermining of people who paid serious money to wind up in the game. Like, I would never want to like pound my fist on the table and say, hey, you owe me. Because they gave me a very nice gift for a stream that I did, which I thought was incredibly generous of them. And I've told this story before, but I got it on a day where I had like just a really awful day. Like I was feeling particularly down, and a strange package was there, and like I opened it up and I was just, it completely transformed the day. Like I basically forgot everything that was making me feel not bad. So oh yeah. No, I'm sorry, I probably should have been clear on that too. Like obviously I know people are not advocating for like, you should demand more from them, but it was actually it was one thing I wanted to say, because some people mentioned on the Steam stream that like it's like, oh well, they should like pay you for this or something like that. And I'm like, well, they did give me an item of some value, and like, the level of attention that I have gotten, like there's two people here who subscribed to the channel, not just followed, but like put the money down in support of the channel as a direct result of being mentioned in the newsletter. Like that is a level of attention and exposure that a streamer at my level really can't expect. So like Weather Factory has been beyond generous in terms of what they've given me, and I probably don't give them nearly enough credit for what they've done. So I like taking the chance to say that. So they gave me a real-life human sacrifice. I would be the human sacrifice. So, Athena Vanna's work on the rogue owl called the Vagabond, who was also known as the Laughing Thrush, the Centipede, the Pilgrim, and by many other names, or as Vanna has it, masks. Let's just get that through. The Mask of the Laughing Thrush says Athena Vanna has a great friendship with the Sun and Splendor, the highmost hour of the Mansus, now divided and departed. The Mask of the Sight Thief painted the river in the Mansus. The Mask of the Vagabond was forbidden the Mansus, not for what she had done, but for what would occur. Did they send you your own raw profit? That would be amazing, but I actually don't. Actually, no, I just got new shoes. So I was originally, okay, this is terrible, because like I have a pretty decent job. I'm still like paying down student loans and such. And so, by the way, Keep It Cult, thank you for your assistance with that. But like I'm doing okay. Like I can't complain about where I'm at, and I sort of have a plan in terms of just wrestling that to its, to the ground. So, but the worst thing was I'd put off getting some new shoes for the longest time. I had like a pair of runners with quite literally a growing hole in them. And then I finally ordered some shoes, and like they're nice, but now I actually got two sets, because I figured one of the reasons why I wound up with holes in my shoes is because I only had the one. But yeah, with that in mind, if I was going on that one pair, which I was hoping would not fall apart before the new ones arrived, I don't think I could afford to have the raw profit rub up against me and throw away my shoes. Anyways, that was a ridiculously long anecdote, which is super stale now, so. The stage awaits, hot and clean and bare and bright. If I move the moves and step the steps and do what is required, they'll pay me. My minion is returned, the evidence has been destroyed, and I am a little safer. So what's coming up? Fascination. We need to be careful. Fascination might actually come as a result of the time in the Peacock Door, so I need to be a bit careful about that, but moving right along, is there anything interesting I want to talk with my followers about? I've got 1 minute to go, so these will be gone before I need to worry about anything with the Weary Detective. However, we are going to be getting notoriety from... There's more here. We find relics in an abandoned chamber which might equally have been a cellar or a shrine. The walls are cracked and sand has poured through. When we return to the surface, the wind is rising. It almost tugs us from our feet. Perhaps it missed us. So what I'm going to do ahead of time, we're going to get Clovette to go on cult business, and the reason for that is 60 seconds for this to work. The mystique will be gone, but by then we'll have generated the notoriety. The notoriety won't be gobbled up by the fascination, so this will be a time we can annihilate the negative effects of the Dance with the Vagabond. This is me actually getting clever again, but I am going to stop for some refreshment. Well, not stop, but I'm going to stop talking for refreshment. Yes. There's the Economist equivalent of Oliver Twist. Straight out of Dickens. All right. Sight surrendered. At first the old woman is just a speck on the sands, but my eagle self follows that speck unerringly down to perch on her arm and accept her touch. I can't quite look her in the eyes. She scratches me under the chin and shakes me off to rise in her own bird form. Higher and higher we go until my vision fades to gold. All right, fortune teller, hint, raw prophet, Azim, percussagant, made in the mirror, and we have xanthotic essence, which I don't believe will be enough to bring King Crucible into the fold. Certain operations of the forge, sunlight is said to overcome moonlight as we pass through the Menascate to the Madrigard. This essence was mercury once, but but now it's the rich gold of a summer afternoon. Pretty. Second of the Grail. Oh yeah, I shouldn't be getting any books from this because this is a sort of like a duplicate location. So, and True Blood of Saint Genarius. The Thunderskin protected the one they call Genarius against the perils from every past. To this day, his blood keeps dancing. Okay, so the real trick here is how I keep these folks. This is like a pretty great group to put together for expeditions. I think what I'm going to do... I think we'll turn the Unresolved Ambiguity into at least one Rending Mountain quest. The Rending Mountains, it has been said, tear the flesh of history. It has generally only been said by people like Christopher Alopoli, but still, they are a good region to find the places that daylight history does not recognize. So it's going to be a little tricky to keep everybody in the game, but we'll do our best. And in the meantime, toward the fifth change, the door I will pass is never visible to either the waking eye or the eye that is closed. I must surrender those eyes to one who knows the way so that I can see. I have given my eyes to the vagabond, and through them I shall see what she would see, the road to the red change. Okay, well. I dreamt last night of the Worm Museum. The hours have set wards about it and warnings before it. They left it open to the mortal adepts who prove themselves by reaching it. Perhaps they hope to inspire revulsion against the things that bred in the collapse of the sun. Those things are here still, always dying, never dead. They came from nowhere, the warnings say, and if they complete their work, the Mansis will be nowhere one day. I love this game. All right. What do I want to do with Dream? The Mask of the Centipede recalled her birthplace Maya, which had punished her for creeping into the temple precinct. The mask cursed Maya to drink only dust and to be remembered only by the wind. For not beneath any mask does she forgive, and the centipede's hunger is not to be forgotten. The dream of the conspiracy of the lower skies, the disgraced oracle Daemon Azinten sifts through the tall tales of Penelope of Gordian, the work of the court poet Cal, and the forbidden fragments of the work of the adept Eretres, identifying common themes. Daemon insists that the hours, far more than mortals, are subject to their passions, to hatred, and even to love. The seasons of famine and plenty, the turn of the earth, the transformations of the furnace, All of these are only the results of the enactment of the lesser passions of the hours. You know what kind of frustrates me about the dancer and just dancing in this game in general? Why can't I use one of the instruments? Actually, that's a really good point. Because it's not like dancing does not have very famous cases of, like, you know, props and whatnot. I never really thought about that, but now I'm annoyed because for the mentioning of it. Anyways, sometimes the citrine eyes of one who has undergone the change are mistaken for the illuminated eyes of one approaching the incursus, but never for long. Pupil. The whites of my eyes are yellow, and the new integument. Okay, I gotta find out what that means. A tough outer protective layer, especially that of an animal or plant, has developed along my limbs to sheath me from the final change. In private, I wear a gold toe ring and earrings of gold and topaz, but they are not to be seen. This card will allow you to win a change victory if you upgrade it far enough, devote enough effort to your dances, and you'll find the final step. I feel like the Ecdysis Club is the answer here, but I believe I can only... I'm gonna need a bunch of heart. I believe in this case I'm gonna need a bunch of heart influence, so. Well, you know, they were, so if you, I don't know if you've seen some of Alexis's development streams, but the issue of, like, taking instruments on expeditions has come up a couple of times, and he talks a bit about his process in terms of making that happen. So they definitely take the feedback from the audience, but I keep meaning to bring that GOG interview up. They talked a little, the comparison that they made was there's a scene in Blade Runner where Roy Batty meets Eldon Tyrell, and he sort of says to Tyrell, you know, hey, I want more life, you know, I can't give you more life, you know, you're made as good as you can be made. We'll do this. Well, yeah, you could try this, but this happens. Okay, but then you do this. It's like, well, you could do that, but then you get a virus and it kills you. Okay, well, why don't you do that? Well, we tried that, and that also gives you a virus, and you'd be dead before you leave the table. And that's kind of the example that he gives in terms of recommendations in terms of game design. That obviously a game designer has been living with a game for a much longer time. It's not like they haven't thought about some of the things that can annoy or, you know, people will see as improvements. But what's often missed is all of the other decisions that the person could have made and didn't implement because they were inferior ones. So it's really interesting, actually, to see him talk about feedback, because if I were him, I would probably just get annoyed by everybody telling me how to make my game. But that was a really great example, and I immediately understood what it's like to get feedback from him. So, and if you listen to the dialogue that he had about implementing instruments for expeditions, that's basically what that sounded like. So I found it kind of neat, personally, so. We've got a few Blade Runner fans in here. I felt all their eyes upon me. Afterwards, I received a gift from an admirer. A little too personal for me to feel comfortable, but I can sell it on the second-hand market. Okay. The real question is whether or not I want to do any painting at the moment. I could paint to keep some of these figures in. Just don't think there's enough heart. I don't even think I have a vitality that I can throw at this. Okay. So if I paint, that will give me a notoriety. but it will allow me to keep something like the percussivant in. I should paint the painting. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Ernest Beach's affable conversation. The standards of daylight society cannot apply to us, but perhaps we won't emphasize that point. Perhaps we'll rely on charm and good humor. I have supplied elegant platitudes about the high principles of our organization. This place merits closer investigation. The Mausoleum of Wolves. This chilly monument was built long before Rome fell. Stone wolves watched the door. A chamber within was carved from rock to await fragments of the sun at its prophesied funeral procession. The procession never came. The dead are drawn here. So obviously the Maid in the Mirror is going on point. And I think we'll bring Azim along. We'll throw money at the problem. Did the sun ever come here when its death was announced? Perhaps that pronouncement was premature. In any case, if we usurp its progress, we'll have to face avalanches, furious ghosts, and a door sealed by adept architects. Let's be ready. Alright, so Hint and Raw Profit go in next, probably in that order, even though it means I may lose the Raw Profit. And the Percussivant, for that matter. But the reasoning here is that I want to try and keep the people. Well, actually, no. The good news is in 30 seconds I'll actually find out what I'm up against. So let's leave it there. Okay. Course of the Heart is good news. Optimism is the spice which saves. Thank you, Clavette and Alcine. Cool Eagle, thank you very much for that host. I didn't know that you were off to stream. You should have let us know. Were you playing Cultist Simulator out of curiosity? All right. Mirror, there you are. And I also probably should start turning in some of these commissions. BattleTech. Oh, that's a good one. Do you have the words, please. Do you have the Flashpoint DLC? Because I don't. Trying to wrap up a career mode for that. You know, I really enjoyed... Oh, that's the worst possible thing that could have come up. I dreamt of the mansis behind the white door, of the great space above the above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I see those colors still. Yeah, so there was a DLC that was released for BattleTech with some new mechs as well as I think some specific missions, but I've not personally played it because I actually haven't made that much progress in BattleTech, even though I was a Kickstarter backer. Also, quick hello to everybody from the Cool Eagle stream, and thank you very much for that host. We have got, is it Klinodev? Thank you for speaking up. And I don't know if there's any more active chatters. Obviously, I know you came for Cool Eagle, and I always appreciate his hosts, but I am definitely not a man of his talents, so if you want to go on your merry way and find somebody a little bit closer to your tastes, absolutely no hard feelings, but I would love it if you hang out and give me a chance, because obviously that is all that a streamer can ever ask for. Let's take a quick look. Okay, so we don't need to worry about Dread immediately coming up. Hopefully this will... Yeah, so the fleeting remembrance will go away, so Dread will nullify that. I'm in good shape there. So let's go through... It's really tempting. You know what? Because I've got a surplus of Silver Spin Trail, let's bring the serious serious material. The peacock's door reflects the mirror I hold in my sleep, and the mirror reflects the peacock's door. Already a sensuous shiver ripples its surface. It aches for fracture, and when I find that it finds that satisfaction, I will enter. Thank you, keep it calm. Unless, of course, that was to the cool eagle, at which point I need to shut up and stop taking his compliment. You're a fan of the Flashpoint DLC. It basically makes career mode like a second campaign. Very cool. Okay. I'm personally looking... Oh, no. Okay, this is gonna be a problem. I forgot that you start going mad when you start reading the real books. But touching on your point before, you usually don't announce in someone else's chat that you're going to go off and stream yourself. Yeah, I absolutely get the, I 100% get the sort of the etiquette behind that, and it is absolutely not lost on me. I really appreciate you doing that, but you have hosted me far more than I have hosted you at this point, I think. So you are, I trust your judgment, and I am not at all going to feel hard done by if you say, okay, it's start time for me. People are just gonna find your stuff anyway. I'm sufficiently boring that they're gonna go looking elsewhere. So, and BattleTech's a good game, so just lean back and allow System Shock's buttery smooth voice to slip into your ear and allow it to take over your brain like a long silver tentacle reaching out from his mouth and through your ears. Alright, Damon suggests that the Hours have constrained their rivalry to avoid a war within the House of the Sun. He identifies the fear of the crime of the sky as the reason that the Hours do not satisfy other passions. He speculates on the horrifying possibility of Hours turned Alucite. What then would they devour? And Anthic elaboration. The flower maker cannot touch you. He cannot find you. He always has what you desire. Even an elaboration of the properties of his works can draw the attention of the Hours. This formula can be used in a rite with bitter black salts and a Byzantine tinct. Bitter black salts and a subtle rupture or similar sources of power to summon Azim itself. Not the Byzantine tinct. Now, I'm going to do something a little lame. I'm browsing my files, and I'm taking the save, I'm copying it, and I'm pasting it to the desktop, because I am scared to death that I'm going to die to a fascination. Loss. The sister and witch came from the west, where they were born in two wombs, one a princess, one a monster. Nevertheless, they loved each other from birth and met in the secret to seek union. Christoph Larkibus claimed to have purchased 2 handwritten copies of this codex from a family of witches on the shores of the Sea of Marma, the third which was given to the sea. That's it, you're out, Cool Eagle. You're dead to me. Alright. My latest paintings have reviewed well, so now we've got a Pergusicant, which is rapidly expiring. We've got a ton more Mystique. Notoriety for my trouble. And a bunch of money. So at this point I might as well go back to the Gaiety. The real dilemma here is the hard influence. Alright, the expedition continues. I've given my agents the opportunity to serve. Let us hope it ends well for all. So, the Fretful Dead. Okay. Definitely need a bunch of Winter, Forge, or Knock. None of this will help me. Alright, well, I'll throw the hint in because it lasts longer. And then I think we're going to need to double... we're going to need to... It's only 2 of each. Yeah, we'll throw the hint in, and then I think we will... Oh no, I've got 3. Okay, I think I'm gonna go for the Forge. No, you know what? Enid and Neville need some practice, so... Okay, I got lucky here. Well, okay. Lucky in one sense, unlike lucky in others. So the dread will nullify the fascination. What will happen, though, is... Oh no, the Season of Fascination will pass before this one gets annihilated. So then I will get a fleeting remembrance, which I can use for this fascination. We're good. Call upon the Madrigard, who cannot be unbalanced. The hour called the Madrigard is home in the cold. She will almost certainly keep us from falling. So again, I'm fairly certain if we add the winter, it's not going to change anything. Before, just in case this comes up sooner than I was expected, let's get Enid to lead the charge on the knock. I'm also going to need to put money towards things, so I need to be a little careful in terms of how this works out. But we'll start by putting Enid in. My follower needs a bronze Spintrea to complete... Ah! Okay, so I can be a wimp and go for the unresolved ambiguity, or I can try the Red Church or the Wool Museum. Let's try the Red Church. Not great, to be honest. Each of the stained glass windows of the Red Church is devoted to a distinct appetite, and the scenes they show are from life. Last night, in one of the uglier windows, I saw the appetites of a certain public figure satisfied in private. I know he won't want this information made public. Perhaps he will show me some consideration. Okay, so obviously I'll have to deal with the cracked mirror. Bronze Spintrea you will have, and let's just go through the stag door at this point. Oop. Let's take the opportunity at the Gaiety Theater, because I'm not drowning in money like I used to be. I mean, I'm still okay. I don't think I'm gonna starve or anything like that, but it doesn't hurt to keep an eye on that sort of thing. Still fascination. Yeah, by 0.1 seconds, I'm gonna... Oh no, hang on. This will still need some time to digest, so this will annihilate itself. Don't have any commissions to work on because I've used up the talk. The only other thing I can think of is just to get that vitality. Seems you missed something, but honestly, even if he did these... Yeah, well, I mean, if I really wanted to cheat, it would be... All that I did was... Oh, now I've gone and done it. There we go. All that I did was I made a backup save because I was a little worried that I might die to a fascination victory. And it's better to just have the file set aside so we can see it than sort of find out, oh, you know what, I really don't have the time to do this thing, and then, it's all too late. So when the great drought came, the kings of that land tried to sacrifice the princess and the witch, so they sailed across the sea. When despair took them, they flung themselves into the drowning waters, and so found the Painted River, where they entered the Mansus through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, the codex ends with a condemnation of the Grail. Alright, so I definitely have enough to sort of move my way up. I could probably get the last couple of levels of heart, but it's not clear what that's going to get me because, of course, I have purpose but not influence. Influence is the key here, and it's not at all clear to me how I get... I mean, the other thing, I will just very briefly check. So the desire, and this is not desire 6, so There's still one more step to go on this thing. At least one more step to go on this thing. So the real question now is, how do I... Well, you know what? Okay. The best for me to do at the moment is to double up my existing lore that I know I'm not going to touch elsewhere. So we'll take these furtive truths, we'll turn them into Forgotten Chronicles, so on and so forth. It will probably be very long and very tedious, but I have literally nothing else to do with my study right now. As far as work is concerned, let's say... I'm just trying to think. Painting gives me not much. I think I'll just keep burning out the contract at the Gaiety at this point. Because of nothing... Oh, you know what? I didn't realize I had that vitality. I am slightly curious, actually, what happens if I can't remember if this gives... This does give a slightly higher level of lantern. I don't think that's going to be enough for the... I don't think that's going to be enough for the Ecdysis Club, but in the meantime, oh, you know what? Because I'm doubling up lore, I should actually turn in these commissions. Fascination victory is a good victory. Old and happy far off things. Now this should actually give me a little heart. I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So I'm actually going to start using this mirror a little bit more often, just because I have Silver Spintrea to spend more than I have any of the others. Okay, so I'm going to get sick. Well, there's certainly no shortage of our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I can send another follower. We've got money, so in this case we're going to throw Neville in on the expedition. Dr. Redeem is happy. It's given me more erudition, more mystique. Obviously we'll get the notoriety for completing the expedition as well, but that's getting a little ahead of myself. Another opportunity. Okay, that's a tricky one actually, because okay, before I do that, back to the Painted River. Okay, that's Urgency of Appetite. So that wasn't the one I thought it was. I was going to be very sad. Okay, so does this have heart? It does. It has 2 heart, which is not great, but it is the most heart I have right now. So I'm going to risk the possibility... Well, no, it's not really a risk, because I'll just paint it away if it comes down to that. And that vitality will help me heal in 15 seconds. Well, I don't need to worry about healing in 15 seconds, because... Okay, I'm going to go through the Peacock door. Only once more, though, because I'm going to need to repair... Well, once more with this one. I obviously need to get my Bronze Spintrea up if I'm going to do any further. I'm going to sit on the Restlessness for now, because that at least gives me something to try at Ecdysis. If that doesn't work, then I will paint it away, and then hopefully on one of these dream journeys I wind up with some cool heart influence. Receive the currency of the secret world. Cool. More mystique. Well, Laidlaw's good at what he does. Wait a minute. Where's my 3rd forge guy? Oh, right here. I'm an idiot. No, wait, it can't be here. Alright, we're gonna go on a hunt. Please repair my expensive mirror. I know you look like a winter follower, but... Alright, have a good one, Cool Eagle. And sorry, I got a little sucked into the game there. I'm just trying to think of clever ways to... The dark, the light, the moth finds light in the dark, and so do I. Felt all their eyes upon me. Afterwards, I received a gift from an admirer. A little too personal for me to feel comfortable, but I could sell it in the second-hand market. Okay. So let's see, it's unlikely that this will work, but we'll do our best. So we've got a scar, we've got health, we've got change, we've got the Ecdysis Club. Almost. Endors, you may indeed. Thank you very much. Hey, Blurry Pixel, how are you doing? This must be Vince. Guys, I don't get a chance to do this. We've got two people here who are a ton of fun. So Endors coming in with a 19-month sub. Thank you very much for that. Endors, I still remember the day that he visited when we were doing not the Red Strings Club, it was the game before that. Gods Will Be Watching, and he gave me a lot of confidence in terms of the quality of my voice and why that might be an enjoyable thing for people to watch. So thank you very much for that, Endors. You, I believe, are the longest standing member of this channel. I might need to double check that, but one way or the other, you are definitely a member of the old guard, and I appreciate it tremendously. On top of that, we've got the Blurry Pixel here. Now, I know not a lot of you are in Ottawa, but if you ever happen to visit Ottawa, or you know somebody visiting Ottawa, there is a, I believe it's on Bank Street. It's just off of Bank Street, I think. But this is a video gamer bar. And occasionally I have referred to this place where I have kind of conducted this extended campaign of psychological warfare to sort of convert an audience for this game. And well, the Blurry Pixel is the owner of the Blurry Pixel is probably the best evangelist that this game could have asked for in that sense, because he's a fan of card games. He's definitely open to experimental and weird things, and every once in a while he's so kind as to put some streamers that I really like up on the big screen. And I have no idea if I'm on the big screen. If so, hello, tip your bartender well. If I'm not on the big screen, I'm at least very happy to see the... Oh no, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. You can't possibly be still open. Queen Bank, thanks for the shout out. Yeah, no problem. But yes, I get a chance to let you good people know about a cool place in Ottawa that has been very supportive of Cultist Simulator, not to mention me and some casters that I know. So, all right, Dr. Frankenvinder says you're going to lurk into an eventual passing out. Love you all. Be good to each other. Remember the nightmares you have brought to ponder and grasp with eventual unadulterated and pleasurable insanity. Yeah, guys, I mean, I should mention I'm now about an hour, 20 minutes over what I would normally cast at, but we are getting this Ascension victory come hell or high water. I still have 12 hours before the stream starts. And the Eyes of Sin says, so speaking of the Grail, you found out from somebody that you made friends with at the local shop that the employees there have nicknamed you the lesbian vampire. And when told as such, all you could say was, well, you're not quite a lesbian. Oh my. All right. Let's unpause. So the reason why I held off on the restlessness here... Ah, damn it. Okay, 30 seconds will still work. Oh, no, this is going to be gone for a long time. I wanted to see if I could try and upgrade this into... So I was just thinking I could try and convert this restlessness into higher level... heart influence, and I've never tried to do that before. Alright, the dead circle the edge of our vision like frayed dreams, the very air around us chilled with winter's shadow. They must recognize that. Let's put some more money in. They took my health. I've got my vitality though, so we'll be good there. Excited for the new content tomorrow. Also, librarian content is close enough to owning more lens for you to be happy. Yes, I'd forgotten. Eyes of Sin and the Blurry Pixel already know each other from taking a look at all of the other grand Cultist Simulator streams. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to give up on my dream of turning my restlessness into heart. Paint away. Wait, what's coming up? Okay, contentment. I can live with that. So ideally, I'd like the notoriety. Well, yeah, actually, you know what? Let's just let that notoriety run down. So we'll extend the life of the Mystique. Let the notoriety run down, because I know that for at least 60 seconds, I'm not going to... Or, sorry, 24 seconds, I know I'm not going to be... Well, okay. Specifically 84 seconds, I'm not going to be bothered by the weary detective. And I can think of some ways of getting rid of notoriety in the meantime. And then, so this doesn't turn into dread, we'll do a mood piece. Okay. I'm actually going to start writing these down too. I think there's a more elaborate system than what me just writing them down will work with, but I know the Peacock Door has always brought me to the edge of madness. So... what the hell was in the other one? So that's unfortunately Grail, which makes me very sad. But I was not paying attention, so Twitch.tv system. I'm watching my own channel to see what the card that went by was. Oh, was it Vagabond map? Okay. Very air is succulent with possibility. Pierce it, and it might bleed. A 15th order influence. This might be the personal attention of an hour. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. When one dreams of the Red Church, one hears the voice of the Grail's names. The Thirstleys and the Ivories and the Lovelies and the rest. Not all the Empauzi are women, they might be heard to say. The hungers of women run no deeper than the hungers of men, but a mother is never far from her child at its birth, and that is not always true of a father. Come closer, and we will show you what we mean. Alright. So, I don't have... Well, you know what, I'll have the repair... Will I have the repair in time? I better hope I do. Here, we'll just spend money on this. So there's sickness, which I'll deal with as soon as I go through the Dreamland. Expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I've already got the pair of Nox, so... No gloom to worry about for the contentment. I should try and see, instead I'll just try upgrading this vitality. In the meantime though, there's no reason not to. I mean, I already have the hallowed polos, but seeing as I've been painting, kind of going nuts painting anyway, I have the vital pigment. So that should allow me to paint another fancy Grail painting. That's some good work there, Laidlaw. Let's go get a commission from Jannings. For 24 seconds, I'll have my affliction and vitality to deal with it. Obviously, I can't subvert that vitality into influence, even if that was possible. It's a lot of mystique. So notoriety will be dealt with, but that'll be replaced with the one from the expedition before too long. So at this point, I'm probably just going to say screw it, and I'll make a fancy new painting, because sure, it's cool to get a Zeme and all, but I don't have any expeditions to go on to. So what does that really get me? I'm not going to lose my job at Gaiety. So the only other thing I can think of is to just really quickly see. Yes, I can't do anything with this, and I can't do anything with this on its own. So we paint. I remember this will probably give me a little fascination, but we don't have that coming up as a problem. Of course, if we do, then I'm screwed, but... Okay. We bear the great power of opening. We'll almost certainly shatter this warded door. It's because we got Neville with us. Secret histories, I think I can manage that. And Madame Bichet is available next. Okay. What was that? Perfect something or other? Winter 15. And... when I visited the Red Church last night, they told me between their clawings and their caresses that the flower maker had visited but lately with his nectar and his promise. I woke twinned in sodden sheets, with the amaranthine nectar brimming in my hand. I captured what I could of it. Only a few drops, but it will be enough. Okay, so let's just quickly deal with our affliction here. And we'll leave it at that. After Bichet, we'll deal with the cracked mirror. Neville remains your only romanced character. And Moth Commission. Okay, so I'm lined up in terms of some things to do between jobs. Now, as far as conversations go, well, it's clearly we need to get our mirror repaired, so we will jump in. I mean, I'll take care of this one first, because then I'll be able to repair this mirror one last time until we get some more Bronze Spintrea. And after the Season of Despair, Restlessness, so then I'll be able to see maybe after this one. Once I generate the Restlessness, I'm curious if I'm actually going to be able to turn that into influence. If I can, that's amazing. And if not, that is sad. The only person I've done a romance win with is Nicole Farth Marchioness of Stanford, but I've not tried romancing any cult members. I have made something unique, something extraordinary, something that I will never dare exhibit publicly. This cannot possibly ever see daylight, and it will earn no funds. So, glimmering, contentment, an urgency of appetite, notoriety. Oh, 2 notoriety. That's a particularly scandalous painting that nobody saw. And the Red Grail. She did not split the sun, but here we might imagine how she might have desired it. Right. So that's all my passion for now. We'll try and keep our job at the Gaiety for now. Sylvia's definitely caught your eye before. Badumts. I have no idea what you're talking about, Galva. Wait, this is not the right one. Where'd you go? There we go. All doors must open as all lives must end. This door found its end here today. The other possibility I can allow for is getting an additional scar if I work at the Ecdysis Club, but I'm not sure if that actually happens or not. Okay. I don't think I have... Well, I should be able to make it through the Peacock door again. Hang on, there might be a way for me to subvert an appetite. Or a... Okay, I'm gonna need to think about this for a bit. I've increased my knowledge of the secret histories behind the one that we know, so this has turned into a Forgotten Chronicle. I'll be able to upgrade at least one of these, and then move to the Forbidden Epic, so on and so forth. But what I'm particularly interested in... So if I put this in the study, we can upgrade. It might be possible with the right combination of influences to raise more powers, so... 2 matching Grail influences to intensify them, study how it's affected by Moth influence to subvert it instead. Whew. So if I were to get away with this madness... I have no Moth. But what I am going to do, let's just take a... Okay, so... Subverts to Moth. Moth subverts to Lantern. Lantern subverts to Forge. Forge to Edge. Edge to Winter. Alright. Clearly we are not trying this with the urgency of appetite, but it gives me something to work with in the future. But it is really tempting. Yeah, so... The really tough call is I want to see what happens when I have restlessness. So the question is, do I really want to sit with this idle for so long? And I think the answer to that is yes. Fleeting remember. Okay. I am going to quickly try... You're kidding me. Oh, wow. So it actually needs to be the equivalent. Jesus Christ, that is a feat. I have no idea how you possibly get that much influence. There's clearly something I need to learn about this game in terms of generating influence, because I don't see how I can get that much. I don't actually see how I can get that much from being able to visit dreams that quickly. Anyway, I think I should be able to get away with a summoning, so we will. That's not the right one. I don't have... Alright, guess it's gotta be the map's edge, because I gave away all my knock followers. Good help's hard to find, what can I say? Okay, I'll probably just get rid of him if oh no, I've got something I can put him onto. Oh yeah, you could cheese stall influence, but I really don't like doing that. Everybody goes nuts for me not doing it, but I'm like, guys, you don't have to like do everything perfectly. The chill in the air deepens until our skin crisps with ice. At the core of the mausoleum is a white marble bowl upon a granite plinth. It is filled with snow whose touch burns the skin, and buried in it items of note. Were they concealed here, or were they offerings? Nothing beside remains. Welcome back, Neville. We missed you. Enid, a pleasure. All right, we've got a hint. Oh, we've already got an Azim. Well, that'll be interesting. Okay, so we've got the Velshorn inscriptions, hundreds of matching lines in Greek and Frisian poetry copied from a wall, similar or identical to the inscriptions Cal Velshorn discovered in Halicarnassus. If you speak Greek, you can use this as a key to Frisian. They're definitely being a lot more forgiving with these with the words. Okay, as the sun his course, Joel of the Bridge, a retired soldier and sometime tollkeeper, wrote this epic poem about Alexander's famously inexplicable decision at Issus to withdraw from the war with the Achaemenids and his subsequent return to Macedonia. A Second Glory, a work by Jusse, the priest and hermit scholar. Is that a language we don't yet? Oh, I don't know Deep Mandic. The most secret script of the innermost rites of the deep sects of the deep desert. The birth tongue, it is claimed, of the mother of Ants herself. Some books must be translated before they can be read. And we've got 3 Snow Wolf. Far too cold ever to melt in anything but the hottest noonday sun. It will very gradually consume human flesh. Even if you do, there's no guarantee that you'll get the same or compatible influence right away, so you might end up cheesing it for a long time, which doesn't seem worth the time. Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing about the cheese strategy that I'm not 100% sure how people reconcile this, but, like, it's not a free lunch. Like, in my view, especially in the late game, like, locking up a verb is no small thing. Like, how many times do you do expeditions hoping that you're going to be able to get access to some really important thing? In this case, I'm just going to clear out the unnumbered stones. There's really no reason not to at this point. Oh, hang on, but I do need to chat to people, so one of these. Perhaps somebody who's capable of repairing. There we go. And study. Oh yeah, I never actually bothered with any of the study. So in this case, we have one thing that we can translate. Expedition continues. Hidden door with lantern or knock. Okay, I am very curious this time around. So it's a Splendor. So last time it was a Vagabond map in the Worm Museum. And it was the Grail influence in the Red Church. So I have a feeling the Vagabond map's going to show up in the Red Church this time. But nope. Dread and a favor from authority. I will admit, I have always felt the Peacock Door tends to feel like just the biggest kick in the balls. You put so much effort into it, and I have very rarely gotten what I need out of it. Okay, I think in this case, I'm going to go through the Stag Door. This is just so I can get a breather in terms of the ability to access these areas. Probably throw a Zeme in there. So we need Forge or Mysteries of Moth, which I don't have. Lantern or Knock, which I don't have. Mortals, perhaps even ordinary mortals, but quite a number of them can be fought, seduced, or deceived. Okay, well, this is going to be an absolute disaster. The real question is whether or not I actually want to put followers towards this. So, peril-prowled forest, the darkness under the trees is quiet. For now, we're not alone. In here, Moth Aspect will guide us through, or Forge will clear a path. Well, I can definitely afford to lose some Moth, but it's starting to get a few scars. Shadows dapple the path. Perhaps the path is the one the Moth has given us. Probably it is. Probably we'll make it through. Alright, Azim is simply not worth... Like, I already have him, so there's no point at all in doing that. 16 seconds, I don't think there's anything I can do about this restlessness, unfortunately. Oh, I lie. I've prepared the text for study. As the sun is coarse. Joel of the Bridge, a retired soldier and sometimes tollkeeper... Or, okay, we've already read that then. So... Study restlessness. To study, one must generally sit quite still. Restlessness is rarely the ally of scholarship. Well, I like they included that. Notoriety coming up again, so I don't need to worry too much about that. Unfortunately, I'm going to get it in the teeth with the restlessness. So we will study the sun, his course. Alexander meets Issus with Darius, king of kings, for 3 days and 3 nights. On the first day, the two men trade threats. On the second, promises. On the third, secrets. Darius tells Alexander something so shattering that he retires to his tent to consider matters of strength and matters of mastery. Hey, Telderbest. Of course, you can ask an additional question on top of the free one that you get. Feel free to ask away. I will do my best to answer, but I am not an expert by any means. So. Trembling Heat or the Painted River? Straight Painted River. Well, that could have potentially been subverted into Heart, but lesson learnt it is. I'm probably going to run through some of the dialogue a little bit more than what I like to, but this is just because I am now well and truly over time. Okay, so we're safe. You stopped playing this as a glitch kept killing your runs. Okay, well, if it's a glitch, the best one I can say is support@weatherfactory.biz, but sometimes things that seem like glitches don't necessarily, they sometimes have answers that are not apparent. So if the question's about the glitch, I can do my best to try and answer. Dry curses kept triggering even if 100% defeated. Oh, that's really... I've never ran into that personally. Did you email Weather Factory about that? I think they should be able to say what was going on. Okay, so oh, Jesus. I'm behind. Okay, I think we'll go back to the Stag Door then. No point in trying to get rid of the dread at the moment. We've lost the path. The forest towers against the dusk sky. The beasts of the forest are silent, but now and then we see their eyes. So this is where we'll throw Porter back in. Seeing as dry curses eliminate, no chance for recovery, 1 passion each time. I should actually say, Talrabest, if you run into a situation like that, if you hit, I think it's Control Shift and the tilde key, what you can do here is you can actually add and delete cards. So one thing that might be helpful in this case, I think if you click, so notoriety, for instance, you can -1 or add 1, and in that particular case, you this will sort of allow you to manually adjust some of the problems that you ran into. So Control Shift and the tilde key. That's probably the most direct way that you can interfere with the operations of the game. And so I think in that case, deleting the curse or deleting the or adding the passion alternatively is a way that you might be able to get around that. So if they got 2 passion, well, run dead. So you can restore lost cards deleted through a glitch if it occurs. Yeah, I'll actually show you right now. So this isn't going to fundamentally alter the playthrough. So even if I didn't know that the name of the card was passion, I click on passion here, it'll load it in. I can hit +1, and now I've got another passion. Now, of course, I don't want to give myself free extra passion because I've already done skill never know. So in that case, I just hit -1 to passion, and there you go. So obviously you can use this to do some like clearly if I wanted to make the progress in this run, I could just give myself the influence that I'm looking for. Like it's an honor system, and the developers been pretty clear saying that, you know, they have built the game this way to allow you to be able to do stuff. It's not cheating if you like duplicate your save or anything along those lines. So if it's a purist matter, like you're insofar as anyone values the opinions of the developer on these things, like you're golden. But that might be a way. Obviously, if it's a bug or a glitch, support at weatherfactory.biz, they're very receptive to bug reports. But on top of that, there's some functionality inside of the game that will actually allow you to make adjustments to what key to trigger that. So Control, Shift, and tilde. And yeah, it is definitely not. So even if it's a matter of like, am I cheating or not? Like the developer themselves has said, like, this is here for a reason. So that'll probably be the best way. And again, either you can click on the item. So this works for verbs too. So for instance, I was like, oh, notoriety. Let's get rid of that. Or halt verb or whatever. But honestly, if it's just a matter of losing passion, like you can, that's pretty easy to get back. So. All right, our expedition member has fallen. Our numbers dwindle. This was the maid in the mirror who, you know, might be helpful in terms of combat, but we're more than covered with the 22. So. So Talrabest, the Booty Freak 9001 is correct, so it is banished or destroyed. Essentially, what happened is because... So, in this patch, they added scars, and so the trade-off that basically was brought in is because there's now, for most cases, the effects of a loss are no longer permanent, and so they're ratcheting up, maybe not the difficulty, but basically the consequence a little bit more. And of course, scars also wind up giving you abilities. So in this case, this started as 5 Moth, but with the 2 scars, she also now has 4 Knock, which is kind of cool. Now, of course, I don't want to send her on another expedition, potentially, because she might die. With 3 scars, you're done for. But essentially the game got rid of certainty because the consequences for quote-unquote losing someone was not necessarily like as severe as it used to be. Any way to restore passion at all? There are some rites in the game which will allow you to convert reason into passion, and then you can also level up your skill to get more passion. So. But yeah, I've honestly, Talrabest, like, if there have been some times where I've wondered, like, this game it's not like it's been bug-free forever. So the best that I can say is if you feel like you've just wound up in this particular situation where you're constantly losing passion, like ad infinitum until you're reduced down to 0, probably the best thing to do is just to use that console and add it in. Like, even if you turn around and decide later, it's like, okay, you know what, I've got what I need. Even if I run into that glitch, I'm just going to try and power through it. Like, I think it would be better if you got through the game and enjoyed it, rather than try to sort of follow on some ideal of, I'm never going to use the console. Like, I'll at the end of the playthrough, I'll try and find the post where Alexis wrote all this. But as far as I'm concerned, like, people should play the game that they want. I doubled up my save file because I was scared I was going to lose to Fascination, so... You can't restore passion once it's deleted. Well, you can do it through the console, but essentially you need Glimmering to be able to double up your passion skill. So, at dawn on the 4th day, Alexander announces the sun has its course upon which he returns, and so do I. He returns to Macedonia, executing 2 of his captains when they dispute his decision. He brings with him the names of a blind god and a rite of sacred betrayal, for Joel opines without betrayal there would be no end to war. So we've got the colonel's names, and we've got the rite of rebel striving. This rite enacts a teaching of the Forge of Days. The artisan may achieve their highest goal only by destroying their most precious tool. The lionsmith knew this when he shattered his sword before the colonel, so my assistant must destroy a chosen instrument. It's been a while since we've gotten a new rite. This is exciting. Okay, study. Again, I find myself in a point where I don't really think I have that much to do at the moment. Can work out. I could... No, what am I saying? I need to turn these forbidden epics into unresolved ambiguities. The wood beneath the mantis is darker, even more... Painted River. More erudition. Okay, how am I on mirrors? Should have this in time for the peacock door. Let's do... I think I want to do something a little unusual. Oh, but I've got... Okay, so restlessness won't help me... I'm wondering if I can do this incomplete. I mean, I can throw dread in it. I think I want that thing running down, though. Alright, I'm slightly curious if I get another scar off of this. Hey Booty Freak, did you know that this game is actually available to play on your own And it doesn't really require a play-by-Twitch controller. In fact, one of the things that's really enjoyable about this game is being able to make decisions on your own without other people telling you how to play the game. And I know a lot of people know this because I have said this in the channel several times. You know what's tomorrow? I know that the update is coming up, and I'll actually be on the Steam page for it, starting at 1 o'clock Eastern. Well, it's more of a free update rather than a DLC. Although the soundtrack is actually is available on sale, so that's kind of a DLC that's coming out. But if you own the game, I believe you should get access to the new. I believe you should be getting access to the new content, even if you don't have a perpetual edition. Yeah, so should probably talk to someone. Okay, what do I want to do next? No repairs to do. I've already got my commissions down, and God, this is the one that I'm always bad at. I'll leave it. Supplies are low. Unless I send more funds, we will have to abandon the expedition. Should also probably be looking at what's going on here. So lantern or knock. Moth guys are fine, but I actually should probably be paying a little more attention. Oh god. Okay. Gonna write this down again. That is a lot of time. I think that might be a little bit more than I have, Talra Best. I know I should have over 100 at this point, but... Okay, so unresolved... I'm not entirely I don't believe I've ever seen heart come out of this, but I will continue to focus mindlessly on the Red Church. And we've got Perfect Frost and Vagabond's map. Well, at least I got a Vagabond's map out of it. So... Although I suppose I should have wished for the winter... No, because I would have needed the heart to change it. Gonna go grab some food really quick. You'll be back, Mr. Chalk, sticking this ascendancy out with me. I mean, the worst case scenario, I just open the console and get the damn influence so I can make the progress. Like, I'm sure there will be people... I mean, there were people who were pissy about the stream. They're like, oh, he missed that. Like, why do you get him to do that? It's like, because I really like the game, and because I get that there's more to it than just, like, fulfilling some get good scrub kind of fantasy that a lot of people have. But like, I'm having a good enough time with the game as it is right now. So in the worst case scenario, I just wind up spending a little bit more time playing a game that I really enjoy. Like, it's not the end of the world. But looks like I can't just sneak out. Oh, I thought I had a manuscript that I was missing. Yeah, it seems that I can't just sneak out another scar. That I actually need to come by the heart influence, honestly. So, when does the Tainted Bloodlines pass? I actually don't know what you're referring to, Telrea Best. But it sounds very exciting. Okay, so I can't do any studying with the... Oof, do I... Okay, so Dread's coming up, I think, as a precautionary measure, even though it means that I'm going to have to ask for my job back later. Let's do some painting. Because 'Cause there's that outside chance that I get contentment. So rampant disease of pedantics that spread everywhere on Twitch for some reason. They bring out the worst. I mean, it is... I sort of understand why... so... I know why Alexis specifically brought out the... said the, you know, there's a good community for this game. You know, just keep in mind there's going to be some hard content coming out, and if there's a time when people are going to start saying, you know, get good, scrub, it would be now. And, like, I think he's got a decent insight into the player base when he says that. People enjoy games in different ways, and it is an unfortunate feature of streaming that some people really enjoy watching games and simply cannot help themselves when they see a game, you know, what they perceive as a game being played the wrong way. And I have a lot of sympathy for it because it frustrates me to see somebody, especially when they're getting mad at the game. I sometimes feel that the game is being treated very unfairly. But despite that, even in some, you know, mysterious ways, positive urge, I've really struggled, you know, despite myself, to make sure that I don't just jump in and start playing for the other person. Because I also get, because now I've been on the other side of the camera, or not the camera in this case, but the microphone, that, like, especially when you hold off playing a game so that you can, you know, you can share it with people, you can share your first experience with someone. To have somebody just kind of coming in and, like, just punching you in the back of the head saying, it's like, why are you doing this wrong? You know, you need to do it this way. It kills the enjoyment. It like, there are 2 games which I like a lot and I will not play on Twitch because I know of the just that people just cannot seem to help themselves with it. So I will, you know, I'll admit I get snarky about it, sure. And it's just because, you know, it doesn't really matter what you say. People are always going to do that. But yeah, it's, you know, the best you can do. Like, my view is that if you go into a bigger streamer like Man vs. Game or something like that, and you backseat, you are basically instantly timed out. And I don't see why it should be that you have to have a certain number of followers before people treat you with respect in that sense. So, can you post a... Yeah, you absolutely can post a link. Optimal strats. Obviously, Mr. Chalk, is a Stack Overflowing to rewrite the game's code to optimize its success rate. But yeah, absolutely go ahead and drop a link in chat. Okay, well, I got a Forbidden Epic. I didn't even pay attention to what the other one was, but more, I guess more Secret Histories is better than less. So the big trick is I'm going to need some evidence that I'm not able to get, I'm not able to get what I need from the peacock door. Like, unless I find out that the spider door is the only way I'm going to be able to get the influence that I need, I think I'm just going to keep throwing myself into the breach until I find something better. So, it's sad, but I won't play Undertale on stream because of the community. You also won't play Nier Automata because of the backseating. That's a shame. Alright, the hint has fallen. Our numbers dwindle. Supplies are low unless I send... This is actually going to get a little hard for the... It's going to get a little hard for the door, I think, because that was my only way of... Okay, we're going to get the Locke brothers in. Or, sorry, the Knock brothers in as soon as the... Okay, so I also need to remember about the tentative evidence, but I should be able to survive that for a while. Fascination is going to rear its ugly head. That'll be manageable. You cannot understand somebody playing a game whatever way they're doing can cause issues for somebody watching. The only way it makes sense to you is people trying to show off how they know something that a streamer might not appear to know, which is kind of a pathetic attempt at boosting their self-esteem. That can be the urge. I say that because, like, okay, I definitely think that that is what drives some people. The thing that gives me a little pause in that particular regard is that if I assume that about everyone, then there's at least some subset of people for which that is not true that I will make a very unfair assumption about. And I say this because I know I have watched, like, so a great example is watching somebody like Johnny Big Time play Dark Souls. Now, I know Johnny likes going through, or Wolfenstein actually. Wolfenstein is an even better example because I could see on the last boss fight, come closer, dear ones, we have something special for you. Okay, so I'm going to take this opportunity. I'm pretty sure we're going to get by on this, so in this case we'll throw Enid in just to give us a little bit of a boost on the knock. That'll hopefully help us with the door. Now, I like Wolfenstein and the New Order a lot, and I think Johnny's very good at first-person shooters, and he was very close to doing well on the final fight. He was playing it on, Uber, like I was. I might have even have driven him to play it on Uber. But it was very clear that he had a good strategy in place that he then abandoned seemingly for no reason. He apparently did not appreciate that he... Ouch. Well, that's how it goes. This is going to be a little more difficult to get rid of than the other ones because, of course, we have the dread as well. Oh, wait, no, the dread is abating because of the contentment, so that should turn into a remembrance, so we'll be good there. I am, however, going to get rid of this affliction. But yeah, so, I felt for him because I love Wolfenstein, and I know it is just for, like, no reason at all that he's just wound up in this situation where he wasn't able to get through it. And I wanted to do everything I could to say it's like, you are actually, their present pleasures will end ill for them. Perhaps they'll think it is worth it. Meanwhile, we can pass. I really, above anything else, wanted to tell him, it's like, you're on the right path, you just need to do that thing you were doing before. But again, it is very important to remember that games are not fun because you just constantly dominate them. Like, games can be fun because they give you a certain degree of challenge or unhappiness, or however you want to look at it. And that's what we're going to be learning in less than 12 hours from now. Like, that's kind of the whole reason why this Apostle DLC is working. As they say, it's for the winter players. And I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, it will be a very big stage where I get my ass kicked. So that's probably going to be a little ego bruising, but it's a positive thing. Like, I really do enjoy seeing new things and learning that, I'm not as clever as I thought I was, or that maybe the game behaves a little differently than I thought it did. Like, there's just so many opportunities to learn new things out of this that I do what I can to discourage the idea or the sort of the illusion that there's only really one way to play this stuff. Okay, I am going to do a rather foolish risk of Moth, but at this point we need to start pushing some forwards. Anyways, let me catch up really quickly here. You might not want to look at the cards too closely. I did see your setup. That's a very nice little layout. I don't think there's anything that I haven't seen, like, in the game so far. Obviously, I'm not going out of my way to like look too deeply, but a lot of these icons seem really familiar. Like, I've beaten the game several times before. And I think that's a doctor one. Also, shame on you for not changing the name. But yeah, that's a cool setup. I obviously am using the the grid though for arranging my cars. Since this is a serial mod for some fairly large streamers, there are some games that you just have to be more vigilant with. And Elegy's backseating rules specifically say that part of the reason he has those rules is because there can be a lot of comedic moments out of failure. Yeah, and that's a policy I really like about Elegies. Even, you know, I'm sure we have kind of our own different styles in terms of things. Like, I'm sure there are some ways that I might prefer to sort of handle a game than how he does things. But, oops. Wait, sorry, this is the Frisian. There's a reason I set that aside. I'm an idiot. Okay. I'm just gonna sit down and... just trying to think about what some of these studies might be. None of this excites me, so we will continue on doubling up Forgotten Chronicles. Yes, Blurry Pixel makes a very good point with the XCOM clip. Obviously, well, yeah, I mean, and like, some games are genuinely very difficult to get through, which is, you know, a challenge in and of itself. But there's also some games which are really good at presenting the illusion of being challenging, and I find that equally interesting. So a really great example of this, in my opinion, is The Darkest Dungeon. If you want my very honest opinion about that game, and The Darkest Dungeon is great, but The Darkest Dungeon, I think, is a very forgiving game. This has changed a little bit with, I mean, this isn't even a recent update, but like The Darkest Dungeon, until they introduced their hardcore mode, did not really have a way of, we are skilled at uncovering hidden ways, we'll probably find this door. Neville! We bear a great power of opening. We'll almost certainly find the hidden door. And sure, let's put some extra effort. We're not going to get it in time for the restlessness, but that's life. Ego Karen, you need some sleep. Thanks for the stream. See you later on stream. Have a great one, Ego Karen. Also, I'm not sure Cookies 1. I'm not 100% sure what you mean by Cookies 1. Sorry, there was something I was meaning to say, but yeah, so Dark Souls to a lesser extent, but everybody talks about Dark Souls. Dark Souls has been studied by much smarter people than I, and I probably don't have anything original to say about that particular title. But like, there is an entire genre of games sort of dedicated to sort of presenting you with this idea that it is much more challenging than it actually is. The individual combat of Darkest Dungeon is brutal. An individual hero in Darkest Dungeon does not necessarily have a very long life expectancy, even if they're your like number one hero or heroine. But my minion has returned stumbling, mumbly, clumsily bandaged. They were caught in a coil of their own plan. Oh, okay, so they haven't died, which is surprising. More moth than I can handle. Gezabit was here just... Okay, well. Compassion or convenience? I have no cookies, which is a shame. Actually, I don't have a lot of food here at all. I'm getting quite peckish, but I wasn't expecting to hit the 6-hour mark. Oh, Jesus. Alexis, why? Alright, back to this nonsense. So, I'm just going to carry on with the Red Church. Vagabond's Map and Dread. I haven't found a pattern yet, but I have a feeling if there were to be a pattern, it would probably be related to the days. So... Thank you very much for the bits. 13. But yeah, I don't know. Like, again, part of this is... Actually, the other one that I could tell you would be Halo, because of the... Like, if you just look at the progression of the games, and especially when they started monitoring how people were playing the game, there's another great example in terms of how people want the illusion of difficulty, but they don't want the reality of it. And I think that's reasonable, because how many times do you want... Like, it's the same reason people don't like certain types of art movies. Some art movies are difficult to approach, they're difficult to understand, and as a result, you react negatively to what's... you know, to sort of this almost sort of smug, you know, withholding from on the part of the director. And I think sometimes people are right to be a bit annoyed by that. So it's a taste thing for sure. All right, so I've got like 101 restlessness to deal with now. Where were we? Assassin's Creed does something similar with the health bar. Each dot is 1 except the last 1 HP bar, which is equivalent to 5 health dots. So it makes you... I had no idea. That's actually a really clever idea. Okay, treasures lie before us, faint lines in stone, a surface that yields to pressure. We found it. The hidden door moves with a grating shudder and a shower of dust. And if you can give me a quick second here, I just need to address something in another window. I'm obviously streaming longer than I had intended.
I would never want to belong to any club.
Talrebest, thank you very much for that follow. Okay. Thank you very much to the person who sent me the DM. I obviously am sorry that I took until now to reply, but... Anyways, thanks for the info. At least now you can go about exploring the lore behind the game without killing your run. Yeah, if you are running out of passion and it is the difference between you being able to enjoy the rest of the game, you know, again, especially if you feel that it's a bug, like, let them know, because it's definitely something that you want to... It's definitely we want to make sure, like, you are gonna... I guarantee you there is no situation that is so unique that, like, you're the only one to have experienced it. It is entirely possible you are the only one to have reported it, though. So, with that in mind, I definitely do encourage you to report it and say, you know, hey, this is my experience, this is how it makes me feel, and that should hopefully get you through. I am very tempted to... paint. And I really blew it with the evidence. But I will live with what happened, so. Oh yeah, sorry, what I was building up to. But yeah, the individual, like, so the individual game itself, like, what's the worst that happens? Everybody in your lineup dies. And what happens? Well, you know, you just wind up with a... I had no idea that you got multiple scars of multiple types. Alright, let's see if we can pull this one out. Unlikely, but let's try. But yeah, so the game itself is forgiving enough to allow you to to basically get through. You can get through the entire game. You can lose everything. And not only do you not lose, the only progress you lose is what you put into those individual heroes. Like all the stuff you build up in the town, all of the dungeons that you explore, like all the progress that you have short of what you put into that one individual person is preserved inside the darkest dungeon. Which to me is a lot more forgiving than, you know, Cultist Simulator, which basically if you don't learn how to generate enough money on time, you starve to death on your first playthrough. Like that's the way this game is built. But definitely this game does not have the reputation that Darkest Dungeon does in terms of difficulty. With the exception, of course, of the new, oof. I think I'm gonna have to go down a level in the Mantis for the next little while. We're getting a few nasty tracks. And now that I think of it, actually, we were getting a lot more. I seem to remember us getting a lot more heart influence when we were going through the White Door. I think I'll make another attempt on the peak. Well, I'll do one run on the White Door. And that's just because I'm gonna want to get my mirror built up again. But you know, you can generate dread. I can. I've no shortage of dread. I will have 3 dread soon. Okay, let's at least paint one of the... let's not get fancy. Let's just put out the fires. Oh, and we've got a bunch of goodies, so more notoriety. Wouldn't expect anything else. Porter, Sylvia, Azim is back. And nothing really all that special, but we weren't really expecting that either. So, okay. I'm going to leave the Vagabonds map alone because I'm going to want to use that for an upgrade. Unresolved ambiguities, there's a little bit of an argument for me to move up. What am I studying right now? Forgotten Chronicles. Okay, I think we're going to let the exploration simmer. But I am going to get Azim to just go running around. Do you know the 2 obscure ways to create dread? I mean, personally, I usually just wind up, either do it with, oop. No need to spend money on that. The intellect's light. My most reliable way was I would usually wind up using it with the, the detective, I think the obscure way you're referring to probably is running into a like using decrepitude, which is a pretty reliable, reliable way in my recollection. But I'm not sure. I think what's obvious to some may not be obvious to others, so I might have totally missed the point you were trying to make with that. Oh, you mean like the idea of it randomly going? Yeah, I do know that if you basically every time you invoke winter, well, at least I didn't get the fascination. There's always that chance. The same way that I always wind up with a lot of vitality because I'm invoking hard all the time in my job. I think I should have it repaired soon enough for the peacock door. Things are relatively calm here. Obviously, we'll have to worry about the records again, but significant work. Don't need to worry about my contract, but I do have the restlessness, so let's try and nip that in the bud. Oh, I thought I just blew this. You can talk about winter. That pretty much guarantees that you get the chills. Okay. I can't remember if I knew that offhand, but... Okay, studying... Mildly curious. That is so interesting. If I try to study with vitality, that will want it for my health. Huh. All right. Well. Oh, you know what? I'm not going to be able to go through the door in time. He's going to want his payment. So, pains me to do this, but we'll have to crack the mirror. Yeah, well, this is one of the things that I've really enjoyed about playing the game. Like, especially when when I'm able to sort of just sit in and just sort of like swim in the game. I really like how there's so many things that... So I'm just writing this down. So last time we did this, there was a Perfect Frost in the Worm Museum and a Vagabond's Map in the Red Church. But I don't think it'll repeat. It almost never repeats, so... Favor from authority. I mean, at any... if there was a point where it would have been helpful, it's probably now, but... okay, so while I'm at it... Sorry, I know I started a sentence and I abandoned it, but let me just take a quick second to deal with this dread. Season of Despair is going to be too late. Are they going to be expanding headquarters? I don't know if it's this patch where this is supposed to happen, but I believe the headquarters question has come up a couple of times. I think, Sin, after talking with me, you know that would not be the first time that I like it. But yeah, I like definitely being left alone with Cultist Simulator over a while. One of the things that I enjoy so much is that there's still little things where it's like, oh yeah, that completely makes sense when you think about it. That is so clearly not obvious at the time that you're thinking about these things. And it's one of the reasons why I find this game so rewarding after such a long period of time in it. So can I ask why you didn't kill Fascination with Dread? Mostly just because Fascination isn't going to... So one Fascination on its own is not going to be that big of a problem, especially if I have like the fleeting remembrance that comes from usually killing these things. But with 2 Dread, and especially with a Season of Despair coming up, that goes from, oh, that's kind of unfortunate, to, oh god, it's entirely possible I'm going to lose this playthrough right now. Like, I just need one bad run of luck, and then it goes out. So the Fascination will deal with itself within 40 seconds. I don't have anything to worry about in terms of the time passes here, but clearly the fact that a Season of Despair is coming up, it's just dealing with a more urgent issue. Fleeting Remembrance will now remove Fascination. So it used to be Dread only, now Fleeting Remembrances will take care of that too. I am mildly tempted to get the Experienced Swindler here, because that will free up some of my Moth followers to not get more scars. Ichaku Monster. I finished it though! I said the idea of I like the fact that I'm able to find new things in this game that make a lot more sense after sort of reflecting on it. You're making me feel really bad now, Sid. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure what it did back in the original, like in its original incarnation. But there's a lot of things I don't know about Cultist Simulator, so that's probably more a statement about me than anything. Alright, looks like I am without erudition, and unless Adim helps me. Adim is a bro. Alright. Let's repair the mirror. Oh good, you finished it. Brought the guy in from the cold, fed him some soup. Thank you for making me feel less horrible about myself, the Eyes of Sin. What do you mean of the lesser used cult disciples, Telray? Alright, Fleeting Remembrance. Still no idea what to do with you. Work. I could work on the commission, I suppose? Corsive of the Heart is nice and all, but I don't think it's going to bring me any closer to what I need. Okay, once more into the wait a minute. Yes, once more into the breach. Work. I will do the commission. This is why you attract Chalk, a bunch of people who create personification of a sentence to make you feel bad about it. Like Heart and Lantern ones. After all, whoever goes Heart or Lantern. Well, I mean, I'm the Temple Unceasing for this playthrough. It's why I'm struggling so much to get this to get this win. Ooh. I've bought their loyalty and almost lost Azim because I was not paying attention. You will have your Spintrea, sir. Okay, friendship. I have. It's the one that removes my notoriety and often my mystique with decidedly mixed results, in my opinion. But I suppose that's part of the charm. So I think I'm going to be able to do... Okay. So we've got a Splendor. Last time we did this, the Worm Museum had a Vagabond map and Grail 15. And we had Dread and Favor from an Authority. And that's it. Okay, let's change it up. I am beginning to have my doubts that I can get the influence that I need. So let's go down to the white door. See if we can have a little more luck there. Don't really need the knock. So I'm slightly nervous about doing this, but what I'm going to do is take my contract. Yeah, it's almost. And I might as well get the hireling to do something, so. I do not believe computers are capable of representing my sentence deaths in like I think I would need a level of memory that has not yet been invented for a machine for that. All right, sorry, there was a question about the ultimate key. I don't think I know what you mean, but I would like to take a minute to reiterate that part of the enjoyment of this has been trying to figure things out on my own. So usually if I don't know something, I'm happy to find out through the process of playing the game. Aha! Alright, there is something tonight that almost happens, a gathering thunder, for a moment when the scent of mountain pine freshens the air, but we remove everything except the masks, and all that occurs is applause. Add little more heart to achieve something more. The further advanced your desire, the more heart you will need. Okay, so obviously I am playing with fire because I've just gotten myself another scar. Or did I? Yeah, no, I'm almost certainly got another scar. Okay, that's very interesting. I'm gonna have to get rid of this intensity of radiance if I want to avoid going mad. I think this is going to snatch up one of my health if memory serves. And then work. Do I want to try and get the gaiety back, or do I want to try something else? No, I kind of have to use the radiance, so... do another hit, why not? I'm gonna lose Azim to neglect, but surely none of you will make me feel guilty for neglecting Azim. And then, yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep hammering away at this door, even though this is actually going to take up all my health. I await word. Health scarred. Some movements have leave deeper mark than others. Health is permanently changed to a scar. Be careful, sickness and starvation are not satisfied by scars. Okay, so I didn't actually seem to... I was kind of hoping I would get a second scar, because then I would be able to throw that into the... I'd be able to throw that into the presentation. Fair enough. Let's talk with, first of all, Jannings to turn in. And then I'll get a new batch of commissions. I think it's just the, I think it's the fact that it's lines close together. I guess it's Miore's pattern. All right, Port Noon anecdote. Port Noon is where the long go to enjoy the sea and the sun, to drink from the spring that makes them forgotten, and to stay out of trouble. Mostly out of trouble. The stories you can hear in the Hotel Ciervo are golden dewed. Quintuple distilled toasts to memory served straight up. Exploring with a scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the evening isles, where Port Noon is located across the great ocean. Now, I don't believe I have done an expedition to Port Noon before, so this will be fun. And sure, I'll get a hireling just so I can. Now, upgrades. Let's move our Forbidden Epics up one. At least until I find something better to do with them. Silverspin Tray is good because I'm running low on that, although I think I'm more or less abandoning my hopes of finding anything behind the peacock door. Conversations. Madame Bichet, tell me what I need to know. Moth Commission it is. Dr. Redeem, tell me what I need to know. When I finally go to bed, I am going to be crying thanks to you. I'm going to be imagining forlorn sentences, and I'm going to feel like a big jerk. From now on, I am only ever going to speak in just these completely glowing, saccharine terms that nobody can ever turn against me. Alright, let's get that mirror up. Unless it's Cucumber or PBJ. Hallelujah! Alright. So I got a little unlucky putting my study there, but the Hinter do not indulge themselves with showy entrances. A living gaze will shatter them. I know it's here, and that's enough for now. All right. So I was right. It was the Orchard of Lights. The hours. It's the hours have been called unmerciful line is the one that I remember so well. So I'm trying to think if I've ever actually gotten pulsing airs higher than 6. So I'm also going to completely go back and save this in case I do something stupid. So, Dices contract at the Dices Club. No way! Oh my god! Why are you like this? All right. We will preserve this by painting it. What else have I got here? Well, I mean, I might as well go back because it's possible I can use this influence again. This is old and happy far off things, fair enough. Colors of the Night will throw money at our problems. Glimmering, well, we'll get that from the painting, so. Actually, Eyes of Sin, if you can share your portfolio, Eyes of Sin, I know I'd really like to see that link again. Eyes of Sin's drawings on fruit are what really made me want her for the emotes. I think, against my better judgment, I'm going to explore Port Noon. Across the bright far sea, Port Noon lies. Exiles, monsters, and visionaries have long favored the waters around it. Perhaps we shouldn't get too close, but it might be useful to get close enough. Okay, so we keep the pulsing airs for now. So the real question is there anything else I can do at the moment? I'm really scared to lose this pulsing airs to a point that I'm actually willing to... Oh, hang on. Let's wait the 0.8 seconds and see what happens. Brilliant. That's actually the only time I've ever wanted this stuff not to work. So. Show me what you got, game. Upgrade influences. It might be possible with the right combination of influences to raise more power. So study correspondences of 2 matching heart influences to intensify them. Oh my god! Matching heart influences. So I can't just... Wow! Okay. we are... I'm going all in on the painting this thing to death. Sorry, Captain Shield, what, which of my outbursts are you responding to? There have been a few. I have no idea, but it has to be pretty remote. I feel like I have a fairly reliable way of getting that hard influence, or of getting the influence if it comes down to it, but like I don't know how many trials it's going to take though. I also don't know if it's a probability distribution or if there's a specific series of events that happen, so there's one thing. But again, if it says I need 2 of the same influence, so I'm gonna just... it's the life raft I've got, I'm gonna just cling on to that thing for dear. I don't know why I keep insisting that she is okay, we'll eventually talk with Jennings. I probably will be able to get by with trying to get my job back. Talking. Can't talk about health. I wonder if I can talk about influence. No, can't talk about influence. Talk to a hint. Yeah, we'll just leave this be for now. Oh, not really the thing I wanted to have come up. So that restlessness is going to become a liability now. I want to keep the study open for the time that I do finally get that thing. We can talk with Jennings, but not a lot will come of it. I think I need to pay a little more attention on how long it takes me to paint something, so... actually, so I'm going to... Ugh, I'm gonna feel a little gross doing this, but let's see... Let's see how much life this has. The catch is I'm also gonna need to get my job back, so... The wreck of the Christabel. Sea Beast came to love this vessel, but when she would not return its affections, the Sea Beast crushed it. Even now, the beast will not leave the ship's corpse. Bedecked as it is with occult treasures, we must dive carefully. I mean, you say that, but I've got a hint and a fortune teller. We're going all in. We are so unprepared. Anything to talk about? Not really. Yeah, that is not going to leave me a lot of options as far as work and pulsing airs are concerned. Ooh. All right. Oops. I chose poorly. So, can try talking about the... Okay, so we have got Heart or Forge, Heart or Grail, younger sister, mother of ants. Okay, so we'll need Knock for that. Clearly, the name of the game here is Heart, so... We should be able to put 2 Heart followers in, and then we'll get our dynamic duo of Knock. And I will proceed to cheeseball this to death. Thank you everybody for being so supportive of Eyes of Sin's art, by the way. I tremendously enjoy it. And again, she is the one responsible for my emotes. By the way, just so this does not come as a surprise to people, if I feel like I am not going to be able to function well tomorrow, I am completely reserving the right to call the playthrough, like just to, you know, to give myself the extra passion and see this thing through to the end, because I'm not entirely sure. It would be nice to do the whole journey together like this, but not to the point of like ruining tomorrow's playthrough. So, although that'll probably be a little bit more disappointing to the YouTube crowd. So, as to whether or not, you know, there's going to be a 7, you know, how many people want to actually watch a 7-hour. Okay, this is good news actually, so I'm gonna bring Knock Follower in right away. This is of course the one risk that I ran into. I knew that it would take me a while for the Ascension, but unfortunately I just wasted so much time with the Peacock Door. You can sort of see that in terms of an overall game plan, this worked out reasonably well. I was able to get through the Mantis faster than I thought I was going to, but clearly making it to the Peacock Door was insufficient, and I have a feeling that because I haven't been getting what I need from the Peacock Door, I'm actually going to have to go through the Spider Door, and the Spider Door involves killing people, which I'm okay doing if I know I'm going to get it, but I don't actually have a really good indicator that that's necessarily what happens. So it puts me in a little bit of a dilemma, like how much do I want to sort of stay true to this playthrough that I've been spending all this time with, and how much is just going to be a matter of, okay, well, at all costs. And I think between, you know, in terms of the 2 sacrifices, I think basically, you know, pushing in my the influence that I need, and then sort of building up from there, that strikes me as a little bit more consistent with playing in Discovery than, you know, spending a whole bunch of time finding out that, oh, okay, the Spider Door actually isn't as important as I thought it was after all. So. Okay, healed up, so we will go back through the White Door and hope for our new influence. I can use fast forward, I suppose. Okay, let's be careful. The one bit of good news, of course, is that money should not be a problem after babysitting these pulsing airs. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now or can send something later. Wave Lash and Sea Splattered, Sun Scorched, and Salt Stained, but here. So in this case, I'm going to add Enid. We've got Neville already, so that will help us with the younger sister. And then we will we'll throw the rest of the heart in, just in case. This is a rarity. You guys don't always get to see me hit fast forward like this. Alright. Unfortunately, I'm also going to lose the Gaiety contract, but again, until I get what I want, that's going to be Fascination, and that's going to suck. The serpent's mouth is large enough to crouch in. Its tongue is the thickness of a man's shoulders, but almost certainly it will respect the power we bear. I'm curious. I do have another... Okay, nope, that's all that they needed. So in this case, we'll bring Dorothy along just to really sell the point that we're serious about heart. All right, let's think. I am going to carry on with the status quo. Okay, so this is going to be contentment, which will be good for me. Again, just plowing away with painting the one bit of influence I really need. So it's probably not a bad idea for me to combine the contentment and the dread, just to keep myself from going too far over the edge. An expedition member has fallen, our numbers dwindle. So this was the fortune teller. Logistical difficulty. Back! It's too much for us. All right. Serpent took the fortune teller. I don't feel bad about that. This is character building. Okay. Oops. I didn't mean to knock all that over. Okay, Vagabond map, unresolved ambiguity, forgotten chronicle, forbidden epics, right here. So, in the interests of not completely suiciding on this run, I can talk to my fortune teller and nurse them back to health. And I'm willing to let the Gaiety Club go unattended for a while, so let's keep at it. Whoa, 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 whoa! My bad. Oh, crap. Oh, hang on. Does it? Ah, it's letters. Okay. And yes, technically I can say, well, you know, you've already cheated. Why don't you add the other one in there? That is dealing with the fact that I hit the fast forward button. But yes, you can all shame me later. I think we might need more money after this, so I had no idea that you could paint without an inspiration. That strikes me as slightly odd, but... It's after dark, anything goes, yeah. I will admit, like, it's getting close to 3 in the morning, so I also know that this inspiration will not be... This very likely is not the end, so I am a little conscious of that as well. Oops. Man, I am really not hitting stuff right. Okay. So Dread is approaching. Fortunately, we seem to have resolved most of it. This one is going to be a problem. The beginning and ending. The wound is healed, but this one came very close to death. Silence has touched him like snow. Wow, we are really struggling with this serpent. Okay, back to the white door. Let's go with that. If we lose the fortune teller, that's just unfortunate. It's quite cold here in Ottawa too, Sin, so you have my sympathies. I have a feeling it's probably a bit colder in Minnesota. Okay, well, you know what? Warnock. And I'll live with the consequences. What's my time on that? 100, so after that I'm going to need to think about cheesing my pulsing airs. Serpent's mouth is large enough to crouch in, tongue is the thickness of a man's shoulder, but almost certainly it will respect the power that we bear. Well, let's try and turn that into more of a certainty. This is as much knock as I can possibly muster, and I'm almost certainly going to lose someone to it as well. Hallelujah! Alright, so we're going to get potentially enough dread to kill me, so that's going to turn into a pretty urgent need for a fix. Ooh, bad luck. More old, unhappy, far-off things. Okay, well, we know what we need to do in emergencies, so... 1 drugs, please. We'll ask for our job back. We will study the pulsing airs. And presumably it's... Interweave the rhythms unceasing. There are lessons the anatomist, the dancer, and the shaman all learn. This will upgrade your heart influence. So, Course of the Heart, good. Old and happy, far-off things, not good. Fascination will be manageable. Notoriety, I'm not worried about at all. And, well, okay, the end of this will be a problem. Formulae Vigilant, and Pounding Airs. The heart moves, the world moves. A 10th order influence, a gathering knot of power and peril. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. 100 percussivants leaping. And let's not... I'm not going to completely forget everything, so let's go back to our terrible tale of moving our... the hoo-ha up. Words, please. It lowers its great head. Moisture seeps from its lidless eyes. Is it weeping? What does it remember of its eldest sister? Whose power we call upon? Alright, success. We will almost certainly have enough heart to overcome this, so let's throw some money at it. I need to be really careful about what's happening with my dread here. So 1 contentment is going to annihilate that, but I have 2 more potentially generating, and I'm not going to be able to burn up the restlessness because I'm going to be dancing at the Ecdysis Club. Okay, so... good news, bad news. And away we go. Work at the Ecdysis Club, Beyond the Pale. The dance is performed naked. Mr. Ecdysis joins me in my dressing room to paint my body the necessary white. He is weeping. Alright, let's see what else I can do with my restlessness to try and lessen the blow. Got the place behind desire. You know what? I think I'm just gonna have to take it like a man. We're almost certainly strong enough in heart to secure against the curse. Clovette! Okay, glimmering, nice, not quite my tempo so far as the potential dread is concerned. Just trying to think the best way. So 10 seconds. This, I don't think this is gonna do what I need it to. It'll be fast on the draw. Precautionary opium. Bam. Despair abates. The auditorium is dark and silent. A single spotlight follows my movements. It is possible but unlikely that there is no one watching me at all. No one to see the slow fade of the spotlight and my final fall. No one to see the white bird rise from my open mouth and pass forgotten into the night. Guy's dove. Oh, Jesus. The dove remembers when all others forget. Some part of you can roam as a pale bird. Send it to accompany your followers to a place where it can perform the dance you must dance. If you have problems finding the place, talk to Sulachana about secret histories. Alright then. I did not think that I had... If this winds up being Port Noon, I am going to lose my mind. But I don't know why I wasn't busy doing work. Okay, erudition will help. Oh, no, this won't help at all. I think I'll just, yeah, keep going on with the Forbidden Epics at this point. Obviously, as you can see, I've kind of power stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. Where did my dove form go? Okay, so this is good. Obviously, the first priority would be to eliminate Dread from here, but for the time being, I'm willing to just keep it from stacking up too high, because there's going to be other ways of me getting around that. You guys are making me feel terrible. The ship still stinks of the sea. A sluggish octopus crawls from our lamplight. The timbers are half coral. Where are the bodies of the crew? Only one survivor was recorded. Did the serpent devour the rest? Okay, fascination will be unfortunate. Oof, more old, unhappy, far-off things. Fair enough. Painting will be the solution for that one, I think. So we will throw passion at this. Here, this is the address of someone who will guide you. The Thief of Sights asks after me. Tell her to give my regards to Kaido. You know what? Don't say anything about me. Here's your address. Okay, that's a little funny that we wound up in Maya again. So I suspect I've been misunderstanding these instructions, but I'm willing to put all my followers through hell again for this. So that's, you know, that's good news. Let's start painting immediately. This is hopefully to get some contentment. I'm kind of curious if passion winds up giving you some contentment. And let's say I want to make a mood piece about Laidlaw. I've always admired your painting. Or not painting, I've always admired your work. It's not consistently more contentment. I am painting just because it's the option I have right now, but it's never... oh, damn it, I didn't mean to hit that. Okay, Frangiclave, 12 knock. There are keys that open doors, and then there are keys that destroy them. Great news there. My whole system is ruined. The Book of the White Cat. Writhing Call, if I need, I can use that for Azim. We've got a Second Glory, Book of the Extinguished Heart, which won't... Okay, both of these won't help me. Can definitely do the Book of the White Cat, though. And... apparently nothing else. I forget what we went up against here, but I feel like... Damn it, Sulochana. Okay. The dove remembers when all others forget. Some part of you can roam as a pale bird. Send it to accompany your followers to a place where it can perform a dance. You must dance. If you have problems finding the place, talk to Sulochana about secret histories. Well, there's only one way to learn this. Fleeting remembrance. I still need to worry about... You know what? More drugs. I'm positively beside myself with what's happened. As for the rest of it, yeah. I know... So, it has to be one of these locations I've been to before, and had I been paying attention, I would have known which of these requires the dove. I'm kind of tempted to just burn through my my secret histories right now, but okay, I can paint that out, so good news there. Notoriety's less good news. And we got contentment out of that, so I have a feeling it won't last long enough, though. Okay. So here, back to the Gaiety. You know, the worst thing is I'm still gonna have to get I'm still gonna have to get the influence out of this too. But one tragedy at a time. Let's go back to the Peacock Door because I really just feel like I haven't quite gotten enough out of that joyous experience. Now exploration. God, what do I want to do with this? Go on a summoning spree? I can. I'm just trying to think what's the most efficient way that I can go through all of the locations. You know, I'm kind of curious about one thing here. And yes, this is going to be lame, but... yeah, you know what? Is it just 14? No. Oh, it's always letters, isn't it? Fragments, secret histories... Essie. Oh, Jesus. Where the hell? I'm wondering if the presence of a... Okay, 1 second. Let's try and find the name of the thing that holds the... Yeah, I actually just need to know the name of the, I just need to know the name of the fragment that gets me Port Noon. Oh, hang on. C, D, E, F, G. I have a hypothesis about the way that you are informed about the ability to dance. Yeah, I just needed to know the actual card name. So what I'm basically trying to figure out here is if I don't think talking with Sulochana is a requirement, but I am curious if having the Guise of Dove is a requirement to seeing whether or not you can dance there. Okay, right on time. Despair abates. I just think, seeing as we're at 3:15, I don't think there's any realistic chance of me me doing this without like forcing through things like influence. I definitely need to sit down and think about how I can more reliably get influence on my own playthroughs, but I am a little bit under the gun at this point, so... Okay, I still want to keep my log of this going, so... Can somebody tell me what was in the Worm Museum? I was busy writing like an idiot. Was it Vagabond map again? Yeah, I don't think that I've accidentally locked it out. I'm slightly curious. Oh, hang on. There's more than one of the... Okay. So I was under the impression, because there was a unique secret history, that Port Noon gave you one location, and that's clearly not true. So I should have talked with Sulochana about it. And when I talk with Sulochana, she's going to give me the last one on Port Noon anecdotes. I'm going to save us all of this grinding, and I'm sorry, I realize now I'm fully jumping into completely cheating at the moment, and especially for the people who have been waiting this long to see things go. But I really want to see the end of this, and I'm going to do things that I feel that I have, and what I'm going to do is I'm also going to delete this one, because this is how I would have done it. Oh, thank you. Looks like that was a Vagabond map. Okay, so again, I'm going to do my best to come about it honestly in terms of just getting through missions and things like that. I'll use my cultists. If people die, people die. But the whole, like, I'm gonna grind through this 100 times over to try and get my, you know, this certain object here. I'm not gonna do that. I do, however, refuse to refuse to go through violently. So knowing that I have this nonsense ahead of me, I am now going to try and get as much... I'm going to try and get as much influence as I can. Here, this map will work for a little while. If any of them ask after me, tell them I'll come for their children next. Okay, so it is Port Noon itself that we're going to. Cool. God knows what's waiting for us here. So let's just keep our contract going until we find what we're looking for. Port Noon. Looks like this is going to be a cultist-only thing, so let's say, Leo, you take point. Our knock commandos have been pretty awesome, but... we'll bring Yuzabet. Alright, Port Noon. There is a choice that every immortal must make. Enter the service of an hour, or return to the mortal ranks, or face extinction. The sunny little island called Port Noon is the exile realm of the immortals who refused all those options. If we can cross the sea to Port Noon, we can defeat the Long who do not die. If we can breach their private vaults, still we must resist the temptation of visions. Let me just think about that. If we can defeat the Long who do not die, so that would imply some kind of edge. You know what? We'll do it live. Hardest missions? Oh, great. Oh, wonderful. A new unresolved ambiguity. Just what I wanted. Okay, so let's think a little bit about what I'm going to do. Porter can deal with the evidence, I think. He will be too early with the evidence, though. Nothing matters to me now but the but the pulsing airs. Okay, our expedition plans for the next challenge. It will consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So, the Western Sea, most of these islands are well known to the histories, but our destination lies in uncharted reaches. We'll need Heart or Forge to survive. We've got Heart. The Long, it is very hard to kill anyone who's passed the tricuspid door, and here there are a lot of anyone's. Perhaps we can deceive one or prey upon someone's appetites. Well, we've already got some Moth. Warded door, an engineer or an adept has ensured that this door will not open easily. Okay, so Heart is good. Let's throw Sylvia into the mix. In anticipation of the Long. I don't have my Heart yet. Let's get rid of the evidence. Storms rise for the Thunderskin and subside for the Sister. The right words should carry us safe across the sea. Okay. We'll carry that for now. Just trying to think. Eventually we'll have 15 Moth in here, so I'm feeling okay about that. Let's put Neville in the Vanguard. Got my health. Should probably still keep working. Oh, can't work at the Gaiety. At least not until I get my health back. Minion is returned, stumbling, mumbly, clumsily bandaged. They were caught in the coils of their own plan. Heal a fallen follower with talk. Particularly bad timing, but we will persevere. That's not going to be good for fascination, but that's life. Wave lashed and sea spattered, sun scorched and salt stained, but here. So again, I suspect we'll be fighting the Long next, and I don't think I'm gonna have my Moth guy up in time. At this point, I'll add funds unless I can get this guy back. The wound is healed, the scar remains, but each scar, as the scholar's Shulga once observed, is a lesson. Okay, so we got some edge for our trouble. In this case, we'll abandon the money for now. You want to make sure that we're prepared for the Long. The real difficulty I'm going to run into, with 11 knock, I think we'll take our chances and we'll probably add funds in between, so... The Long are desperate for novelty. We'll take advantage of that. Okay, pulsing airs. Now I am locked into... possibly, but... if you can't see other reasons why I might want to put that character in there, then you can keep playing. I've never understood, like... why I can't just play the game. Is it really that bad to see somebody play a game different from the way that you do? Do I want to burn up enough passion for this? I don't need to because I've got Mystique and Notoriety. It was. If you want, you can go. If you're asking for clarification, you can say as much. The phrasing that you gave was not asking for clarification. That was an instruction. If you didn't intend it as much, then I'm sorry, but this is something I deal with every day, and I'm now 7.5 hours in a stream, and I am done with being told how to play this game. If you're the one who is on the receiving end of undue wrath, I mean, I'm sorry, that's just really unlucky, but I just don't consider it a loss at this point. If that's how you're going to react to it, there are other people who stream Cultist Simulator, and I highly recommend that you check them out, because I am just done. All right. I think for this one, I will put the precautionary funds inside because there's nothing better that I can do. The immortal denizens of news are deceived or amused or caught up in the knots of a greater scream, yet they won't interfere this time. So, here's the big advantage of the move that we did. By bringing enough of the moth people along, we've got the knock that we need, and so the choice for me now is to see whether or not, you know, I can obviously throw Enid on the pile, or I get myself the option of adding another funds. And that at this point I can reinforce as the tasks come up. Okay, hopefully I don't lose the pulsing hairs. At this point I'm willing to let the gaiety run down a bit, so... Morning from the UK! You're always happy when you run late so you can catch the tail end vicariously enjoying your experience of narrative. I'm sorry I am not 100%. I really do need to be considering wrapping this up because I'm going to be at the... obviously we're going to be doing the... we're going to be doing the whole Steam thing in... I need to actually be really careful about this. So in 10 hours, or 9.5 hours. But yeah, so I need to make sure that I get enough sleep to actually be charged, because I'm probably going to be streaming about this long as you know, on the big screen with all the horror. Like, if I think this is difficulty, I have no idea how I'm going to survive the Apostle. But I really do appreciate that, Kratil, especially because I am particularly fragile as far as like backseating and stuff like that is going right now. So it is very nice to hear nice words coming in at this particular hour. So thank you very much for that. And I apologize for those of you who are used to me being a little bit more interactive, but I am singularly focused on overcoming these challenges. Okay, we hear the great power of opening will almost certainly shatter this warded door. Likely Enid doesn't do anything, but doesn't hurt to double check because we have been surprised before. And actually, come to think of it, that funds is probably unnecessary, but... Okay, tentative evidence. Nobody with moth to be able to handle it, so... And I'm not going to fast forward for the next little while, just because that's going to be how I make mistakes. The death of a door. All doors must open, as all lives must end. This door has found its end here today. So we'll cycle through what we can. You know, I don't actually need to fill this up every time, so... And I've got enough for the white doors, so we'll just plow through as many of these as I can. Fascination is moth aspect. Yes, it is. I always keep thinking it's lantern, especially because fascination decays into... lantern decays into fascination. So I've always found that a little funny. I've always kind of associated this with lantern, but I also completely failed to pin the developers for their own aspects. So I know absolutely nothing. All right, last step, Fifth Eye Curse. We need Heart or Winter to suppress the curse. Otherwise, it will not keep us from our goal. And you know what? Clovette is just so cheery. We'll finish this off with a bang. Light in the Skull is nice, but obviously we've kind of committed ourselves to the to abandoning all worldly matters. Moth is drawn to the glory. Very good point. One thing I've rather enjoyed in, I won't say exactly where it is, but there's an image. Some of you who look on the inside of the game will know which one I'm talking about. And it's, because I grew up in a somewhat religious family, I've seen that image before. It's a very famous sort of, you know, there's all sorts of different variations on it in Christian imagery, but I never really appreciated how many elements from Cultist Simulator, like the aspects, are present in it. And one of the things that I've always, maybe not always, but one of the things that I'm trying to think about now is Dorothy in here too. 30 heart to destroy the curse. The thing that I'm trying to figure out is whether or not the aspects of Cultist Simulator are chosen to align well with some of these real-world sort of occult symbols or the imagery that you find in maybe more mystical or transcendental kind of writing and painting and whatnot, or if you know, this is a largely original. Like, obviously, there's some interplay between the two of them. There's Wither Factory's been pretty open about their literary influences, for instance. But I'm kind of curious as to whether or not some of these things, like whether or not these paintings are chosen because they line up so well with the sort of the world that's been created for Cultist Simulator. Or if they're, you know, these were chosen because they line up so well with some of these existing, you know, more esoteric matters that I'm just not really aware. Like, this is the funny thing. I really like games like Cultist Simulator, but like I have not read a full H.P. Lovecraft story, and I don't know that much about Mystic. Like, I know who Aleister Crowley was, but like, I don't know anything about, you know, his beliefs or you know, the best that I've got is that I really like Promethea by Alan Moore, where he seems to sort of let loose on some of his more mystical beliefs. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. But it's, you know, it's another one of these ones where I'm sort of like, well, it doesn't really matter one way or the other. It's just a really fun ride either way. All right, this is potentially going to be oh, nope. Fleeting remembrance saves the day. Oh, no, it doesn't. And the fleeting remembrance will not last long enough. Well, now it will last long enough. But yeah, so I sometimes wonder, you know, where the origins of some of these ideas come from. But and I apologize for speaking so in such arcane terms, but I'm not quite sure how it relates to some of the enigmas, and I'm not sure if I have seen an image that was supposed to be released a little bit later. So I'm trying to keep surprises available for people. I think it's mildly inspired by, but mostly original material. Yeah, that was the impression that I got. Like, I think also because of what I know of some of those literary influences, I have a feeling. Like, so a good example would be Marie Renaud is an author who keeps coming up. If you read interviews or hear the people who made this game talk about it, and she has a particular way of portraying the gods, which I think comes through in more than just Cultist Simulator. So in that sense, if you view these things more as literary references rather than, you know, I'm kind of just letting study hang out there. Of course, this is going to be the time that I get my my fancy fancy pulsing airs. Sorry, I just completely blanked for a minute. Here we go. But yeah, so like I've always taken this as more, it's literary first, and then because it's very well chosen, and you know, all these things kind of tend to, they tend to play well together. I just think there's some particularly well chosen images and such, but that's not so much a dead sentence as me just being like, holy crap, I'm almost getting at 8 hours, and I'm really not that much closer to the ascension than I thought I would be. I've got a real dilemma about whether or not I want the Gaiety to go under. Oh, okay, salvation. Let's just cool it for a little bit on the Mantis visits. Alright, success, I'll know more soon. This is the secret subcellar of the Hotel Ciervo. The walls are whitewashed, the floors freshly scrubbed, shelves bulge with oddities. A caged man with a wild beard peers morosely at you from the corner. Again? Or are you a different lot? Oh, I don't need rescuing, thank you. It's much worse out there. Grab what you can quickly, the caged man hisses. They'll be back soon. Only please leave the Gladius. I brought that all the way back from Galatia back in the day. There, that shelf's good. Hurry, they're coming! You can escape up the delivery stairs. Oh, it already says all the stuff we're getting. Okay, so I'm willing to let the pulsing airs kind of hang out for a little bit, because I know I'm going to be able to upgrade it. Let's save my job at the Gaiety for now. Bones surrendered. The Toussaint Road Cemetery. There's a white marble tomb. The locals keep clean. Madame Rogier sleeps there every third night, so that Miss Nania, gentlest of the Elgist's names, can walk in her dreams. My bird form will roost at the head of the tomb until Miss Nania is close enough for her breath to touch me. I don't know, guys. Port Noon wasn't all that hard. I obviously didn't lose my cool at any point whatsoever during that. I think the Apostle DLC is just going to be a big old fuss over nothing. I am quite certain that this game will be in the bag. We might even defeat the Long in the first half of the stream, which would be rather embarrassing for Weather Factory, and so I fully intend to, you know, to hold back a little bit. But you know, suffice to say, just don't let them know. They put a lot of work into it, and that would just be embarrassing. All right. Let's, we're not actually done yet, by the way. So we need to get the Season of Ambitions first. I've got enough mystique to kind of keep me going through. Let's also deal with the fact that there is still some evidence against me. It looks like I'll lose some health before anything. So Sylvia is the safest choice on this one. I did not realize how... So I knew that scars were forgiving. I did not realize they were that forgiving. That's actually a pretty generous system that they implemented. Is there any room on my cheek for more tongue? Who does the tongue belong to, out of curiosity? It's very important information before I... Oh, what am I doing? Stop this madness. Ah, boy. Surely there is a way that I can... Okay. I guess I gotta get creative in how I'm gonna save these things. I thought it was possible to just, like, run this thing... yeah, you know what? I just don't have the patience for this. I'm just gonna double these things up. There's kind of a way that I think I could juggle it through... What? I need to learn this console a little bit better, I think. But yeah, I don't think there's much point in flogging myself over this thing at this point. I do, however, need to read this bit. So yes, I apologize. I know it's annoying to go on this journey for so long and then see me just cheat the hell out of it, but I am trying to basically save myself from dumb choices that I did, like running study for the book rather than the lore. All right, bones surrendered. The LJS taught me to remember that the last part of me, taught me to remember, and that last part of me to change. I'll carry that last lesson past the Kingskin Gate. Oh, you know, apparently we would have been able to upgrade it from Trembling Airs anyway, but I have no interest in such nonsense. I would have thought we had some vitality, but I've kind of been ignoring my work, so... A little bit. I'm also just tired. Like, it's pretty... like... This is definitely not the best decision that I could make before doing a big cast like this one. Velvet Charm. The Velvet always answers no, but we can shelter that no like beasts in the crook of a tree. Use this and right with a Byzantine Tinct or a Meteoric Bullet, or other resources of equal power to summon a Percussagant. Oh, damn it, I meant to read the text. But yeah, like, I like doing this. So this is obviously very different than the... So for some of you who've watched me when I do the Steam streams, part of what goes on... I shouldn't be using that if I didn't earn it. If I said that I was bringing up those pulsing airs for study, I shouldn't be using the Velvet Charm to upgrade them. I still need to wait. Okay, perfect. But like, you'll notice that I tend to try and ramp up sort of the passion and the intensity in terms of the dialogue, and I've not done that this one. Not because I don't feel very excited that we're getting close to the end, even though I'm sort of tripping over myself and stuff like that. There's a reason I want to go as far as I can with this. But on the other hand, I don't want to like put 110%. As wonderful as it is to have, you know, these double digits in terms of viewership, I definitely do not want to, I definitely don't want to like do it all here and then have nothing left for the Steam stream. So, chat is, hopefully I'm not, you guys don't feel like you're just a whipping boy. Yeah, I definitely don't think it is. I tend to like, it's a little bit like the backseating thing. Like, if it's blindingly obvious, you know, that's fine. It's embarrassing for me, but it's not the end of the world. You know what? I will sacrifice the gaiety again. Because I think that there's something to be said for, you know, reliving that moment. Oh, hey, remember that time? I mean, there's a reason why I have a me being dumb emote. And in a similar spirit, as far as the cheating thing is concerned, like, do I think that this stream would have been any better if I worked my way back up to getting at Port Noon? Like, one of the reasons I went to Port Noon in the first place, or not Port Noon, but the top level secret history, was to try and circumvent the Sulochana thing. And I said, well, in the worst case scenario, I'll just make myself another, another secret history. So it's not the best. Like, obviously it'd be nice if I could come about it the full way, but that was the game I was given. So what's the Steam stream? No, it's not an embarrassing question at all. So I will be streaming this game on the Cultist Simulator page. So like when you go to buy the game on Steam, I will be on that page streaming the new DLC. And one of the reasons why I'm streaming tonight is I wanted to complete my Dancer playthrough before we did the new content. And obviously what started off as about a 3-hour stream has now turned into, I'm exactly 1 minute away from 8 hours. And this is a highly questionable decision, but I don't have work in the morning. And I'll probably set a couple of extra alarms just in case. But yeah, I really like doing those. Number one, it's obviously not terrible for my profile. But they are some of the most exciting streams that I do because I tend to feel very comfortable with large audiences. This one I'm a little more nervous about because of the fact that I don't know quite the best way to put it. You're kidding me. Okay, no. This will allow me to win a change victory. So I don't think I go into a ritual for this. There we go. Okay. But yeah, it's really exciting because in addition to a larger audience, which I feel more comfortable with, but don't always get a chance to broadcast to, it's an audience that is like you get to see people in real time decide whether or not the game is ready for them. And you meet all sorts of really interesting people. There's some people in this stream right now who came from the last one when we did the Dancer. And, it's a great time to get excited about the game again. And it's a great time to share that game with people, answer questions, make stupid mistakes. Some people get really pissy that I'm not playing the game properly. And that is why I have absolutely no tolerance for that here. It is a very different environment, and it's one that I feed off of, it's one that I really enjoy feeding off of. So, for those of you who will be around for it, I'd love to. We're obviously getting close to the end here, and I want to take a minute to go through. And I especially because I know there are a few people on YouTube who will actually watch this whole thing, even though the last couple of hours have been a complete mess. And like I said, I know that watching this journey for so long to see somebody turn on the console and say it's like, we'll pretend that thing just didn't happen a minute ago. I know some of you will not like that, and I'm sorry. I know I can't be everything to everyone, but one of the things that I've enjoyed the most is to see all the different people who like Cultist Simulator, and especially see the people who haven't, might still be trying to make a decision as to whether or not the game is for them. And being able to see a brand new Ascension and share it with everyone is, it's cool. I like doing this. So I'm probably going to get a little bit of flack at the Blurry Pixel for winning this way. And my original intention was actually to do a win which I had a suspicion was there and I think was confirmed. This is not the ending I had originally planned, but circumstances have forced me to go through. So, I see it's quite an opportunity, and you can see the appeal of real-time commercial feedback. Your streaming style certainly seems well-suited to this game. Good luck. Well, I really appreciate it, Kratel, but for that big build-up, the music's at an appropriate moment. On the very rare occasions that Mr. Agdistis speaks, his voice is very beautiful. A mellow sound like an alto flute. You almost have what you need, he says, to pass the Kingskin Gate. One will come to lend you the key. He looks you in the eye. I beg you not to take her hand, not to look upon her feet, and not to offer her to drink. He begins very softly to weep. It will hurt. I love her. When the dance is done, when my body is racked and torn, when Mr. Agdistis' tears are warm on my broken flesh, then my shadow has become the shadow of the great tusked beast. Go quickly, Mr. Agdistis says. Sleep quickly. My Lady Sulochana has already called the Lady Marionette, and she will be the one to flay the skin from you. Oh God. In this form, I will surrender myself to one who holds the key to the Kingskin Gate. Some part of you can roam as a wild black beast. I mean, I may need to rely on... Jesus, do I have to do another dance? Damn it. I don't think she's going to have anything to say about this. Yeah, I'm feeling that despair too. I mean, I'll take a look at it. It just told you how? Did it? Sulochana subs are, I gotta check that over again, because I just said a bunch of words that apparently I did not understand. Oh, God damn it. Alright, let me check the VOD again, because I clearly totally misread what I was just told. That's embarrassing. But that's why I like being live, to make mistakes. All right. One will come to lend you the key. Oh, sleep. Yes, I need to sleep quickly. Drums in the storm. Oh my god, that's really funny. The wind rises and the roof rattles as I settle myself to sleep. There is a bitter herb that will help me pass from my body. The wood opens around me. With my new eyes, I see another path now, the one called the marionette that waits along that path, the key that will end me and begin me. The empty space, it is in the empty space which makes the bowl useful, and I do not have a beloved. Because that is for another story.
Read, for lack of a better word, is good.
Fight the despair. Thank you for streaming beyond a sensible level for our benefit. Sleep will come soon enough, I'm sure.
That's incredibly kind for you to say. Marionette waits in the shadow of the pine tree, dark skin gleaming, white bone glinting, claws bright as brass. She carries the red key that might be a bloody knife or a ruby wound, and she brings it down. The pain of it all is red. Did you guys get all that? That's all good. I know we've got the Thunderskin. Life unending. As the pain fades, so does my voice. But now my heart will speak for me. In the scales of time it shall be weighed against a feather, and it shall not be found wanting. In my final shape I shall pass the tricuspid gate, and add my heart's beat to the Thunderskin's chorus. You guys are lots of fun. Alright, as the pain fades, so does my voice. But now my heart will speak for me, and the scales of time shall be weighed against a feather, and it shall not be found wanting. In my final shape I shall pass the tricuspid gate, and add my heart's beat to the Thunderskin's chorus. Our rhythm is the rhythm of the hours, and the hours of promise that we shall endure with the world unceasing. I move eternally through the Mansus, and in eternity my constancy assured. Congratulations on a standard change feather victory. You have wrestled the game to its knees. There are other paths. That was the dancer. It was a long journey. It is 4 o'clock in the morning. I will be streaming on Steam in slightly over 9 hours. This is actually going to be a little tricky. I might have a slightly later start, just because I need to make sure that I have enough food set aside for it. But I am glad that there were so many of you to share the moment with. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for the subs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the attention and putting up with me when I was really getting tired of being told how to play the game. But we'll be able to do it all in about a few hours. So, design, writing, and coding, Alexis Kennedy, at Alexis Kennedy on Twitter. Production, marketing, and biz, Lottie Bevan, at Tron Bevan. UI design and coding, Martin Narrowcar, whose game is Nowhere Profit. Art, Catherine Unger, Clockwork Cuckoo, Lottie Bevan, and Sarah Gordon. Music, Mary Beth Solomon, Brent Barkman, Mickey Irby for Mickey Mar Productions. Soundtrack be coming on sale today. Audio by Soundcuts, additional writing by Lottie Bevan, additional coding by Fraser McCormick, Chris Payne, Mark Gagne, La Resister, whose website I was looking for and completely failed to find, but that's on me. Additional design by Callan Porter. Special thanks to Sonia and PK, Matt Hosty, Haley Urias, who I'm almost certain was the name of that book that we found, and literally everyone who has ever sent feedback or a bug report. Thank you. I need to get some sleep. To tell you what to do when the Steam stream starts up. I mean, I have a different... So, like, the thing here is that on Twitch, this is my place. I like having more follows. I like having more subs. I like interacting with you guys. And the fact of the matter is, it is a lot easier to tell who is going to be a problem than I think most people realize. And the fact of the matter is that, you know, I will have a lower tolerance for... So it is the difference between being in an office environment and somebody being a bit standoffish, and somebody coming into your house and being rude. And Twitch is very much closer to my house. And again, I like sharing with things, and some of the people who know me a bit better know that there are more things that bother me than I let on. And there are also some things that I really like that people don't, maybe don't quite realize. It's hard to sort of articulate what the dynamics of broadcasting are. But I don't take you guys for granted, and I really do like the fact that you stuck through it, and we were able to share the ending together. So I hope it was worth it. I am really looking forward to being able to do this on Steam for you in a little bit. I have no idea if there's anybody who I'm going to be able to host tonight. So for those of you who won't be around for the Steam stream, thank you very much for hanging out nonetheless. And I kind of wanted to say everyone disperse, but in this case, yeah, you know what? I think I'm just gonna hit the button. I think I really need to get some sleep, so I'd love to find somebody to host, but I think I'm done. Thank you very much, guys. I hope to see you later today, and have a great night. Or day. Or anything, really.